It's good morning, Beauregard, to our two match umpires, Peter Hartley and Tom Lumley. And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the Glamorgan team, led into the field by captain Sam Northeast. And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the two knocked-out batters from Lancashire, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. And once again, many thanks to the girls and boys from St Joseph's Primary School for forming this morning's Guard of Honour.
Barda o'r box sylwebaeth. A very good morning from the commentary box as well, as we go into day 2 of Glamorgan against Lancashire with Kenneth Davis, Scott Reed and myself, Nick Webb, and it is the red rose that is in the ascendancy over the daffodil at the moment. Scott?
It is. But maybe not by the end of today, who knows?
Who knows? That's the value of county cricket, of multi-day cricket.
Indeed. Indeed it is. It was a good day yesterday for the Lanky boys. We've not had many this season, but it was a good day yesterday.
So here's Van der Hoogten to get us underway, bowling to Keaton Jennings on 39 not out, and he turns it into the leg side. It's a chase from Harris, round from fine leg, and they'll pick up a couple of runs off the first ball of the day, 57 without loss. This in reply to Glamorgan's 3-6-5 all out, which was below par but better than looked likely at one point when they were 103 for 6. Tom Bailey, the man of the day, 5 for 51, backed up by George Balderson with 3 wickets as Van der Hoogten comes in round the wicket and bowls to Jennings, who's on the defensive and pushing it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Glamorgan start up the day with 2 slips, Ingram and Carlson. Al Hassan is at backward point. Tribe is at cover. Used to seeing Ben Callaway in that sort of part of the world, but he's out injured. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and Jennings comes halfway down the wicket before getting hit on the pad. And it really has been a feature of the batting that they're not leaving anything to chance for movement off the pitch. They've come a long way down, the Lancashire batters, on a number of occasions.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings especially, probably batting out of his crease as well, so he's a decent way down.
How he's got any time to react to what the ball is doing, I've no idea. 57 without loss, Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and again he's 2 or 3 steps down the pitch by the time he meets the ball.
He needs one more run to reach 1,000 runs for the season. Keaton Jennings, and Luke Wells, if he gets to 20, hang on, was it 21 or 23? 23. If he gets to 23, he needs 1,000 runs as well.
Oh, you better see Jennings to landmark then.
Not so certain it's that important.
Go on. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Jennings is on the defensive.
But in a season where the team has had its struggles, there's certainly three batters. Marcus Harris, who was outstanding in the first couple of months of the campaign, has been outstanding all year, and he's back next year. He was almost at 1,000 runs by the end of May. But Harris and Jennings and Wells have all had very good seasons for Lancashire, a team that struggled for wins.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Jennings, who defends on the leg side, so he won't get the 1,000th run there, and therefore Luke Wells, if he takes a couple of boundaries in this over, will beat him to the landmark.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be aware of it. That little landmark is there for them. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday for Lancashire. I was chatting to Tom Bailey last night. He said they were kind of hoping that they could potentially skittle Glamorgan out for kind of like 160, 170, I think he said. But they fought back well in the afternoon. But all in all, a pretty decent day for Lancashire to have got 10 wickets on the first day, putting the home side into bat. See how this second day unfolds. Wells then on 16. Ned Leonard with the ball to get things going from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips waiting as well. He's around the wicket to Wells. Was firmly hit. It's a crunching drive through the offside for 4 by Luke Wells. Rattled its way over the boundary rope, and Wells moves on to 20, and the score moves. Oh, thank you, Nick. The TV. The score to 61 without loss. Look at the replay of that. It's a handsome looking drive.
It's got an exciting on-off button round the back.
Well, quite. Haven't we all? Wells on 20. With the ball's been retrieved from over the boundary rope.
Yes, at the end of the season, I'm struggling to find the on buttons in the mornings. I need a very large mug of coffee to.
You've got your extra super large mug. Sam Northeast has dried the ball. A bit of early morning dew over the boundary rope. And the ball's again, pushing it full. Wells leans into it and defends to cover, and there's no run.
Luke Wells, 997. Keaton Jennings, 999. The drama unfolds in front of us, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm very excited by it.
Well, he's got 4 more balls to hit a boundary, basically, hasn't he? Or not give Jennings the strike. Pinch the strike, single of the last ball.
He started nicely today with that lovely 4. He's Leonard in bowls to Wells, and he's shuffling half forward and then defends, drops it away into the offside. Zain Ul Hassan comes up from cover point to field, and there's no run. It's another absolutely terrific morning. The weather, as it was yesterday, is beautiful. Barely a cloud in the sky. Nice bright blue skies and sunshine. The walk through the park was excellent. Enjoyed that again.
Pleased to hear.
Almost got on a boat to the Cardiff Bay. Just took a picture of this. Leonard comes in and bowls again to Wells. Wells waits, defends, and there's no run. And notice a little boat ride into Cardiff Bay. So there was one leaving at 10:30. Tempted. Just thought I'd leave you two to it.
Give us a bit of notice.
The last one sadly departing at 4:30.
Oh,
so I won't be able to make that. I quite fancied that, but that's the last time it departs, is at 4. So how long would that take around to Cardiff Bay? I presume not very long.
Not very long.
20 minutes,
yeah,
it
could be.
Nice.
At a rough guess.
Princess Catherine is the boat.
Okay.
Quite tempted by that. To be 61 without loss. Wells on 20. And around the wicket balls, back of a length to Wells, who defends away to the offside, no run.
Was 10:30 the first one then?
10:30 was the first one. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
So you're struggling really to.
Yeah, I'm just.
Even if you get half an hour of commentary at a time and an interval, maybe it's
not going to
still
happen, is it?
a bit tricky.
Could be tricky, yeah. Yeah, 10:30 the first one, and on the half hour, right the way through until 4:30. Round to Cardiff Bay. Sounds great fun. Final ball of the over. Leonard to Wells, off the back foot, and turns it into the onside, up towards Sam Northeast. So 4 coming off the over. That lovely drive through cover from Wells. 61 without loss, Lancashire. Wells on 20, Jennings on 41.
If you want to drop us an email, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, we'll find us.
£7.50 was the fee.
Okay.
Go around to. It's only one way, that.
Right.
Yeah, I know. But maybe you can walk back. You can't be that far to walk back, can you?
Yeah, that's doable.
Okay.
Here comes Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Jennings, who dead bats it into the offside. Not sure we would get away with that one on the BBC Lancashire expenses, though. Boat ride.
Boat ride. I wonder if there's an option to put boat ride into it. Mode of transport: train, tram, taxi, boat. There must be a boat ride option. What happens if you have to go and work in the Isle of Man or something like that, or the Isle of Wight, and you have to get a boat?
Oh, that'll throw the BBC into intense confusion. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Jennings, who walks down the pitch, and there's an excitable shout from Carlson at second slip, even though A, Jennings was about 2 yards down the pitch, and B, probably hit his bat at the same time as the pad anyway. But Carlson's going to have to rein it in a little bit if he becomes captain, I think, next year. Otherwise, he'll get a very sore throat.
You can't beat a bit of enthusiasm.
Oh yes, that's definitely something he brings. Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Oh, Jennings clips it uppishly on the leg side. Doesn't carry to short mid-wicket, but there's a little bit of bounce there.
He's in the nervous 999s, isn't he, Keaton Jennings?
Oh, it'd be terrible if he fell short now, wouldn't it? I think even Glamorgan supporters wouldn't begrudge him one more run. Now, third man is coming up. Leonard is coming up to backward point, and Ul Hassan is trotting across into the mid-wicket area. After that one went a little bit uppishly, but that does leave third man unguarded. Carlson moves a little bit wider at second slip, a little bit closer. There's a bit of gap in those slips now. Ingram at first, Cook the keeper, of course. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Jennings, and there is his 1000th run plus a few more as he cracks it through the covers. A lovely way to get there for Keaton Jennings as he moves on to 1003 runs for the 2025 season.
Yes, and a nice little handshake and a pat on the shoulder from Luke Wells, who's 3 runs away from joining him. These two have batted together for a long time, over many seasons now, and good friends, and I'm sure they'll both be enjoying the fact that Jennings, he's got to 1000, and I'm sure Jennings will enjoy it if Wells can find 3 more as well.
In comes Van der Hoogten, and this one is straight driven, but it'll be mopped up at mid off by Northeast, who probably do with a bit of an off-season haircut. He's looking very shaggy at the moment, Sam Northeast, the skipper.
Well, if he's doing all this driving back and from to Kent, he's not got time to get his haircut, has he?
Next week.
Yes.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls Jennings again down the pitch and defending when he gets there. 65 without loss, Lancashire having added a further 10 runs in the first 3 overs this morning. I see our BBC colleague Kevin Howells is reporting that the county's vote on changing the schedule was 9-all.
Right.
And a majority of 2/3 was needed. 12-6.
Right.
So,
Well, we were told it was quite close, but obviously not.
well, it was close between for and against.
It's not.
Oh, Lancashire social media on the ball. They've posted it already on X, the Jennings 1000.
Well done. There's Wells forward in defence, and there's no run. Never to miss a moment, those boys on the social media feed. Probably had the tweet all set, ready to send,
Yes.
and then just oof, straight there, straight out, no messing.
As soon as the ball had passed the infielder.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nothing gets past those boys. 65 without loss. Wells on 20. There's Leonard for Glamorgan from around the wicket. Oh, it's a good ball that beats Luke Wells. Through to the keeper. Wells instantly looking down the pitch and coming to have a little prod and a poke.
Day one was Glamorgan's highest championship crowd of the season.
Oh.
I thought there were a few more extra in yesterday. Not quite repeated yet today.
A couple of slips awaiting. Leonard from around the wicket bowler. Nudged away towards the leg side. Sir Tribe comes up from mid-wicket to field. And there's no run. Well, I guess, final game of the season. Glammy boys have had a great year. They won promotion. Weather was good. Obviously Lancashire in town.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And a few Lancashire supporters swelling the numbers as well.
Yeah, I've seen the usual suspects who have
Usual suspects.
who travel around watching the lads. Have made it to Cardiff for the final game. Here's Leonard to Wells, wraps him on the pad and loops away towards the leg side. He'll field off his own bowling. Well, Leonard, there's no run. Probing away here, round the wicket to Wells, the left-hander. And making life awkward, bowling an awkward length to Wells.
Yes, he's the man who Glamorgan need to come through over the next couple of seasons. 14 wickets at 40 this season. So obviously he'll need to get the average down a bit if he's to become more regular.
In past the umpire. Wells off the back foot this time, pushes away to the offside. There's no run.
But of course, it was strange in the game against Lancashire at Old Trafford. He hardly bowled, did he? Because
No.
I think he only bowled 4 overs in the match for tactical reasons. Obviously, Ol Hassan stuck in a few economical spells to tie them down, and Harris, Fernando were bowling well, and Crane got a shed load of wickets.
Yeah, Crane kind of mopped up, didn't he? Was it 6 in the first?
6 in the first, yeah, and 3, albeit rather more expensive, in the second.
Final ball of the over. To Wells, whipped away out towards deep backward square leg, and that's 4. And 4 for Wells brings him 1,000 runs for the season as well. These two opening batters for Lancashire, two very good friends. Well, I'm sure enjoy the fact that each other have had a very good season with the bat. 1,000 to Wells, 1,000 to Jennings for the season. Lancashire 69 without loss here.
Yes, and Jennings can remind his mate, well, I got there first. So 69 for naught, looking ominous for Glamorgan. The deficit is now down under 200 at 196, and Jennings to resume his battle with Van der Hoogten, who's bowling over the wicket now, and that's guided down towards third man. Glamorgan have just taken away the third man, so of course this will go for 4. The thunder of footsteps from Ned Leonard, who gave it a good chase, but just trickled over the boundary. The ball was always winning that one. 73 without loss, just deflected away by Jennings. Just the one step forward this time, with Van der Hoogten bowling over the wicket. Whether it's his advanced tactics designed to cope with round the wickets, maybe. Lovely sunshine at Sapphire. As forward comes Jennings, bat and pad together, playing it up to mid-off, and there is no run. So that county's vote, with Glamorgan having seemed minded to vote in favour of a reduction. Obviously the final version of the reduction was not to their liking. I'm not surprised given how complicated it was. Van der Hoogten bowls, passes the outside edge of Jennings's prod and through to Chris Cook. Frankly, I'm a little surprised that the debate over that particular model got as far as it did, on the grounds that if you have 2 tiers of 6 at the top level and then 1 tier of 6 underneath, you feel very much second-class citizens if you're one of the bottom 6, I guess. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, Jennings advances, Glamorgan keep on appealing. There's pad thrust forward with a bit of bat involved at some point, but there are a lot of decisions or factors for the umpire to take into consideration. I think Glamorgan's appealing is just to try and dissuade Jennings from advancing so far. As Van der Hoogten is on his way in again. Bowls, flicks the pad, it's well taken by Chris Cook diving down the leg side, and there is no run. So we are back at a 14-game schedule next season, albeit it will inevitably, I think, look slightly different, given that the T20 Blast is being played in a block.
Yes, and it's in three groups.
In 3 groups, yeah.
Right.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Jennings forward, defending to mid-off. Generally a tight over after the 4 was angled away off the first ball. Glorious blue skies over Sapphire Gardens. Very little cloud in the sky. Certainly as we look east, just 1 or 2 away to our left, up over the valleys, but not too much. 73 for no wicket. So 2 fewer blast games, which presumably will remove a small element of the players' grievances over playing back-to-back home and away on successive days in the blast.
Well, hopefully, because that is a bit stupid, isn't it, really? Leonard comes in and bowls to Wells. He's dropped out towards the leg side for no run.
But one of the versions that was mooted, I'm not sure if it's the final 13 match, also involved playing 2 more one-day cup games, which I have no idea how.
Yeah, that's been scrapped, isn't it?
That's been scrapped, yeah. How that one came into the mix, because that would have meant more travel again, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that was subject to losing a championship match, wasn't
yes.
it? Yeah. To try and provide some more cricket in August.
Yeah.
Leonard to Wells, reaching right for it and then punching it firmly towards Harris at mid-off, and there's no run.
And you can see the argument of the non-100 hosting counties, that it's the prime summer holidays month and there isn't as much on for 10 of the 18 counties.
Well, even those that are hosting games, is nothing, for supporters of that county, there's still only 4 games, isn't it?
Leonard.
Oh, that's a crazy catch. It's burst through the fingers. I think that's Root, isn't it, at cover. Wells will come back for 2. I'm not sure if it reached Billy Root on the full or not. I mean, if it did, it's a very, very... Well, can you even call it a chance? It was hit so firmly by Wells.
It was hard and low, and I don't know if it got to him on the full, to be honest.
I don't. certainly stung the fingers of Root. I'm not surprised. He timed the pants off that, did Wells. He's hit the ball hard this morning. He's picked out some fielders on 1 or 2 occasions. He's also nailed 1 for 4 from the first ball he faced of the morning. That one was drilled firmly to Root. Maybe on the bounce, maybe on the full. Either way, it's produced a couple for Wells. He moves to 26, 75 without loss. And Leonard sets off again. Wells defends. There's no run.
Yeah, you can see the issue for the lack of cricket in August for some grounds, and of course the more traditional county supporter who's not interested in the 100, but you know, it's there if you want it.
Leonard to Wells. It's a nice ball that just nips away past the edge of the bat.
And there's no doubt that it has reached a new constituency. Whether that new constituency is then being marketed the rest of the game of cricket in the UK is another question. You know, if you enjoy watching Welsh Fire, Manchester Originals, or whatever they will be called next season, are they officially going to be Super Giants? Is that decided yet?
I was about to say Superchargers, but that's the other lot, isn't it? No, that's, the other lot across the Pennines. As Leonard comes in and balls to Wells. Through to the keeper, end of the over. 75 without loss. Yeah, I think they are changing their name to the Super Giants.
But there needs to be a bit more marketing. I saw an interview with one of the ECB officials who admitted they hadn't really done much research on it. Whether
I saw that. I feel,
whether the 100 audience was being sold the delights of the blast as well as, you know, the next step. You enjoyed this in August, why not come along for a couple of nights earlier in the summer as well? Watch Lancashire or Glamorgan. You would have thought that was almost the first step to take when the 100 started, really. If it's meant to be a gateway into cricket. 75 for naught. Lancashire, as Van der Hoogten bowls and hits Jennings on the pads. Jennings on 49. Having reached his 1,000 for the season.
So what would the group that Glamorgan will be in for the T20 blast there next season? Is it with some kind of central...
It's Back to the Future. Not sure what it's called, but it used to be called Central Wales and West or something like that.
Yeah.
In the mid-noughties.
Great decade.
Van der Hoogten bowls. There's a bigger appeal, and this time Jennings is given out on 49. Didn't get as far forward, and Van der Hoogten has his first wicket of his 100th first-class match. It's 75 for 1.
Yeah, just shy of reaching 50, Keaton Jennings. So he has been advancing quite some way forward, hasn't he? How far forward did he get on this occasion?
Not as far, only a half step, and see why that one's been given.
You can.
Little bit of movement off the pitch.
LBW to Tim van der Gooten for 49.
Yeah.
Even so, he's given Lancashire something of a flying start as they tackled 265 posted by Glamorgan, and his 49 came off 87 deliveries, but he was hit on the pad once too often.
Yeah, he's had a, obviously, as we touched on before, when they both reached 1,000 runs for the season. For Jennings, his standards are always pretty exceptional. I think we captained the side at the start of the campaign, and in a very, very difficult 2 months. In April and May, it was pretty depressing, really.
The incoming batter for Lancashire, visiting captain Josh Bohannon.
He kind of came up, fronted up every game when Lancashire were not winning. They were relegated last year. They had a dreadful year last year, and it continued to the start of this year. And Keaton was fantastic to deal with as a captain. Came up and spoke honestly, and I thought he represented the club brilliantly as skipper. And he's done what he was saying he wanted from the team when he was captain, which is individuals kind of finding a way to succeed in whatever way that is for themselves, and he's done that this season. You can't really ask for much more. Opening batter, you churn out 1,000 runs is a pretty outstanding effort.
Was it that he felt the captaincy was hitting his own game, or did he just really not enjoy it?
No, I don't think he did hit. I mean, they were relegated last year, and he had a good year last year. I don't think he was far away from 1,000 runs last year, Jennings. So I don't think at any point watching him, I don't know whether he feels this way, but watching him, I don't think the captaincy in any way affected his batting. His standards have always been really high. He's always had pretty much every year churning out north of 800, 900 runs for Lancashire as an opening batter. So I just think it got to the point where they were bottom of Division 2, which is pretty embarrassing for a club like Lancashire. And it probably just got to the point, I think he's after 5 games he stood back as captain. They had to make some changes. And Jennings left. They're always captains, and obviously then they changed the head coach.
Van der Hoogten to Bohannon, this week's captain, and he plays no shot at his first delivery that goes through low outside off stump. He goes and flicks a blade of grass off the playing surface for no real reason. Oh, and Wells, well, that shows you that they're on the same page, because Wells went down and did likewise at the other end. Mirroring behaviour. Is Van der Hoogten into bowl, outside off stump. Bohannon playing no shot. Glamorgan like it. Asa Tribe has been added to the slip cordon for the new batter, Josh Bohannon.
They do like it, don't they? They sense a chance here. They got rid of Keaton Jennings. New batter out there.
Bohannon on 832 runs for the first class season. And one of the ever-presents. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls Bohannon, drives, it's half stopped at cover by Root. He saves probably 3 runs there with that dive, and they go through for a single to get Bohannon off the mark.
He's played every championship match, hasn't he, Bohannon?
Yes, as have Wells, Jennings, Hurst and Balderson.
Yeah, it's a great effort by Balderson. You don't often see that as a bowler, do you? I mean, he's in the team as an all-rounder, but mainly this season for his bowling. But he's churned out every single championship match, including those when it was 7 on the spin to start the season. Is a pretty impressive effort.
So, 5 in the Lancashire ranks have played all 14. 3 in the Glamorgan ranks: Zainul Hassan, Kieran Carlson and Chris Cook. As Scott disappears to update some radio listeners, and Wells blocks the last ball of the over out on the offside. No run, 76 for 1 at the end of the successful over from Tim van der Hoogten, who has played 13 out of the 14 games, so he's borne a heavy workload as the Dutch Aussie. Most games played out of the seam bowling ranks. Indeed, out of any of the bowlers. So it's been hard work for him this season, but he goes on until 27 he's contracted to, so another 2 years of Tim van der Hoogten. Kenneth Davis is back in the attack. Back on the mic.
Ready to go. Boredanek.
Boreda.
Glorious morning once more. Autumnal scene at Sophia Gardens. Ned Leonard has bowled well this morning, despite not getting a reward in the wickets column. Here he goes, and it's full, and it's dug out by Bohannon. He's got a bit of shape to it this morning, as Ned Leonard. He's pitched it up, and he, rather than Tim van der Hoogten, possibly looked like picking a wicket. Incidentally, I just nipped out to the commentary box, and the wicket fell. So I should do more often. I just heard the appeal and raced back in as Ned Leonard comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Right arm around to Wells, who comfortably leaves outside off stump despite the groans in the slip cordon. No prizes for guessing from whom. 2 slips. Mid-wicket. There is a third man in place. Fine leg. Point. Backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Here comes Leonard charging in. Bowls full again, and big stride forward, more so. That's a glorious shot from Wells right towards the pitch of the ball, and that sped away to the offside boundary in the shadow of the grandstand. Glorious shot from Wells.
Yeah, it looked initially like a defensive shot, didn't it? It was a very, very firm prod.
Timing
through the offside, which is the shorter boundary towards the grandstand.
Imperious timing by Wells. But as Nick said, it was just a push, but it sped away. 81 for 1. Glamorgan have had the breakthrough they desired, and Leonard, and it forces Wells to rock back in defensive mode that time and pushes forward. There's no run. Did I hear you correct saying that the Manchester Originals will be no longer in terms of their name? Is that correct?
That's the probability, I think.
Why is that?
Because of the Indian takeover.
Right, okay, so is that to sort
the
of
link up brand synergy, old boy.
Okay. Leonard in bowls. The problem with that competition is a lot of people don't know what the names currently are.
Yeah, so there's also, when I went up to Old Trafford, there was an entire room worth of Manchester Originals stash, presumably for the players and associated management and staff, which of course will be now out of date.
Indeed. Last ball of the over. Leonard, formerly of Somerset, of course, comes in round the wicket, and that's a push down to third man, comes across. There could be 2, no there isn't. They settle for an easy 1 end of the over. So they've had the breakthrough. It's been a long time coming because there wasn't much going on out on the wicket. Pretty uneventful last night between Jennings and Wells, but Glamorgan, hopefully, having taken 1, others will follow.
Yes, the new owner of Manchester Originals, an Indian group, has confirmed that that's going to happen to tie in with the Lucknow Supergiants in India and the Durban Supergiants in South Africa. So I suppose it makes sense in terms of marketing if you're into that form of cricket. I'm intrigued to see how the Welsh Fire / Washington Freedom link up will change marketing, if at all, whether both sides will just be reduced to WF. Washington Fire. 82 for 1. As that has almost cut Wells in half. It was a fine delivery from Van der Hoogten, no contact made, and Wells leans on his bat and looks in rather relieved manner down on the pitch. That one beat the inside edge, and it was over the top of middle and off. He didn't know much about it.
The thing about the 100, it's an alien concept, and this isn't knocking the competition. At the outset, it was an alien concept to everybody because it was new, and we'll pick up after this ball.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Wells, who blocks it out on the leg
but
side.
As soon as there's some kind of connection between fan and team, they go and change the name.
It's not ideal, is it?
Bizarre. Because I was present with the family for a few of Welsh Fire's games. What you can't argue with, as you alluded to earlier, is it has brought in a neutral kind of fan. It is marketed well. A bucket load of money is thrown at it.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Wells is hit on the pad, but well forward. And that is going to happen in South London as well.
Is it?
Where the Oval Invincibles are expected to rebrand as MI London.
Ridiculous.
To go in line with the Indian owners. Or co-owners, as that's dabbed down on the offside by Wells.
Because crowds have been very more than promising. They've been good crowds here from a Welsh Fire perspective, despite not achieving results on the field this year.
So apparently, I read, the original, of course, being the Mumbai Indians, but there's already MI Cape Town, MI New York, MI Emirates, and now MI London, which could cause a bit of confusion with London Spirit, the North London side.
Yeah, which isn't changing.
Well, who knows? Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Wells on the defensive. Was the less aggressive of the opening partners, but Jennings has gone
It's
there.
the nature of the beast. Franchise, anything can change at any point.
Yeah, that is indeed. Well, if we look at the American franchise model, the nickname, if you like, stays, and then
The city
or
changes,
state, you
yeah,
can play it
yeah.
anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
As Van der Hoogten bowls to Wells, who drives beautifully through the offside. No one moved in the infield. It's fielded by one of Glamorgan's 12thers. I think it was Eddie Byram. And Lancashire move on to 86 for 1 with Wells on 35 and Bohannon on 2. And there are counties that have been pushing hard for 100 franchises. Bristol, Durham notably. Whether the competition will be expanded to potentially 10 teams, we wait to see.
But would you have a franchise in that would, if there was a franchise in Bristol, that would be instead of, you wouldn't have a franchise in Bristol and Cardiff, would you?
I don't
Ideally.
know. I don't know.
Because I would have thought, and I've got no stats to back this up, or data, as Leonard starts another over from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over, and that's creamed, but fielded at point. And there's no run. I would have thought that it brings fans from across the bridge.
Yeah, some, but a lot of the Gloucester and Somerset supporters would not want to travel to see something that's got Welsh in the title because they wouldn't feel part of it.
Possibly. Although, as Leonard starts his run-up, bowls full, and that is creamed as well, and well fielded by, I think it's a Tribe, yes it is, at cover. Although when I was present here for the London Spirit game, there were a couple that were interviewed that came from the Isle of Man. Bizarrely, I don't know why. There must have been a reason. There must have been a connection somewhere. But I get your point. We've debated this, that instead of franchise cricket, you get geographical areas as regional teams. Leonard comes in over the wicket bowls, so you get your Gloucester, Somerset and Glamorgan. Yes. And so forth. That might bring more of an affinity between supporters and the team itself.
Yeah. I would agree with that, and I've been putting forward that point of view for about 5 years, and
with no
success whatsoever. But then I'm not exactly the target market for the 100, I guess.
Leonard starts his run-up, jogging in past the umpire, bowls slightly shorter than that time, and that's prodded into the offside where it's fielded by Tribe. There's no run. 86 for 1 if you're joining us. The wicket to fall this morning, that of Keaton Jennings, who passed 1,000 runs in the over previous, and then was struck on the pads and given out LBW off the bowling of Timmy van der Hoogten for 49. So Wells is still in situ on 35. Bohannon, the captain, unbeaten on 2, and it is Bohannon that takes guard. In comes Leonard, and that's a flash. Didn't completely time that. Whacked it out to mid-off where Sam Northeast fields, and they take a single.
Some further contributions. Neil Thornycroft says, I'm glad Glamorgan has stayed Glamorgan. I know, bar humbug.
Well, that changed for
Yes,
a time.
it was
people
for
forget.
one season. It was Welsh Dragons in the blast.
It was, yeah.
I think possibly at the suggestion of the players,
Yeah.
or with some players' input anyway.
Leonard coming around to Wells, bowls, good length delivery, and well forward is the opening batter, and it's a dot ball, end of the over, and Leonard getting into the groove without much success in terms of wickets, but he's bowling at a good pace, good length as well. 87 for 1 are Lancashire in reply to Glamorgan's 265.
Yeah, tidy spell from Leonard. It's not for 25 off 8, but he has gone past the edge a few times. Glamorgan were Glamorgan Dragons for a while. It's a bit messy, the blast marketing at the moment, because some teams still have those nicknames.
Birmingham, Warwickshire.
I'd lose track.
Are they Birmingham Phoenix or whatever they are these days?
Birmingham Phoenix is the 100, I think.
Oh yes.
Are they just the Bears in the blast?
Bears.
These?
Oh yeah.
I believe. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Bohannon carves it away through the offside, a little bit short from Van der Hoogten, and smacked away between point and cover for a very definite boundary by Josh Bohannon. Nicely timed from the new Lancashire captain. 91 for 1. Could get confusion if you're turning up and you think you're going to see the Birmingham cricket side and you end up watching the Bristol rugby side. Both the Bears.
Yeah.
John Hughes, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, suggests Welsh freedom and firefighters, activities which all humanity can support. Freedom and firefighting.
Yes, I like it.
91 for 1 in this championship match, day 2, between Glamorgan and Lancashire, as Van der Hoogten is in bowls and Bohannon squirts another one off a thick edge down towards backward point. There'll be at least one. They'll turn, come back for a second. Zainul Hassan slides enthusiastically, but unfortunately slides past the ball, and I think the second was always going to be fairly safe. 93 for 1, having started the morning at 55 without a loss. The forecast set fair for today and tomorrow. Saturday, possibly less so. As Van der Hoogten on his way in again, as a little bit of cloud comes over for the first time, and bowls to Bohannon, bowled him. Van der Hoogten gets a second. He's enjoying this match, a half century and the first 2 wickets to fall. Bohannon goes for 9. It's 93 for 2.
Yeah, straight through the gate, but Tim Van der Hoogten's been probing in the last few overs, and he got Jennings LBW, and the captain Bohannon never really got going. Bit of shape possibly as well.
Just a little bit of away movement off the pitch.
I think there might have been, Nick, just a fraction, but it was a beauty from Timmy Van der Hoogten. And as we mentioned, 1 brings 2, and there could be a flurry. 93 for 2.
Yes, Kieran Carlson said rather hopefully, I thought, or optimistically in the interview, it might be the sort of pitch where 3 or 4 wickets go in a cluster. Well, players always say that when they're about to bowl, but yeah, Van der Hoogten's picked up a couple in reasonably quick succession. Jennings for 49 and Bohannon now for 9. Weather forecast for Saturday is somewhat moist in this part of the world, I think. The reasonable likelihood of showers from, well, late morning onwards really. So it might be a match that these two teams think they have to win in 3 days if they're going to win it. Bell, in his 6th match of the season, not really got going, only averaging 17, so I'm sure a flourish to end the season would be very welcome from his point of view. And looking at the BBC and the Met Office forecast, they do suggest that we might not get much play on Saturday. With
well, it's the start of the rugby season, so it's a must.
So you're taking the microphone on Saturday?
I will be popping over not far from this position to the Arms Park, where Cardiff entertain the Lions of South Africa.
Haven't you got a car or something? Kenneth Davis only works within walking distance of his house.
It's in my contract.
93 for 2.
Yeah. So amid the uncertainty, the season goes on.
Indeed, as Van der Hoogten into bowl past the outside edge of Bell's bat and through to Chris Cook.
And just as a footnote to that 100 chat, nothing to do with the names or branding or marketing or anything, I have to say, brought my family here, and fair play, and as do the county cricket sides. Every member of the team took time to give autographs. Steve Smith was having photos with everybody. Johnny Bairstow et al.
Yeah.
So it was very good.
Van der Hoogten is into bowl, clipped away through the leg side by Bell. We'll get a couple, maybe 3, to get him off the mark. Northeast is charging afterwards, picks it up just inside the boundary, and Bell decides that he will trot back in reasonable comfort for the 3rd run, as the throw came in from wide, long on. 96 for 2.
It was funny, however, when Ben Kellaway came around and he saw me and he said, "Gosh, haven't you got anything better to do?"
Oh dear.
He did take a cracking catch in that game. I think that was the Trent Rockets.
Was that one he got the man of the match?
He may have. He took a scream of a catch,
a
but
few wickets and
Joe
a couple
Root
of catches, I think.
won the game for Trent Rockets.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's worked away on the offside by Wells. No run. Fielded by Leonard at backward point. End the over, 96 for 2. So a reminder for the rugby fans among you that Sale actually start their campaign tonight.
Oh, do they?
Against Gloucester Welsh, the Gloucester Welsh. There are a few Welsh players usually in the Gloucester lineup, so that's a home game for Sale this evening. Tomorrow, Dragons are away to Ulster in the United Rugby Championship, and on Saturday, Cardiff against the Johannesburg-based Lions that Kenneth is doing on S4C. Scarlets against Munster is a 5:30 kick-off, and the Ospreys are already over in South Africa against the Bulls in Pretoria.
That's going to be a very, very tough start at Loftus Versfeld.
Yeah, it doesn't usually happen that they're away in the Southern Hemisphere for the first block for the Welsh sides. But that's the way it goes for the Ospreys.
I presume then that they're playing one of the other ones
I presume it's a 2-week
in the second week. I've
Usually
not
is.
looked at the Ospreys fixtures, I have to say. I'll have a quick scan. Yes,
what? The 11th, they're home.
No,
Oh,
on
no,
the
the
3rd,
4th.
they're playing the Stormers.
3rd, yeah.
Not a bad place to visit, the Stormers ground in Cape Town. As Zain Ul Hassan, there's a change in place of Ned Leonard from the Cathedral Road end. That's played towards mid-on, and there's no run. Zain Ul Hassan still struggling with the bat. This season it has been a theme. Well, he was struggling. He was out first ball in the Glamorgan innings, bowled by Tom Bailey, one of his 5 victims. Ul Hassan, medium pacer, starts jogging in, bowls. Slightly short of the length that time, and it's the same result out to mid-on, and it's a dot ball.
Yes, I thought there might have been a possibility that Eddie Byram would have come in to open alongside Tribe and maybe play Ul Hassan in the middle order to take a bit of the pressure off him with the bat.
Yeah, he's not had much cricket this year, is Eddie Byram. Started the season, but of course Tribe has come through. Zainul Hassan, good delivery again, and again it's out to mid-on where James Harris fields.
Yeah, Byram did have a bit of a chance in the One Day Cup where he got a 90, a 60, 40,
Well,
the 20s, so a reasonable campaign overall, just 2 cheap dismissals in the 7 games.
Ul Hassan coming in, 4th ball, and that's driven firmly. I don't think it'll go all the way, no it won't, not completely timed, and mid-off is after it. That is Tim van der Hoogten, and they'll pick up a couple. I think he scored 2 tons in the one day as last year at the start of the campaign, but unfortunately thereafter he was injured.
Yes, well, it's the first season that he's actually been fit all year. I think Eddie Byram has had some terrible luck with
Well, the
injuries.
season before, if you remember, I think we were both down in Hovnik where he took a nasty bang.
From Mills.
Yes, it was. And that is going to hurt as Ul Hassan comes in. Oh, that's a very good ball. Pitched it up, and that whizzed past the outside edge. A bit of lift as well, taken by Chris Cook.
Yeah, Mills, who's probably got more difference between his fastest and his slower balls than anyone else on the county circuit. His fast ball is very fast, his slow one is very slow.
He had a hip injury then for a while, did Eddie Byram. 3 slips for Zainul Hassan, last ball of the over. Bowls, and that's cream. That was short and wide, and the punishment was dished out accordingly by Bell, and that was a shame because up until that point it was a decent over. So century up for Lancashire, 102 for 2.
This is in reply to 265, so they've already whittled away a fair chunk of the deficit, have the visitors, and despite losing those 2 wickets to Van der Hoogten, they're quite strongly placed, and Van der Hoogten once more to the well, dear boy. He's going to continue. Bowled for the best part of an hour this morning. Tim van der Hoogten next week, and he can put his feet up, and boy does he deserve it. 2 wickets and a half century in his 100th first-class match, as that beats the outside edge of Wells's prod, and that's come back a long way because that's actually taken by Cook going to his right towards the leg side. Tremendous delivery. Wells survives on 35 not out. 86 deliveries now.
I haven't seen Mason Crane yet. No, in terms of his bowling. Thought he would have had a go at some point.
Van der Hoogten in, and Wells defending. And on the offside to Mason Crane to prove that he is
on the field.
Yes, he had me wondering for a moment.
Just thought he might have been given a bowl at some point. He did.
Yes.
Carlson came on late last night just to tie up the end prior to stumps.
Might have been something to do with the 2 left-handers opening. Not sure what the theory was there, but Crane's out there. I'm sure he will get a bowl before lunch. Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Wells works on the leg side, will pick up the single. Ul Hassan, who's an extremely enthusiastic fielder, gets to it quickly and deters them from taking the second run. A little bit breezier by the sound of the effects microphone this morning. Trees not waving around too much though. On the banks of the River Taff, a glorious vista. If you fancy coming along Well, it's today and tomorrow, really.
Don't bother
Good
Saturday.
weather. Wouldn't bother scheduling it for Saturday unless you're a very committed supporter. 103 for 2. Van der Hoogten to Bell, who's defending it back to the bowler. No run. So an excellent start by Van der Hoogten. First hour, well, Lancashire have lost a couple of wickets, but they've added 48 runs. So they will still have high hopes of a first innings lead in this final match of the season. As Lancashire look for a third win of the championship campaign. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bell plays it on the leg side, popped a little bit. Didn't get anywhere near carrying to Leonard at mid-wicket. It wasn't entirely under control. Lancashire with a fair smattering of draws, but
8 draws.
8 draws, yeah. 1-2, lost 3. Started around 36 points behind Glamorgan, who are secure in second. Van der Hoogten bowls and Bell just plays this one gently to mid-on. There is no run. At the end of the over, Lancashire are 103 for 2. The deficit is a mere 162, but although Bell's 9 off 11, Wells is not going anywhere in a hurry, as James Harris is warming up for a spell, potentially to take over from Van der Hoogten, I guess.
Yes, I'd have thought so. He bowled. We started at the Cathedral Road end, did bowl from the Taff end later on, but it will be Zainul Hassan shining aggressively as Sam Northeast in his last game as captain, of course, before moving back to his county of origin, Kent. So standing up is Chris Cook to Zainul Hassan. On strike is Wells. Ul Hassan fuller that time. It was firmly driven but straight to short cover, and there's no run.
Well, Nottinghamshire edging closer to the title in Division 1. They've bowled out Warwickshire for 258 knots in reply of 35 without loss. Slow going, 16th over, but they don't need a maximum haul.
Zainul Hassan, that's a shout, but he was straying down leg. Ingram is after it, and they take a single. 104 for 2, and they trail Lancashire trail by 161.
Surrey, the defending champions, well, they're going to concede a lead to Hampshire. Hampshire 191 for 6, 44 ahead of Surrey. Hampshire looking to keep their place in the top flight if it does remain at 10.
Zainul Hassan, and that's pitched up, and rocking back is Bell, and there's no run. There's a bit of a fight at the other end of the table.
There is, yeah. Hampshire, as I say, doing well against Surrey. Durham against Yorkshire, they're playing each other. Durham, I think it was 6 points behind Yorkshire at the start. Durham made 346 all out, so they got 2 batting points compared to Yorkshire's 3 bowling points.
Zainul Hassan, formerly of Worcester, of course, and Worcester, that's a dot ball incidentally out to mid-off. Worcester down already to Division 2, so it's just a case, so it's a bit of a scrap. Yorkshire there or thereabouts, Durham
and Hampshire, the main 3, but
yeah.
Sussex and Essex mathematically as well need to make sure they avoid disasters. Yorkshire is scrapping hard, they're 0 for 0 in the 4th over.
Yorkshire, of course, went up last year. from this division. That's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, so confirmed as 10-team First Division for next season and the 14 fixtures, which means that you don't play everyone twice. So Glamorgan won't find out until November their destinations.
Zainul San, and that's off the edge, but completely under control as it goes out to try, but backward point. And it's a dot ball, the end of the over, and just one coming off the over. 104 for 2. Wells is 36. Bell is 9.
Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is James Harris.
And as we thought, there will be a change from the river end.
Yes, well, Van der Hoogten's bowled for the first hour more or less. Ravi Ashwin, the Indian spinner, is to become the first men's Indian international to play in the Big Bash, having retired from the IPL as well as international cricket, which means that he's eligible for global franchise leagues. It'll be interesting to see how many Indian players spread into other franchises now that the Indian owners have taken over large chunks of other franchise leagues.
So is this a surprise that only now it's happening?
104 for 2. Harris is in to bowl. Wells drives nicely, but a scrambling stop at mid-off by Tim van der Hoogten, who's not out of the action for long. Yes, he just finished bowling, and of course with a rueful grin from Van der Hoogten to acknowledge that, while he was hoping to graze quietly for a few overs maybe.
There is a chance that he won't graze quietly at mid-off though.
The next ball gets driven very firmly to his side, so he had to go scrambling down. As Harris is in from the river end, bowls, and Wells just plays that one defensively and slightly suspiciously, as though the ball kicked up a little bit. Scott must be enjoying the Cardiff sunshine so much that he's
has he forgotten the time?
Reluctant to rejoin us.
Although this is the I don't know, you might get the sunshine at the moment and before it
yeah, a little bit of sunshine on the corner of this stand sometimes, or at this time of year anyway. Van der Hoogten bowls and Wells blocks another one out on the offside, and there is no run. There are a few people in the front bit of the Castell Howell stand as enter stage right, ears burning. I told you not to say that about him, Kenneth. Scott Reed will be with us very shortly. 104 for 2. Wells happy to take the odd chance and soak up the pressure otherwise, and defends again. And he, like Jennings earlier, is skipping base down, 2 down, even if he's defending.
yeah.
104 for 2. If you're just joining us, Jennings was like before to Van der Hoogten for 49. That was 75 for 1. And then Bohannon bowled off stump by a peach of a delivery from Van der Hoogten for 9. That was 93 for 2. It's now 104 for 2 in reply to 265. Harris bowls and Wells flicks it away on the leg side, but doesn't get a full bat on it, and it bounces down to Ul Hassan, who's at a fairly wide-ish fine leg in that short corner of the ground next to the main entrance. 105 for 2. Wells to 37 not out. Passed 1,000 runs, as did Keaton Jennings before he was dismissed. 3 slips settle for the relatively new batter George Bell. As Harris bowls, Bell drives into the leg side, more work for Van der Hoogten, and He gets the ball slightly wearily, and they came back for a second run. 107 for 2. Luke Wells has 37. George Bell has 11. And Kenneth Davis will be joined by Scott Reed.
Thank you, Nick. So, still striving for that next wicket that could prove crucial in the context of the match. Of course, there is some ugly weather in the air on Saturday, so both teams mindful that they might need to make a fist of it in 3 days rather than 4. And it will be Zain ul Hassan with Chris Cook standing up, continuing from the Cathedral Road end. In he comes, and that's pushed into the offside where it's fielded by Captain Sam Northeast, and there's no run. So good spell earlier from the Cathedral Road end by Ned Leonard. Probably deserved a wicket because he was probing a good line outside off stump. The ball whizzed past the outside edge on a few occasions. As Ul Hassan comes in, bowls, and forward is Wells to the pitch of the ball, and it dribbles down to James Harris at mid-off. But it was Timmy van der Hoogten that got the breakthrough. Keaton Jennings, and then Josh Bohannon, who didn't stick around for long, was bowled by the Dutch international. Nothing much untoward going on, it has to be said, to aid the bowlers. Zain ul Hassan coming in, and some encouragement there, just sort of ricocheted off the bat pad, and it's another dot ball. Scott Reed is back in residence, so to speak. Did you venture out last night?
Oh, last night? Well, I have ventured out since I was last on commentary. Not sunbathing. You can't sunbathe in September in Cardiff. It's not going to happen in that.
No.
It's a bit too chilly outside. It's lovely in the sunshine, but you still need a coat.
Zain ul Hassan coming in. Good length delivery, and that's played out to point, and no run is possible.
But no, I had a quiet night last night, actually. I was
saying it could be, it can be like the Wild West down there, because and you've got the students are back in.
Well, I heard them. Oh my word, I heard them.
The students are back.
So right opposite my hotel there's a bar, which is open until good knows
in Cardiff.
No, quite. Which is open until good knows what time. So I went to close the curtains last night. I mean, it was midnight. You know, go to bed, people. But no. The queue to get into the bar.
Zain ul Hassan coming in, and that's prodded into the offside, and there's no run. Another dot ball.
You know, when you're feeling old, when you look at the queue and everybody queuing to get in is having to produce ID to show that they're old enough to get in. It's like, oh dearie me. So yeah, it was lively. When I was walking through the train station, so I arrived on Tuesday night, the train was late on coming down from Manchester, and it hit a cow. Unfortunately, I don't know how the cow was in the end, but the cow
let's
was okay.
hope that.
Yeah, fingers crossed, the cow's okay.
Yeah.
So it hit a cow on the way down, so we had to wait while the cow was looked at.
Last ball of the over, and that's worked into the onside. A maiden from Zain ul Hassan, 107 for 2. Yeah, but it is Freshers, isn't it? Freshers week.
Is it? Oh,
yeah, so it's a bit of carnage usually.
Well, when I arrived late on the Tuesday, because unfortunately this poor cow was struck by the train, and I had to walk from the train station to the hotel, went through the city centre. Tuesday night, I'm thinking this is going to be pretty quiet. My word.
Oh yes, yeah, very lively.
What's it going to be like on Friday?
Oh yes, yeah. I
might go out on Friday. I might just go for it. Just get out there and just if you're in Cardiff on a Friday night, Freshers Week, I think I'll be home by 9 o'clock.
It's not for the faint-hearted.
I think I should get involved in that. It's Harris with 3 slips waiting, balls to Bell. It's his birthday today, George Bell, as he drives to mid-on, and there's no run, fielded by Van der Hoogten. So yeah, it was lively on the Tuesday night. Last night at midnight, this bar opposite, they were queuing to get in at midnight, showing their ID. So yeah. Presumably, as the week goes on, Thursday night, and then when you get to Friday, it's just going to be absolute chaos, isn't it, really? It's going to be Busy with the city centre. Harris in, balls to Bell. He drives away again into the offside. No run. So I might need some advice as to what to do on Friday night.
Well, the thing is as well, you've got the Cardiff University Freshers Week, and then the Cardiff Met Freshers Week. So I don't know which is which at the
Are they
moment.
different weeks?
Well, they might very well be
dear me.
if the term starts early or later
Right.
for one or the other.
Goodness. Wow. 107 for 2. And it's Harris. And then balls to Bell. He drives from a full-length delivery to mid-off, and there's no run. I actually heard someone at breakfast this morning complaining about the the noise from the bar opposite the hotel. I'm not sure there's much you can do about it.
Was it a topic of discussion at breakfast?
It was. I heard someone on the table behind me. Oh, I got no sleep last night. They were queuing to get into this bar. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they weren't happy. Harris again to Bell. It's turned up towards mid-on for no
Little
run.
did you know, half of them were the Lancashire team. No, they weren't. They were, yeah, exactly.
Celebrating Bell's birthday, yeah. Birthday drinks tonight in a city centre. So yes, I look forward to that a little bit. But no, last night I stayed in. Didn't do much last night.
You behaved.
I behaved last night. Yeah, I was too tired. Called it quits after something to eat. Thursday night and Friday night. Harris balls full again and off stump, and on the drive goes Bell.
Well, especially if the glammy guys think they're D-mob happy, you know.
Well, I think there's quite a bit of that around everybody, isn't there? There's definitely an end of term feel to it, definitely. And why not? It's long season, isn't it? 107 for 2. Final ball of the over. Harris turns, and he comes again with Bell unbeaten on 11. He's over the wicket, and Bell turns it away off his pads out towards the leg side and scampers through for a quick single. Bit of hesitation. They agree on 2, and Bell hurries back for a second. He moves on to 13. End of the over. 109 for 2. Wells on 37 and Bell on 13. I just don't know Cardiff well enough to know exactly where to go.
Well, you're not far from the thoroughfare there if you want some action.
The main bit, right, okay.
You're very close to the shopping thoroughfare, which is Queen Street.
Okay.
And then just if those who know Cardiff well, St Mary Street is very lively.
And where would you go where people are not being asked for ID? So slightly,
there are plenty of
sensible
there
bar.
are plenty of sensible bars.
Right.
There are plenty of sensible bars. Zain Hassan continues. That's whipped into the onside, and there's no run anywhere on St Mary Street. There's a few there.
Good. Okay. St Mary Street.
So just carry on near towards the castle.
Okay. Well, that's only there, isn't it? Yeah, just across the park. Right.
You won't have to go far.
No.
Put it like that.
That's excellent. Very good. I'm avoiding that place outside my hotel, that's for certain. It was called a wine lodge. It's definitely not a wine lodge.
Well, Zainul Hassan. And there was a bit of flight, and I think Wells was trying to play that through the offside and ended up going through mid-wicket for 4. Slightly streaky-ish, but they all count, and that's another boundary to his tally. He's into the 40s off 103 balls. Luke Wells, who struck a ton, didn't he, in the second innings against Glamorgan at Old Trafford. Well, I think he picked up a few wickets as well. Zain ul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end, 113 for 2 at Lancashire. In he comes, bowls, and that was uppish from Wells. Might have been a bit of bat involved as it looped up on the where short leg would have been. no damage done.
He did. He made 102 in the
There we
second
are,
innings
yeah.
against Glamorgan and picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 57 in a win for Glamorgan by 154 runs.
Here is Zainul Hassan, and that's a dot ball again.
It's a terrific win that for Glamorgan.
It was.
Just because not many teams win at Old Trafford.
I think that was the win. Nick might concur that you thought, yes, it's looking good, and it wasn't signed, sealed, and delivered by any means, but
the champagne was on ice.
It was sort of indicative of how they were going, how the upward curve was going.
Nick was dancing down the streets of Stretford after that victory.
Zainul Hassan coming in, bowls, and that's full. And Wells on one knee gets to the pitch of the ball and goes out to the onside. There's no run.
Yes, it was a win that probably killed off Lancashire's hopes of trying to sneak in to the top 2.
I was noticing Old Trafford advertising international cricket next year already. India in town in terms of, I know there's a one-dayer here. Zainul Hassan coming in. Forward is Wells to the pitch of the ball, out to Harris at mid-off. There's a one-dayer here in June, July, I believe, against India. And then Sri Lanka is the T20 international in September. So Safari Gardens hoping for better weather than they had a couple of weeks back when South Africa were the visitors. That was awful. That was back and forth, and they had a 9-over dash in the end, which was a bit pointless, but there we are.
Did you not enjoy that 9-over dash?
Most of my time was spent in a watering hole on Cathedral Road, unfortunately.
Right.
Well, I would have enjoyed to be watching some cricket.
It's Harris in balls to Bell, who punches into the offside for no run.
Of course, they're Australia here the year before, and it was a Friday night game, and the weather was good, and it was packed out. So it was a stark contrast, unfortunately.
Yes, it did look a bit bleak, did that?
India in town means one thing for me.
Right.
I cannot park anywhere in the vicinity of my house.
Harris to Bell. That's defended, no run.
It is a nightmare.
Right.
So I shall have to not go anywhere. Just keep my car
there,
outside the house.
Don't move it. Don't leave the city.
No.
In that period. So that's a one-day international here, is it?
I think that's a one-day international, yeah. Right. That's early on in the season.
Right. Bell on 13, Harris over the wicket balls. Nicely played by Bell. Tucks it away beautifully through the leg side off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. Stopped out on the boundary rope by Crane, and Bell will come back for 3. Nice shot, nice piece of fielding by Crane. Bell moves on to 13, 116 for 2. Old Trafford, they've got some T20 World Cup fixtures next year.
Right. Yeah,
quite a few of them.
Something has flashed on one of my social media pages.
Right. Flocking tickets.
Flocking tickets. Yeah.
Well, they've definitely got quite a few T20 World Cup matches at Old Trafford next year in the Women's T20 World Cup. Harris to Wells. It's pushed away to the offside for no run.
Still no gremlins in the pitch though, by and large. No. We've seen a few that's come down more to line and length from Ned Leonard from the near side, the Cathedral Road side, but Tim Van Hoogten obviously has picked up his wickets.
Well, Tom Bailey last night after the day's play.
What was the verdict on?
Well, he said that he did a bit more from this Cathedral Road end. There wasn't much in it bowling from the river end, he said, but it seemed to do a little bit more from this end, the Cathedral Road end. It's Tom's view of it yesterday. I did say that I'm kind of hoping to. Harris is back into Wells. Oof, he's hit that.
Tracking shot.
Yeah, that's 4. Wells, he only hits it like that. He's such a tall man, isn't he? He kind of has such a presence, a dominating presence. A real flamboyant looking shot for 4. It's just back on the replay here. Harris comes in, shuffle forward, bang, up and over extra cover towards the boundary for 4. So yeah, but I think Tom was saying last night that they were hoping that maybe we could think of getting Glamorgan out for kind of 160, 170, but they fought back pretty well in the afternoon. Lancashire didn't bowl quite as well after lunch as they did in the morning, but overall he was pretty happy with to bowl Glamorgan out in Cardiff on the first day, and
it was still an under par score.
It was, wasn't it? So. Yeah, I think probably this start might reflect that, but it could have been worse, couldn't it, for Glamorgan?
It could have, yeah. But for the intervention of Tim van der Hoogten and help from Mason Crane, put on 82. Ul Hassan continuing from the Cathedral Road end, and that's straight down leg, and it's missed everybody, and it's raced down to the boundary for 4. Kind of delivery that is an absolute nightmare for keepers. Byes given, and that wayward from Zainul Hassan. Trudging back is Colin Ingram. The ball usually gets lost somewhere down there under the side screen, a hovercraft or whatever, but it's in the possession of Tim van der Hoogten, who rubs it and tosses it back to Zainul Hassan, who comes in. Chris Cook standing up, and that's played into the onside, and there's no run. So just, what are we, 35 minutes before lunch, 36 minutes before lunch. Just this period where if Glamorgan take a wicket, they will hope that it gives them a bit of momentum in the context of the game. Zainul Hassan coming in, bowls short of the length, and yes, too short, too wide, and punishment dished out by George Bell through the covers for 4.
Hit that nicely, didn't he? They say a bit of width there for Bell to
just drag that down. It's far too short, far too wide, and he's not going to miss out. Is George Bell. So they're just digging in after losing Jennings and Bohannon this morning at Lancashire. Short run up for Zainul Hassan coming in. Better ball that time, better length, and it's a dot ball. Overnight they were 55 without loss. So they've made steady progress, have Lancashire, despite losing 2 wickets. Bell on strike. This is Zainul Hassan. It's full Yorker length, and they take a quick single to the arm of Tim van der Hoogten, but they are back with something to spare.
It was a cheeky single, that wasn't it? It was quick. To both be on the same wavelength. Bell running to the danger end, of course.
He's got a good arm as Tim van der Hoogten, however he's gone through an awful lot of work batting and bowling and fielding evidently during this game. Last ball of the over. An expensive one it has been from Zainul Hassan. That is a dot ball. 9 coming off the over. Wells is 45. Bell is making headway. 21 from 30 deliveries, 129 for 2. While Lancashire in reply to 265.
Yep, 2 wickets to fall. Jennings for 49. And Bohannon for 9. Van der Hoogten with both wickets for Glamorgan in the LBW, and then he bowled Bohannon.
Yeah, there was just a bit of movement, just left Bohannon slightly, a fraction. Very good ball.
Did you see where the bail ended up? Did you spot that?
No.
So the bail, because James Harris came to go and pick it up, and he stood staring at the bail after Bohannon's dismissal. It must have been comfortably as Harris comes in and bowls to Bell. Bell turns it in towards the onside and comes back for 2. It must have gone at least 20 yards back behind from where the wicketkeeper was standing, and it was stuck into the turf. It wasn't like flat on the grass, it was actually wedged into the grass. Was the bail, and Harris came across to look at it, and the umpire came over to pick it up. It's like, how on earth has it gone all the way back there? And the ball clattered in towards the stumps. The bail must have gone 40 yards behind the wickets and down into the turf. Harris bowls, Bell drives, 1 bounce back to Harris, and there's no run. So I don't know whether it was picked up on the camera footage or not, but it flew a mile, did the bail.
I must have missed that entirely.
Well, that's what I was stood outside at the time, and yeah, went a long way back. A flying bail. Be a good name for a pub, that. 131 for 2. Bell's on 32. There's Harris. Sends off and bowls. Bell looks to try and pull it. Oh, he's wrapped him on the midriff somewhere.
Well, funny you should say that, because Bale's pub isn't far away. Gareth Bale's pub. So that's one you can go to.
Right, that sounds like it's more up my street.
That is a sports bar. 11s, other bars are available in Cardiff, but and that is exactly opposite the castle.
Right, okay. Maybe I'll have a little look around there tonight. 132 for 2. And Bell moves on to 24. Pushed away to the offside by Luke Wells, and there's no run. Two balls left of the over. Yeah, very patient knock from Luke Wells. Building steadily here. Lancashire opener. Cracks that one away into the offside.
Eddie Byram is on. Didn't see who departed, but he was fielding there at cover. Process of elimination to see who's gone off.
Final ball of the over around the wicket. Harris to Wells. That'll be 4. Lovely looking shot. He's played that a couple of times this morning, and a similar outcome from the first ball he faced.
Oh, he's trotting off now. Right, it was Tribe momentarily that left the field of play. Eddie Byram, 12th man, who's recently signed a new contract.
The Cathedral Road end coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Mason Crane.
Could pull it in. Just Scott will depart to entertain the thousands. And Nick will rejoin me in the commentary box. There will be a change, and it will be, for the first time, entering the fray, Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end. Thought we might have had a bowl last night, but it was Kieran Carlson at just before stumps. So the spin of Mason Crane for the first time will be introduced. And in he comes and bowls. First ball whipped away, bit of a loosener, and that might go all the way for 4. Yes, it does. It beats backward, deep backward square. And that a loosener in every sense of the word.
Yes. You expect the odd bad delivery from a leg spinner, and he's got it out the way first up.
Bell moves to 28.
Good season though, 19 wickets at 25 at the moment.
Yeah, he took 6 in the first innings against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Here he comes in, bowls. And that's whipped into the onside. Just a single on offer that time as deep backward square comes round. It is thrown back in by Billy Root. So some adjustments in the field for Mason Crane, with just under half an hour to go before lunch. 10:30 starts, of course, in Championship cricket in September. Due to the light, Mason Crane coming in, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Wells, who knocks that for a single, and that is his half century. And it's been a well-deserved half century as well. Methodically going about his business, 50 from 115 balls, raises his bat aloft, takes the applause at Sophia Gardens, and if Lancashire are going to do well in this game, well, a lot rests on Luke Wells to kick on. Crane coming in, bowls, oh, that was cut and it looped up, bizarre shot, and it bounced just shy of what is backward point placement.
8 fours for Wells' 50.
Crane coming in, one slip, short leg is in place, and that's engineered. Yes, they will take a single. Just thought momentarily about it. He was just wide of Zainul Hassan, so gave enough room to dash for the single. Crane coming into the left-handed Wells, who plays into the offside, but there is no run. The end of the over, Wells has just had his 50, Bell is 30, going on at a fair lick. Lancashire 143 for 2. They trail now by just 122.
Applause for the announcement of Wells's patient 50 off 115 balls, which is probably one of his slower efforts in any form of cricket, really. 1 for 3 for 2, but both Wells and Jennings passed 1,000 first-class runs for the summer, which, as Kieran Carlson said last night, is a benchmark for most batters. Harris is in to bowl to Bell, who drives but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. So I think Lancashire will be happy now with their morning's efforts, having added 88 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, and still got 25 minutes to go until the lunch interval. So Lancashire no doubt hoping to build a 3-figure lead at some point today, as that's clipped away on the leg side by Bell, but finds Tribe at mid-wicket, and there's no run, and try and put some pressure on Glamorgan in their second innings at some point tomorrow, given that there might not be much cricket to be had on Saturday.
Is it that bad then, the forecast for Saturday?
Well, it's a sort of high chance of showers for most of the day.
Right.
So They may get on if needed. Harris in to bowl. Bell drives nicely to mid-on, fielded by Van der Hoogten. No run. He stays down, holds the pose on one knee to do his polishing work. Get better resistance, maybe, if you're down on one knee. Foot firmly planted on the ground. 143 for 2. As Harris is in to bowl, and Bell drives, doesn't time this one. Carlson is in at a silly mid-on. Don't see many of those. He is next to the cut strip, so Van der Hoogten is just a touch wider at the single saving mid-on position, but Carlson waits. Harris bowls. Bell deflects this one to try, but mid-wicket, and there's no run. Carlson, who of course will be a leading candidate, you would have thought, for the captaincy of the championship side next season. He didn't sound displeased about the potential prospect, modestly deflecting it of, well, if I get asked. Harris bowls. Bell drives to cover this time. Hasn't really timed it, and it's a maiden over from James Harris. His third out of 11 delivered. He's 0 for 33, 143 for 2. It remains, but barring new signings, I suppose there are experienced guys like Van der Hoogten and Harris round. I don't think Van der Hoogten has captained at all for Glamorgan. Harris did a one-day warm-up, but not much else, I don't believe. Ingram has had the captaincy for the white ball format. Cook has done a couple of years as championship captain, so and then you get the youngsters, and out of the rest, I guess there's no one else who's sure of playing, who's the right sort of age.
So basically, he's the man.
He's definitely the leading candidate.
It's Mason Crane in and balls to Wells. He's on the front foot and defends.
Unless, of course, there's an experienced signing from another county who is offered the captaincy as part of the temptation.
1-4-3 for 2. Crane into Wells, back and fiddle the ball away down towards fine leg, into the gloves of the keeper.
Tends to be a batter more often than the bowler, doesn't it? On the grounds that bowlers do get rotated a bit more.
Slip, short leg in place, forward short leg, Crane in and balls. Then down the pitch comes Wells. And the ball disappears down towards fine leg. What's that come off?
Leg.
Leg buys.
It was a full toss. He was trying to stick it into the pavilion, but hit on the hip or the side of the leg. 4 runs onto the total, if not under Wells's score.
He remains on 50. The score moves to 147 for 2. Crane bouncing in again, and down on one knee. Wells smothering the ball away into the offside. Stride forward. Northeast, the skipper comes around to polish the ball. Crane quickly in again. Oh, he's left alone this time by Wells. And past his off stump.
Crane giving the impression that he couldn't believe that had missed the wickets.
Crane in balls again, shuffling down the pitch is Wells. It hits him, Crane goes up for the LBW. Wells is a long way forward.
Arrival
Shuffle down towards the leg spinner.
Today at 12:30 during the interval. You're very welcome
over.
to go out to look at the pitch. If you are going to be venturing into the middle, though, we kindly ask you not to take any food or drink. And don't forget, the Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. And the memory match for today, the 1993 game between Glamorgan and the Australians. There's a bowling change at the river end, returning to bowl, Ned Leonard.
So Leonard, who had a useful spell first up from the Cathedral Road end, will try his luck from the River Taff end. And remember, if you're going to look at the pitch at lunchtime, don't drop your chips at short leg. 147 for 2. Bell on strike on 30 not out. And the first delivery is squirted off a thick edge down to third man. Hooray! There's the third man in place. Zainul Hassan, who keeps that down to a single. Bell to 31. Lancashire 148 for 2. Looking well set for a potential first innings lead as things stand. As Wells faces up to Leonard around the wicket, driving onto the offside, well stopped by Crane, diving to his right at point, and there's no run. Other scores: Nottinghamshire chasing the title 78 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 258, so that's fairly evenly poised.
If Notts get to 300 in 110 overs, then that will do it.
Thank you. Leonard in. Bowls. Wells drives meterly back over the bowler, and that one goes bouncing up towards long off. In fact, he didn't time it as well as I thought. It's just a couple of runs picked up just inside the ropes. Sounded very chunky that off the bat, didn't it? But it was overhauled. 150 up for the visitors. And I don't think Surrey are going to help their cause anyway. The only side who can catch them now. Leonard in to Wells. One step forward, waits for it, knocks it down to point, no run. There's Hampshire at 238 for 7, already 91 runs ahead of the defending champions Surrey. Hampshire looking to save themselves some potential relegation and send down probably either Yorkshire or Durham. Yorkshire 20 for 1 in reply to Durham's 3-4-6 all out. Leonard into bowl, that's slightly short and pulled away on the leg side. Down to Carlson at deep square, single to Wells, 151 for 2. Chelmsford Somerset have run up 433 for 9. Lewis Goldsworthy has just reached his century. At Worcester, Sussex giving the relegated home side a right drubbing. 350 for 8 after bowling Worcestershire out for 123. Oh dear. As that's pulled away by Bell. Down to square leg, single taken, 152 for 2. Sussex 350 all out, a lead of 227 on first innings. James Cole's made 102. John Simpson is 129 not out at the end of the innings when he ran out of partners. And well, he'll have the consolation of visiting New Road next season, Scott.
Indeed, yes.
Which is one of the most glorious views in cricket.
And it'll be, it's looking either like Durham or Hampshire to join them. I think I was reading Paul Edwards' report from the game between Yorkshire and Durham this morning, and I think he said that Yorkshire need 3 points, 3 more bonus points, and that should be enough for them to stay up.
Well, as long as they don't lose to Durham.
Yeah. Crane and balls to Bell. That's swept up towards the leg side, and 4 for Bell. Takes him on to 36. 156 for 2. And I think he said in his report that Durham need to better Hampshire's result by 3 points. So
Well, Hampshire might win.
yes.
I'll put the cat among the pigeons.
It would, yeah. It's looking like a Hampshire-Durham battle to beat the drop. 156 for 2.
I don't like the look of this ball. It's not taking wickets. Captain Sam Northeast has probably a very gentle and well-spoken complaint.
Is it going to fit through the gauge? Tom Longley, the umpire, with the gauge, is going to go across to Peter Hartley for a second opinion. What do you reckon here?
We don't really need a second opinion on whether it fits through a gauge or not. It either does or
it
doesn't.
needs a second opinion. Look, there we go. Here's your second opinion now. It needs a second opinion.
Oh, here's the box of balls arriving.
There we go.
Various 12th, 13th, 14th men chugging onto the pitch. Drinks all round, nice cup of tea. 12 minutes until the interval. Luke Wells and George Bell.
Oh, it's a big box, isn't it?
Having a little drinky. And yeah, is it 8 spare balls? It was 8 at one point, because that's sort of one for only every 10 overs between 0 and 80, I suppose. Something like that.
Sounds like a good theory to me.
The box of balls is proffered. The umpires have chosen a suitable one, so ball change at 156 for 2. Will it bring Glamorgan any better fortune? Lancashire's tally for the morning has gone past 100 runs. They started at 55 for 0. Now 156 for 2, so the visitors' session to date.
It is. 10 minutes left of the morning session. Here's Crane to Bell. Just gently rocks back and then taps the ball away through mid-wicket, and it's been escorted by Sam Northeast. Eventually he'll catch it with it, scoops it up, sends it in. Bell gets 1, he moves on to 37. Changes here for the left-hander Wells, who's back on strike, so slip in place on the forward short leg. 2 catches around the bat. Crane sets off, wasn't quite feeling it, so goes back and he's in and bowling. And there's Wells right forward again, pushing away defensively to Northeast. Gives this change ball a close inspection. Lobs it back to Crane. Crane sets off again into Wells, hopping back and drives square of the wicket through the offside, and by Hartley sticks his right leg up in the air to allow the ball to travel underneath his foot and out towards the point boundary for 1.
Biggest stand of the week. 358 from Derbyshire's third wicket.
Crane to Bell. That's past the edge and through the keeper's gloves. They've just gripped and kept a little low, that as well.
Derbyshire 542 for 3 against bottom side Kent.
Blimey. So Madsen, I guess, has got big runs there. Cut away by Bell for a single.
Wayne Madsen was leg before to Parkinson for 198
Right.
of 236 balls, hit 24s and 4 sixes, but has been outdone by Lewis Rees.
Ah. Excellent.
208 not out.
Good effort.
That was a record Derbyshire partnership for the third wicket. 358.
He's had a good season, hasn't he, again, Reese? Bowls a bit for them, doesn't he? Gets
Oh
wickets
yes,
for them.
opens the batting and bowling. 2023, he scored centuries in all 4 innings against Glamorgan. Against the land of his father. Lewis Rees.
I'm sure it was bittersweet for him.
Despite the spelling of Lewis and Rees, he does have Welsh origins. As Leonard bowls, ball thwacks into Bell's pads, but he was looking to flick on the leg side, so it's probably going down leg. 159 for 2, and the replay will show us that indeed may have hit in front of the wickets, but it was certainly heading down leg. He's got a brother called Ian apparently, but the spelling of Lewis is Spanish rather than Welsh. That is forced on the offside. Good scrambling stop by Root at cover. No run there for George Bell. We did quiz him in detail on this.
Did you?
And he said the spelling was down to his mother.
Right.
Who went a bit random with the Spanish.
Well, why not?
.159 for 2. As Leonard is on his way in. Balls to Bell, who defends to cover, and there's no run. One fewer Welshman at Derby after the retirement announcement of David Lloyd last week, former Derbyshire captain. Before that, former Glamorgan captain, and I'm sure everyone at Glamorgan would wish David all the best in his future endeavours, whatever they may be. I did tongue-in-cheek suggest that that would be running the Wrexham midfield. As Leonard is in to bowl and beats the bat there. Bell prodding forward, getting his bat out of the way, but I think a little bit too late. David Lloyd was a keen amateur footballer and supporter of Wrexham before it was fashionable, before the Netflix years.
Is that how you define a supporter now? Are you pre-Netflix? Pre-Hollywood? Oh, post-Hollywood Wrexham.
Yes. Hollywood owned Wrexham, to give them their full title these days. Just finding her life a little bit more difficult in the Championship after several years of going up. As that's turned on the leg side by George Bell. He'll pick up a couple of runs here. No. It's fielded by Crane quickly enough to deter them from a second. 160 for 2 Lancashire. So probably 2 more overs before lunch, given that the first of them will be delivered by Crane, which is not likely to take a huge amount of time unless the ball is ending up in the stands on a couple of occasions. Leonard in bowls, and Wells is down with exaggerated care from his lofty height of what, 6'4", 6'5", somewhere around there. Defending anyway.
It's a long way down, wasn't it, that for Wells?
It is, yeah. It's a rare man that I have to look up to while interviewing in the cricket field. That's physically rather than emotionally. Metaphorically, that's the word I was looking for. 6'4" according to Playfair.
Bell then. If we got there, 5 to go. So Crane and 1 more over, perhaps. Bell on the sweep. It's a good stop by Aces Tribe. It's a short fine leg. The sweep from Bell off the under edge of the bat looked like it would have enough on it to trickle down towards the boundary, but Tribe bouncing on that. So just the 1 to Bell. He moves into to 40. Lancashire now to 161 for 2. Brings Wells back on strike. Mason Crane into his 4th over. In again to Wells, who's on the shuffle forward. The ball loops up. They come diving forward to take a catch. It's Sam Northeast. Good effort to make up the ground to get to it, but it was off the pad for Wells.
It's a little bit of initial excitement there, wasn't there? But the bat was very firmly tucked behind the pad. Booted it away.
Crane over the wicket to Wells, defended. Brings his bat across the front pad there and pushes it back to Crane. Spins the ball from one hand to the other. Already halfway through the over, so comfortably timed for another one from Ned Leonard before we get to lunch. Just drops a bit short. And, hits away off the back foot by Wells. There is a sweep right on the cover boundary. And Billy Root. Single for Wells as the throw comes in. Too much for the keeper to get, but it's all right. His mate Ace of Tribe was there, backing up behind him.
Derbyshire collapsing. Rees has gone for 211. Matt Parkinson's got a 3rd wicket.
Crane to Bell. Nice shot by Bell with the front foot. Harris away to his left of field. What are Parkinson's figures?
3 for 124. And the 30th over that he sent down.
He had some long spells bowling for Kent this season as Parkinson. Back and across Wells, a little bit flatter and quicker from Crane. Defended, no run, end of the over, 163 for 2.
Yeah, and the match at Canterbury against Glamorgan, he sent down 41 overs in the first innings, or the only innings, 3 for 149.
Yeah.
And I think it was when he was dismissed as a batter that he picked up some penalty points, which is part of Kent being docked points as if they needed it.
Yes.
Because there were 4 offences and 2 of them were against Glamorgan. Parkinson sulking against Glamorgan at Canterbury, and then Bell Drummond having something of a toddler tantrum when he was given out here in Cardiff.
Oh dear.
There's a bit of a stomp of the wicket.
Right.
It was a very obvious dissent after he was given out. The umpire thought it was glove and the helmet. It looped up and was caught by the keeper. It might have been forearm rather than glove, but it's an easy mistake to make. Leonard is in at 12:29 to bowl to Bell, who's beaten by that one groping forwards.
He also came out, Matt Parkinson, after those points deduction with some fabulous quotes. Kind of classic Matt Parkinson. He said, "I think we're emotional cricketers. I wouldn't say that we're ill-disciplined. I'd say I've played in a lot worse teams and not got into trouble. I played for Lancashire for years. We were horrendous. We never had any points deductions."
Oh dear.
Brilliant from Parky now.
Leonard is in to bowl to Bell, who clips that one nicely through the leg side. Crane is off in pursuit. I think he'll just get there. Slides and keeps it within the ropes. And they're through for 3 runs. Bell to 44 off 58 balls, giving Lancashire some real momentum. After the dismissal of Jennings for 49 and Bohannon for 9, both falling to Tim van der Hoogten. And Wells has been just accumulating nicely, hitting the odd bad ball, but not too much adventure from him as he faces up to Leonard. Short ball that's pulled around and will just run down to fine leg for a single. Jennings hit 11 boundaries in his 49, so he didn't run much. Although he had to do a bit of running for Wells, who's got 9 so far in his 56. an anchor role rather than the aggressive role that we saw from him in the second innings of this encounter at Old Trafford. Leonard into bowl to Bell, who wants a single up to mid-off. Could be trouble here, but the throw misses at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's backed up well by Crane. Sam Northeast couldn't hit from mid-off on the move. It did look a rather risky call from from Bell, that one. He was lucky to survive. He's moved under 45, 168 for 2. Suspect he would probably have been gone had the throw hit. 2 balls to go until the lunch interval. Leonard to Wells, and once that come off the shoulder, he appeared to let it hit him.
Quite work it out. It deflected off something. Or at least it appeared to, didn't it? It's a good effort from Cook to go away to his right to stop the ball one-handed with his right glove. I'm not sure if it maybe just glanced off his back or something, or off his shoulder. I'm not sure.
Last ball of the morning session then. 168 for 2. Just 97 in arrears, Lancashire. And only 2 down at lunch, as Wells watches it go down leg side. Well taken by Cook, so not Leonard's best over to end with, but Lancashire set fair after the morning session on 168 for 2. Wells has 56 not out, and Bell on his 23rd birthday is 45 not out. Commentary resumes on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, and on the county websites with the video stream at 1:10.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start at the Utility Bowl, where Surrey, if you remember yesterday, were dismissed by Hampshire for 147 in reply. Hampshire are currently 246 for 9. At Northampton, Leicestershire were dismissed by Northamptonshire for 429, and in reply, Northants are 52 for 1. At Headingley, Durham were dismissed by Yorkshire for 346, and in reply, Yorkshire are 28 for 1 at the interval. At Chelmsford, Somerset have been dismissed by Essex for 433. At lunch, Essex 8 without loss. At New Road, Worcester are in their second innings. They're 7 without loss. That's after Sussex were dismissed earlier on this morning for 350. So Worcestershire trailing by 220 runs. At Lords, Middlesex still batting against Gloucestershire. A 300 there for Leas Deploy, and Middlesex at the interval 519 for 7. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are now 93 for 2 after dismissing Warwickshire for 258. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Derbyshire still batting with a double hundred there for Lewis Rees. Derbyshire 550 for 4. Well, very well, we're delighted to welcome onto the outfield pupils and staff from St Joseph's Primary School, who are going to be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval. And as I mentioned earlier, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch if you're venturing on to the outfield, though please don't take any food or drink with you. A reminder as well that the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery. It's had a recent refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government, and there are now many new bilingual panels and displays for you to enjoy, as well as some new films, and the memory match being shown today at lunch and again at tea, and also during any other unforeseen delays in play over the next few days. The memory match is the contest at Neath in 1993 when Glamorgan met the Australians. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And amongst the items for sale, the recent research monograph written by David Battersby, looking at Glamorgan's tour of the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970, the year after Glamorgan won the county championship. Now, mentioning the 1969 championship win, I'm delighted to say that several members of Glamorgan's championship winning team are here today. It's the annual meeting of the former Glamorgan Players Association. Over 50 of our former stars are here today, and we're delighted to welcome the following: Chris Ashland, Steve Barwick, Will Bragg, Connor Brown, Kieran Bull, Gary Butcher, Michael Cam, Lucas Carey, Dan Cherry, Tony Cotty, Andrew Davis, Kim Davis, Mark Davis, Bob Dudley Jones, Gareth Edwards, Alan Evans, Mark Frost, Peter Gatehouse, Richard Grant, Stuart Harrison, Alan Jones, Alan Lewis Jones, Alex Jones, Ivan Jones, Simon Jones, James Kettleborough, Graham Kingston, Wayne Moore, Roland Lefebvre, Brian Lewis, Mike Llewellyn, Matthew Maynard, Colin Metson, Steve Monkhouse, Owen Morgan, Hugh Morris, Jack Murphy, Ricky Needham, Anirin Norman, Mike O'Shea, Will Owen, Michael Powell, Gareth Rees, Martin Roberts, Clem Sisodia, John Steele, Darren Thomas, Greg Thomas, Ian Thomas, Richie Thomas, Steve Watkin, Ryan Watkins, and Alan Wilkins. On behalf of everyone here today at Sapphire Gardens, many thanks, gentlemen, for all that you have done for Glamorgan cricket. For those of you seeking autographs of the former players, you will be able to do so later on by accessing the view using the stairwell adjacent to the National Cricket Centre at around about 3 o'clock. And finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
And they're not both going to be in the middle, are they? No, but then at least you've got a camera. And that moment you've got no camera. It's slightly off. But I thought Kieran had this bright idea of putting them both on together. I thought there would be a bit more. Like a little something like that before. Here he comes, hang on.
Are they waving those flags or are they? The king. It's only 10 minutes still.
Johnny's got a big flag here.
It's only 10 minutes till they start.
Tell me we don't need it. Yeah, but with what? We got the power. Worst lunch break in history.
Yep.
So, about halfway through, that one just kept turning off. We're not sure why. So, Kieran said, it worked for the first hour and a half. So Kieran said, if you just set two up, hopefully, hopefully at any given point, one of the two is going to be working. Because it was about half an hour that we only had one camera, which is just a pain for me, because you've got to try and see what's happening from behind, which is nigh on impossible yet. And then also you're meant to, well, in the championship you need a camera to do that. Otherwise you just get trouble from the live streaming we used to do. But it's not a lot else you can do. Kieran's running the cable now. Ready when you are.
Right.
Where it's set up, we just wait.
So he's going to throw that cable down in a minute. I'm going to take it to you, but now you're here. Do that bit.
We've got 11 minutes.
How close together do you reckon you guys get?
They're basically, they're pretty close together. I managed to like overlap them.
Yeah.
So,
Do you reckon it'll be in shot though? Oh, there you go.
no, because you'll just be able to zoom it in, won't you?
Yeah.
They're pretty good at hiding and stuff.
Yeah, so I was thinking that because the one that normally just sits on the back of the rail.
It's literally like somebody's head, like,
Yeah, it's
right, do you want to
Lancashire won 68 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 265 all out. The first session going again to the visitors with Luke Wells on 56 not out, Keaton Jennings making 49, both men passing 1,000 for the season, and George Bell a rapid 45 not out. Glamorgan's Dutch Aussie seamer Tim van der Hoogten claimed both wickets to fall, but Glamorgan need a good afternoon with the ball to get back into this match. It's a good job they're already promoted. Lancashire resume at 10 past on 168 for 2.
Once again, we are delighted to see the boys and girls from St Joseph's Primary School who are forming the Guard of Honour and also assembling on the area in front of the indoor school are the members of the Glamorgan Former Players Association who are with us today. So once again, we're delighted to see Chris Ashling, Steve Barwick, Will Bragg, Connor Brown, Kieran Bull, Gary Butcher, Michael Cann, Lucas Carey, Dan Cherry, Tony Cotty, Andrew Davis, Kim Davis, Mark Davis, Bob Dudley Jones, Gareth Edwards, Alan Evans, Mark Frost, Peter Gatehouse, Richard Grant, Stuart Harrison, Alan Jones, Alan Lewis Jones, Alex Jones, Ivion Jones, Simon Jones, James Kettleborough, Graham Kingston, Wayne Law, Roland Lefebvre, Brian Lewis, Mike Llewellyn, Matthew Maynard, Colin Nixon, Steve Monkhouse, Owen Morgan, Hugh Morris, Jack Murphy, Ricky Needham and Irene Norman, Mike O'Shea, Will Owen, Michael Powell, Gareth Rees, Martin Roberts, Prem Sisodia, John Steele, Darren Thomas, Greg Thomas, Ian Thomas, Richie Thomas, Steve Watkin, Ryan Watkins and Alan Wilkins. Gentlemen, we're so pleased to see you once again here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket on behalf of everyone here today. Many, many thanks, Diolch yn fawr iawn, for all that you have done for Glamorgan Cricket. To resume the Lancashire first innings, Luke Wells and George Bell.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online, where Lancashire are well placed at 168 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 265 all out.
Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Mason Crane.
Scott Reed will be back in half an hour, but for the time being it is Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb, for Lancashire listeners to put up with an all-Welsh commentary team. Try not to be too outrageously biased.
Yes, we'll try to be even-handed.
And it's difficult not to say really that Lancashire are in the ascendancy still, after Tim van der Hoogten put it back just about in the balance at 93 for 2. They've added a further 75 for the third wicket. Bell has got most of them on 45, and Crane is bowling to Bell, and he defends the first ball to Carlson at cover, and there is no run. Mason Crane, the leg spinner, delivering his fifth over of the day to birthday boy Bell, 23 years old.
Young whippersnapper.
As he's edged and caught. Well, his progress before lunch was rapid, but Mason Crane has got his first wicket, and Glamorgan have got their first bowling bonus point and a wicket they needed, with Bell pushing forward, not quite getting to the pitch of it, and on his way back to the pavilion.
George Bell was caught by Colin Ingram off the
Ingram at first slip.
Crane.
Yeah, and there we were saying there was nothing much going on straight after lunch.
Low catch, well claimed by Ingram, down by his left shin. Going quite hard, so did well to cling on there.
Yeah, Glamorgan needed that, as you mentioned. They were 93 for 2, and Lancashire slowly but surely were edging closer to Glamorgan's total. They still trail by 97, and we always say it, a few quick wickets can change the complexion in a blink of an eye.
Etc, etc.
But Bell goes. He was playing well, and he was going, Nick, at a good pace as well.
Yeah, 61 balls faced in all by the number 4 for Lancashire. who has not had the best of seasons
The incoming batter for
in this format.
is Matty Hurst.
As per your hymn sheet, Matty Hurst, the wicket-keeper, is in at number 5. 4 boundaries struck by Bell, but he's quite busy. He's always looking to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Strike rate of just under 74, which is higher than the other 2 guys who've lasted some time. Jennings was strike rate of 56 per 100 balls. And Wells is down on 41, but still doing a sterling job for his team. As he gets some sort of adjustment of his gloves, and a quick chat with Tim van der Hoogten from the look of it, as he resumes his place at the non-striker's end. And Crane will resume the attack with a short leg, which we can take by now in the season will be Ace a tribe. And Crane bowls and stretches forward carefully and defends to cover, and there is no run. The familiar red flashes from the protection, the shield, the shin pads, come knee pads for Ace a tribe.
Oh,
As that one is off the edge as well. It's gone past a diving Ingram and it's gone down towards third man, and Hurst is off the mark with a couple of runs, but not terribly securely. 170 for 3.
yeah, not convincing, but entirely safe in the end. But he'll be under a bit of pressure here, Will Hurst.
Crane sees this one driven into the offside. Single taken to Van der Hoogten, who is sweeping out on the cover side of the ground. 171 for 3. Wells, like Jennings, passed 1,000 runs for the season in the early overs of the day. And there'll be a short leg for him as well. Let's try crosses sides for the left-hander. Crane in. Bowls, and what's that one? Run off.
Maybe an
It's
inside edge.
a couple of runs at least. It's stopped just or not. It's kicked over the fine leg boundary in the end, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah.
Bat involved. Crane, Wells somehow moves on to 60, and Crane a successful over, but he's been hit for a few as well. The replay shows it was an inside edge, you're right, and it shot away to fine leg for 4.
River End, Tim van der Hoogten.
So Van der Hoogten will come in for another blast. You note that we in the commentary box tend to go for the Dutch pronunciation with the H sound, and the PA goes for the Aussie pronunciation. But since Australia is a nation that, according to the former wicketkeeper Geraint Jones, could not pronounce the name Geraint, he settled for Grant out there.
And couldn't pronounce Labuschagne either. Here is Tim van der Hoogten, or Hoogten. And that's a good ball to start, and squeezed out by Hurst.
Yeah, I think by the time he got to the UK, Marnus Labuschagne had given up on the South African pronunciation. Correctly, something like Labuschagne. But he'd got used to Labuschagne, rhymes with champagne, he told me, so that'll do.
Van der Hoogten coming in from the river end to Hurst, who flashes outside off stump, and that bisects the field. No third man all the way for 4.
Yeah, big gap down there on that short side of the ground, down towards the main entrance gate. Away to our right, 179 for 3, and Hurst is getting the scoring rate moving very chirpily despite the dismissal of Bell.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener that from Van der Hoogten. Coming in right arm over past the umpire, bowls, and Hurst gets everything behind that in defensive mode, and it's fielded by mid-on, which is Ned Leonard. Bowled well did Ned Leonard in his first session from the Cathedral Road end, in tandem with Tim van der Hoogten. As the sun still continues to shine over Sophia Gardens. Van der Hoogten coming in, charging in, bowls. That's left by Hurst. Confident leave taken by Chris Cook.
Still a little bit of movement there for Van der Hoogten on occasion.
Well, there was
seemed
a
to come in a bit.
slight bit of movement for the wicket, wasn't there? When he bowled Josh Bohannon.
Yep, just enough to beat the skipper's defensive prod. Hit off stump.
That was 93 for 3 Lancashire, now 179 for 3. Just 86 in arrears as Van der Hoogten coming in. 2 slips in for the bowler. Apart from that, pretty conventional field, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg. There's a short mid-wicket. Cover, backward point. Still no third man, and deep fine leg as well. So not much runs to play with here. Have Glamorgan. Coming in is the Dutch international Tim van der Hoogten coming in and bowls, and again defending is Hurst, who is on 7 end of the over. Lancashire, who have lost their 3rd wicket post lunch in the shape of George Bell, was caught by Ingram, bowled Mason Crane there, 179 for 3.
So a bit of a mixture of attire for the spectators today.
The guy in the shorts, that's
brave.
Well, it is brave. Sun's out, but it's not sure if it's that sort of weather.
Crane bowls, wells down the pitch and takes a single up to Harris, who's set back rather at a very deep mid-on.
However, they would be still wise to be using dollops of sun cream over in the stand that backs onto the Tafts Trail.
Yeah, it might not be as warm, but the sun's pretty bright. I'm sure the UV...
It is a sun trap.
...is high. Crane to Hurst, back on his stumps. Crane, one of the spinners who ends quite a few deliveries with his arms in the air as if he thought
that was so close.
Almost crapped through. 180 for 3. As forward comes Hurst. Andrew Salter used to be very similar, very optimistic demeanour.
Just to put the demons in the batsman's mind, isn't it?
An attempt to do so, yeah. Why not? Crane from this Cathedral Road end tosses it up, square drive. Oh, in fact, through the covers. I thought it was squarer than that. Van der Hoogten runs round and keeps them down to a single. Hurst 8, 181 for 3. And Morgan continuing with the short leg for both batters, not just the newcomer to the crease. Luke Wells has been there since the start of the innings and is on the defensive there. Crane getting a bit of turn. So could be a long bowl for him this afternoon. Looks to be, obviously has the wicket, and looks to be getting a bit of turn there. As he bowls now, down the wicket again comes Wells, defends when he gets there. 181 for 3. Some Interesting comments from the Welsh rugby captain Jack Morgan,
I have briefly skim-read those comments.
saying he will leave club rugby in Wales if the Ospreys cease to exist, as the WRU ponders possible cuts in the number of professional Welsh outfits. Morgan, the highest profile player to speak out against potential threats to the Ospreys.
You can just see the pressure mounting every week on the WRU, and you can just see them pushing back as Tim van Hoogten comes in, bowls. That's played on the offside from their original plan, or their preferred plan of cutting 2. I think it might be fudged, and we might have something in the middle.
Not a sporting fudge, surely. That'll be a huge uproar, whether any of the 4 that they decide to get rid of.
Apologies to the Lancashire faithful having to listen to Welsh rugby politics. Tim van Hoogten coming in, targeting another wicket. Ooh, that just almost grazed the outside edge of Hurst's bat as it was taken by Chris Cook.
Yes, well, could of course have an English World Cup triumph this weekend.
Indeed.
As England take on Canada in the final at Twickers, whatever it's called these days. I think it's still I think it's still Twickenham for World Cup.
Oh,
so
Van der Hoogten bowls. I can't imagine anybody calling it the Allianz Stadium, can you?
Well, the confusing bit is that used to be the name of the Saracens Stadium in North London, the Allianz Stadium. So you've now got the National Stadium for England, called by what used to be the name of the club ground. 4 o'clock kick-off Saturday afternoon for England against Canada.
Yes, England heavy favourites, obviously. Tim van der Hoogten. Oh, that climbed as it went through to Chris Cook. There was no contact, but this is a good over. 4 dot balls. That a repeat of the final that England triumphed in 2014.
Yes, well, Canada looked impressive when they beat Wales in Salford.
I did that game a few weeks back. Well, they've got a very exciting brand of rugby. They haven't got England's power, that is for certain, so that may be where they struggle. Tim van der Hoogten coming in and bowls once more. That's just squared Hurst up a bit, and he tried to play it into the onside, and it nipped back and ended up on the offside.
But Sale kicking off the English Prem tonight at home to Gloucester. 7:45 kick-off.
Is that at Salford?
Yep.
Yes, well, a certain Lewis Rees-Zammit played against Gloucester in the English Cup competition, the Prem Cup. Van der Hoogten will complete his over, flashing, but just evading a backward point and through for 4.
Yeah, Hurst chucking the kitchen sink at that one. Got enough on it.
That was a T20 shot in every sense. Yes.
Bit of width, yeah, it was there to be hit really. So Van der Hoogten could not complete a tight over as Lancashire pick up a boundary off the last ball to move to 185 for 3, and that's only 80 runs in arrears. 7 wickets still standing, and you feel that Lancashire are heading for a substantial lead, and Glamorgan will have to dig in tomorrow and tackle a bit of a deficit.
Have to, as Kane limbers up, you have to admire Canada, though, the Canada women's side. No financial aid for the federation at all. They are amateur in terms of a country.
Crane bowls. Down the wicket comes Wells and slaps that one through the offside. A very powerful blow by Luke Wells. The ball went racing away to the wide long off boundary. And certainly positive intent there. He's come down the wicket a lot. He's defended quite often when he's got down the wicket. But that one for the big man was very firmly dispatched. Wells to 65. 189 for 3. Wells used to heading for the home dressing room here in the 100 competition. As Crane is in, bowls turned around the corner, and that'll be a single as the ball trickles gently down towards fine leg. 66 to Wells, 190 for 3. And Crane a little bit expensive. 1 for 31 in his 7th over. He did make the breakthrough just after lunch. But Lancashire back on the front foot. Not literally on that occasion, because has defended it from the crease. Don't forget, if you want to drop us an email, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Happy to hear from Lancashire listeners as well. As Crane bowls and Hurst defends out on the offside. No run. Reasonable crowd in today, enjoying the sunshine. Doesn't look hugely significant, of course, in a 15,000 capacity stadium, or give or take. Crane bowls and Hurst on the back foot, defending to Carlson at cover again. Yes, if you can get down today or tomorrow in the you live in the South Wales area, then wouldn't necessarily schedule Saturday into your diary, as Hurst is forward defending once more. The forecast is not great, so it may be that Lancashire, you would have thought, would be the side pushing for victory if either side is. Just 75 runs behind with 7 wickets still standing, and Glamorgan need 2 or 3 more in the rest of this session, you feel, if they're going to have any sort of say in the destiny of this game.
Yeah, Lancashire favourites to get a handy first innings lead at present. They trail by just 75 runs. So Glamorgan need a few more, as Nick was mentioning, to put some pressure on the visitors. Still persevering with Tim van der Hoogten, who's taken 2 of Glamorgan's 3 wickets from the river end. Mid-off and on, 2 slips in. There's a gully as well. Cover, extra cover. Mid-wicket. Coming in is Van der Hoogten round the wicket to Wells. Tucks that behind square on the onside. There's a chase here, they'll pick up an easy 2. As Billy Root scampers after it. Still glorious conditions at Cardiff, and a fair crowd, as Nick was mentioning, for the championship. As Van der Hoogten comes in again, bowls, driven firmly, aggressively, confidently, and it's 4 runs off the bat of Luke Wells.
Yeah, Wells is just starting to accelerate gently, isn't he? Ominously from the Glamorgan point of view. Welcome development from the Lancashire point of view. Timed that one really nicely.
Yeah.
Got to it. Drove it firmly back past the stumps for 4.
Yeah, short boundary that side, the tough end of the ground, and it sped away for 4. In is Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh! Now then, it wasn't taken at first slip by Ingram.
Not sure if it quite carried.
Interesting to see this again. I think it just died on Colin Ingram, because there would have been more head there would have been more groans, I suspect.
Yes, he looked as though he was trying to scoop it up, Ingram, didn't he, one-handed?
But good ball from Tim van der Hoogten, who's coming in now and bowls, and that's defended resolutely by Luke Wells, who's looking good for his 72 from 146 balls. Took up the mantle after Keaton Jennings was out LBW prior to lunch for 49, having got to 1,000 runs for the season, as has Luke Wells.
He's passed 50 on 6 previous occasions this season and converted 3 of them into hundreds.
Carlson's gone a wide-ish second slip now. That's defended into the offside and fielded by Asa Tribe. Tribe, who will be off to the Southern Hemisphere in the winter months. He's taken up a contract with Pal Royals in the T20 competition there. Many options now for the modern cricketer, of course, across the world. Tim van der Hoogten, and it's defended, and not even just the IPL and Big Bash. There's pretty much a league everywhere.
Yeah, South African one in January. There's a
Caribbean
plenty
one?
in the Caribbean one, which tends to clash with the back end of the British summer, so you don't find too many UK players involved in that one. The T10 in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Emirates region.
Because
So
Colin Ingram has been around the block.
Ingram
as
has
well,
played for a
and-
few sides over the years. There's Crane in bowls. That one's kept a bit low, but it's turned past the stumps, and Hurst survives. So there's been something to keep the bowlers interested most of this game, if not all of it. And will it continue to deteriorate, or will it flatten out in the sunshine and with heavy rollers? Crane bowls, full delivery, driven into the offside, single to Hurst. He moves to 13, 197 for 3.
It's been the theme of the game of this innings, certainly. When Glamorgan have taken wickets, Lancashire have sort of consolidated and have steadied the ship, which they're doing once again after the wicket of George Bell.
Crane bowls, Wells goes for the drive, hammers it straight at northeast at cover. Usually expect Carlson to be there, but he's at mid-wicket for the left-hander to avoid crossing back and fore. Crane to Wells, cuts nicely, steps back and guides it away, but there's a fielder down at backward point. Billy Root close to the boundary, so it's just the single. Yes, Colin Ingram has a fair number of sides that he's represented over the years in various countries, as many of these international T20 franchise players tend to have. Crane to Hurst, shouts of catch it, but it's off the pad. Umpire Lungley is unmoved.
Bangladesh being one of them, or
Oh, no then, you're asking. Certainly Pakistan, South
Pakistan,
Africa,
maybe.
Australia,
Yeah.
India, West Indies. Several sides in the West Indies, Abu Dhabi. As that is an appeal for a stumping now, as Hurst toppled forward, but maybe just about managed to keep the back foot anchored. Cook was interested. There wasn't an appeal, this time to umpire Hartley. But not out was the verdict. 198 for 3. Questions being asked by Crane. 8 overs, 1 for 33. I don't know what country the Sylhet Sunrisers is in.
Shall I try and find out, Nick?
Well, if this... You carry on with the commentary on this over and I'll check him out. BPL, Bangladesh, yeah.
Oh, there we are. So he has done Bangladesh as well on his rounds. Timmy van der Hoogten continues. So promising over by Mason Crane without reward as Glamorgan strive for a 4th wicket. And he comes, Van der Hoogten, turned towards mid-wicket where Crane is fielding. Carson is at wide second slip. Ingram first slip. White's fluttering in the breeze here at Sapphire Gardens, albeit with the sun shining. As Glamorgan try and enjoy their final championship game, as that's turned exactly to Mason Crane once more at mid-wicket, with promotion already in the bag.
Yes, Ingram apparently has also played in the Afghanistan Premier League in the days when that country was open for business. Sadly no longer.
Wheeling round is Tim van der Hoogten. 2 wickets to his name. Bowls. And that's played, guided down, and it'll go all the way for 4. There's no third man in place. Just too much width on offer there, which Wells pounced upon and helped it on its way.
200 up to very modest applause from around the ground. It's come in the 57th over, so it's a reasonable run rate being notched up by Lancashire at the moment.
Yes,
3.58.
They are. Van der Hoogten. Oh, that's a better ball that whizzed past the bat of Wells, taken by Cook.
Yeah, it's not quite there's always a ball with your name on it, is it? But the bowlers are doing just enough to cause the odd alarms as this partnership develops. We're 34 so far.
But chalking off the runs required to get a first innings lead. Trail now by 63, coming around the wicket. To Wells is Tim van der Hoogten coming in and bowls. Wells down, and that was uppish for a while, but safe towards mid-on.
He's certainly using that long reach.
And he's still coming down, as he has been throughout his innings.
Time for me to give way to Scott Reed.
See you in due course, Nick Webb. The last ball of Tim van der Hoogten's over then. Coming in, Glamorgan need a wicket, and not that time, as it's played firmly to a deep point where it's fielded, and that is the end of the over. Lancashire plodding along despite the loss of that 1 wicket early on in the session after lunch, which was George Bell, caught Ingram, bowled Crane. Since then, Hurst has joined Wells, and they've been largely untroubled, and at 203 for 3, trailing by 62. Scott Reed.
Yeah, Mason Crane's bowling nicely, isn't he? I've been in the Britain press box, a few boxes away to our right, so right behind the bowler's arm. He's going to a nice spell, hasn't he, after
he has
lunch?
And he comes, and there's an appeal, and he's been given. Well, he's been knocking on the door, has Mason Crane, and right on cue, as Scott mentioned. He's been bowling, he's been in the groove, and he's taken the prized wicket of Wells. In came Crane and caught Plum LBW. Good shout. Possibly a question of going down, but the dreaded finger came up, and that is a big, big wicket for Glamorgan.
It is, yeah, he's bowled nicely.
78.
Bit of frustration there for Luke Wells, certainly. He's got forward and quite some way across. There's Luke Wells. Nick asking, is he playing a shot? Well,
I thought it was initially one of those appeals more in hope than expectation, but
yeah.
it did stay low.
It's just whether how far across he's got for me.
Yeah, and did it do too much in the end, looking at the replay? It was a decent shout, without question.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone, the decision's been made, but yeah, he backs up what has been a very good spell this from Crane. He's barely bowled a bad ball. He's bowled a beautiful length to batters since lunch, and obviously got the wicket of Bell, edge, which was beautifully caught by Ingram at slip. But yeah, very good spell this from Crane.
Yeah.
He's got into a nice rhythm here and bowling lovely.
And Glamorgan will think they're in the business here because, they would have settled for either wicket, but getting Wells, 2 new batters at the helm now, they can really get stuck in. So Michael Jones joins Hurst. A bit of pressure building here, still with 62 in arrears.
Yeah, and the way that Crane's bowling is quite intriguing as this game develops as well. Having gone for Crane in the side, Glamorgan, right at the back end of the season on pretty tired pitches, he could have quite a role to play as the game goes on. He bowled beautifully up in Manchester. Pitch was perfect for him at Old Trafford a month or so back, picking up 9 wickets in the match there. And to back up the way he's bowling here, Glamorgan have gone for a couple of slip catches, and why not?
A few close catches. Short leg is in. In comes Crane. Ball, that's, stayed low. Wasn't taken by Chris Cook. Well, slips are... Thought that was close to something.
Not sure what it hit, but yeah.
Crane coming in. Balls. Oh, that's missed everything, is it? I think. Well, I'm just looking at Colin Ingram's expression. I think that absolutely missed everything, and I can't believe how it's done so.
Yeah, I mean, and that's bowled quickly by Crane. There's extra on that, isn't there? You can tell he's bowling nicely, confidence up, feeling pretty good with a couple of wickets since the lunch break. That was fizzed in, past the edge, past the stumps, into the keeper. It's a terrific piece of bowling by Crane.
So pressure building on the new batter, Michael Jones here. 2 slips, short leg. Glamorgan targeting a 5th wicket. In comes Crane, who's in the groove here. Puts more flight on that, but it's driven firmly towards James Harris at mid-off. And there's no run.
Yeah, we don't have the speed gun, do we? But
he put more on that,
he
yeah.
He absolutely did, didn't he? And his variations in pace that Crane's used in this spell as well has been
it's a good
enjoyable
over
to watch.
Penultimate ball, Crane, and getting to the pitch that time is Jones, who plays it towards Sam Northeast, who's in at short cover. Very good over. This is the last ball then that Michael Jones has to negotiate. Crane in, bowls. That's shorter that time, but gives Jones enough room to whip it on the onside. They'll come back for a second. So that's the end of a very good over from Mason Crane. A wicket taking over, and he's got the danger man out. Luke Wells succumbing to Mason Crane, LBW 78. And again, a bit of, it's ebbed and flowed a bit. And I wouldn't say the momentum is back in Glamorgan's favour, but another one, and it'd be interesting.
Yeah, it keeps it bouncing along quite nice, doesn't it? Lancashire still 60 behind, lost 4 wickets. Crane bowling beautifully from one end. Yeah, he's played a shot as Wells at that delivery from Crane. So,
was there a question of just going down?
The biggest doubt for me is whether that's hit him outside the line of off stump.
Yeah.
But anyway, decision's been made. He's and as you said, he's not something like a height issue. It's kept pretty low as that.
Yeah.
There's Van der Hoogten in and bowling. Through it goes to the keeper. Good contrast, isn't it? You've got Crane's leg spin from one end. You've got some Some pace from Van der Hoogten from the other, complementing each other pretty well here. Chance for Glamorgan.
Well, it's I was going to say, this is the toughest period for Lancashire in their innings.
I agree, yep. It's not been plain sailing so far for Lancashire, but it's felt reasonably comfortable last night and through the course of the morning session, but 2 quick wickets can change things. As Hurst defends up towards some northeast.
Hurst in need of a knock.
He's probably had a bit of a mixed
bag,
season.
yeah.
I mean, solid enough in a team that has struggled certainly in that first 2 months. 7 games first 7 games of the season. Lancashire didn't win and found themselves bottom. He's had a pretty solid season. He's played every championship match for Lancashire this season. That's turned into the onside for no run, so that's definitely a first. He's not played every single championship game before for Lancashire, so that the fact he's gone through and played all 14 matches, and what's he on? He's just on the cusp of 700 runs, averaging 35.
Yep.
550s in a century. I think for a kind of genuine breakthrough season where you're playing every game, you're the number one, then I think he'd be pretty pleased with that return. As Van der Hoogten's in to Hurst, drives towards mid-off and there's no run. Definitely has established himself now. I mean, when Phil Salt's available, Salt comes and keeps wicket. But in terms of, obviously, Salt's availability is pretty limited. And he seems to have very much kind of nailed down the wicket-keeper role for Lancashire. George Bell and Matthew Hurst seemed to kind of be vying for that position for a little bit of time. There's half an appeal for an LBW there, but not much from the bowler. But that contest appears to have been pretty firmly won by Hurst. So yeah, I think that's a pretty solid season for a young player who's just starting out in first-class cricket. It's only 21, Hurst. He's only played 30 first-class matches, so he's not played a lot of red ball cricket. But this season, I think, played every championship match and returned with an average of just under 40 is a pretty good effort.
Oof.
I mean, just pops it a bit on Hurst, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he deflects it away towards the leg side. Through for a single. End of the over as well, 206 for 4. Hurst has 14 and Jones on 2. He's obviously also a player that I think would have played pretty much every T20 game, or at least the bulk of them for Lancashire. Didn't feature in the One Day Cup because he was playing for the Originals in the in the 100. So yeah, he's had a pretty good season. He's played a lot of cricket. You know, see, talk about young players who perhaps have not played too much cricket for different reasons, but he's played all summer, and I think he'll be pretty pleased with how the year's gone for him on a personal note.
Unsurprisingly, Glamorgan continuing with the spin of Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end, and that's dabbed down to backward point, and there's no run. Glamorgan building pressure from both ends here. And another wicket would be very interesting. Crane in and bowls. That's driven firmly and it's cut off by Kieran Carlson.
Probably goes to show how much Lancashire really do rate Hurst and how established he's becoming in this championship side, that even when Salt is available, comes back in, takes the gloves, they still pick Hurst as just a batsman.
Crane rocking back on his stumps is Hurst and plays that into the offside where it's fielded by Carlson. It's another dot ball. 2 for 35 is Crane's figures so far. 2 wickets he's picked up after lunch of Bell and the prized wicket of Luke Wells for 78. Here is Mason Crane, the England international. That's flashed into the offside. Only 1 run on offer. Tim van der Hoogten's out in the deep.
his century this season. Matthew Hurst came in the game against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College.
Was that the win? Or
Yes, it was.
Yes,
yeah.
it was. Yeah.
He had a win for Lancashire. That's just his second first-class century. And I suppose that's his next challenge. He's to try and get those bigger scores on a little bit more of a consistent basis. He said that to me in his interview at the end of that game when he got that century.
Crane in. Oh, that's a swing and a miss, and they're asking for a stumping, and it's not going to come.
They fancied that a lot, didn't they?
Well, Cook was up, and they were up in unison. It was a rash shot. As we look at the replay from behind the stumps, completely, well, he threw the kitchen sink at it, Michael Jones. Had he connected, it would have departed, I'm sure, the ground, but it's been given not out.
Well, yeah, I suppose from where Peter Hartley's umpiring from, I mean, if his foot did stray beyond the line, it's difficult for him to tell, isn't it?
It is. Crane in. Oh, well, that's it was played. It was a slight edge, and it's raced down to the vacant third man area for 4, despite the efforts of Ned Leonard. Just evaded Colin Ingram, as we see the replay. Just squeezed out. I think there was enough control on it, possibly, and it was actually Carlson's second slip. And sped away down to that third man boundary.
He's in the game though, isn't it? It's good fun when you get your leg spinners involved in the game, and Crane has started nicely in this post-lunch session, so there's something happening, isn't there, when Crane's bowling, which from kind of the game point of view is good to see. Keeps it interesting when you can get your leg spinner into the match and causing problems, getting the ball to grip enough. A bit of turn out there for Crane, throws the odd googly in, as he has done to Wells a few times. There's Van der Hoogten in and balls to Hurst. That's chopped away into the offside, but to put backward point. And there's no addition to the score. 211 for 4. Trailing by 54 runs. Oh, Lancashire. Hurst and Jones together now. Couple of slips in place, 2 of them. And then there's 3 fielders on the offside. Point cover mid-off. There's a fine leg. There's 2 mid-wickets. And the mid-on. In comes Van der Hoogten, driven firmly by Hurst through the offside. Will race out towards the boundary in front of the grandstand for Hurst. He moves to 19. Lancashire now to 215 for 4.
Yeah, just slightly over pitching there was Tim Van der Hoogten, but Hurst wasn't going to miss out.
Yep, good shot. That one to pierce the gap there between backward point and cover. And Hookton fastening up his laces. Hurst on 19. Wickets of Bell and Wells since the lunch break. The latest Luke Wells LBW for 78. Van der Hoogten comes over the wicket. Balls to Hurst. Cut away for another 4 for Hurst. Enough width on that from Van der Hoogten for Hurst to hammer it square. And he moves to 23.
I wonder if this might be his last over for this spell, and they might opt to give Leonard a bowl.
Into his 6th over of the spell, Tim Van der Hoogten. For 32 so far. It's an inside edge past the stumps, down towards the fine leg boundary. Well, it's a hat-trick of 4s.
Yeah.
There's been some lovely shots. 2 of them were excellent shots from Hurst. The other one was a streaky 4 off an inside edge down to the boundary, but they all count.
That could have gone anywhere. Fortuitous, but they all count.
223 for 4. Deficit to 42. Hurst moves on to 27. Van der Hoogten Sets off and balls to Hurst, and just a half little shuffle forward, then defends back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
So expensive over this one. 12 off it so far.
Yeah, one ball left of it. It's gone for 32 in this spell. 6 over post-lunch spell. Tim van der Hoogten might be his last. Maybe this over will confirm that. That's dropped into the onside from Hurst. End of the over. 61 gone of Lancashire's first innings. 223 for 4. So 42 behind. Jones on 6. And Hurst on 27.
Mason Crane has been given the ball once more. Well, I wonder if that might be that for the time being for the Dutch international, who trudges back out to the boundary.
Not seen much of Zain ul Hassan, have we? Today, has he actually bowled?
He did have a spell this morning.
Right.
Crane in, who's building a bit of pressure. They call for a single and they're safe in the end, despite it just going out to Zain ul Hassan at mid-wicket. Yeah, there wasn't much on offer for Zain ul Hassan this morning. Still catches in close, slip and short leg for Crane, who comes in. That was straying down leg side and helped on its way to deep backward square for a single.
Yeah, Ned Leonard bowled quite nicely in the morning session, didn't he?
Yeah, good rhythm, good line. So I just wonder if he was still away from tee. So, but I think he might have a go. This is Crane though. That's full. And that's a good ball once more. Taken, just trying to lull Jones into a false shot there. Taken by Cook. This is a good spell for Mason Crane in his 11th over. In he comes again, leg side-ish, and that's been helped on its way, and it's gone all the way. Evades Billy Root out in the deep, and just losing his line somewhat is Mason Crane, as James Harris is limbering up. So it could be James Harris next from the River Taff end. Well, that went for 6. My eyes deceived me. Is that the first 6 of the innings? I think it is. Crane in. Again, leg side-ish, and it's helped on the ground. They think about 2, but they settled for 1. So this expensive couple of overs for Glamorgan as Lancashire chalk these runs away. They trail now by 33. As Scott momentarily goes to do an update. Crane in, bowls. A bit of flight on that, and that's firmly struck, but it's fielded at mid-wicket by Sam Northeast. End of the over. 9 coming off it, so 2 expensive overs from a Glamorgan point of view. 232 for 4 Lancashire. They trail now by just 33. Jones is 14. Hurst is 28. And as we thought, there would be a change from the River Taff end, and it is indeed James Harris, who was limbering up earlier on. So he replaces Tim van der Hoogten. This will be Harris's 12th over. 3 maidens, none for 33. Thought it might have been Ned Leonard, but in saying that, he had more purchase from the Cathedral Road end. Harris going with a conventional field, 2 slips, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, cover, backward point. Here he comes, Harris, first ball of his spell, and that's defended out to mid-off and there's no run. He has protection. There is no third man. Deep backward square and deep fine leg. So Lancashire whittling away this first innings total by Glamorgan. In comes Harris, bowls, and that's driven firmly again to mid-off, and again there's no run. The autumn leaves on the Sapphire Garden pitch towards the Taffs Trail. Still lovely conditions here in the Welsh capital. 2 wickets have already fallen in this second session of the day as Harris wheels round, coming in, right arm over, and bowls, and Jones rocks back and plays it towards backward point, where it's fielded by Zain ul Hassan. 3 balls, 3 dot balls. Harris found it difficult last night, though nothing to help in that spell prior to stumps. Harris coming in and bowls. Oh, squared him up. There's a shout for LBW. He's very interested, as well as Cook and the slip cordon, but it's not out. As we look at the replay, you're doing far too much and drifting down leg side. But if they can pinch another one here, they'll be in business. Harris in, and that's chopped down into the ground. They run through for a quick single as the throw comes in from Zain ul Hassan. They're back in plenty of time. 2, 3, 3 for 4. They trail by 32. Still, they would be looking to post a considerable first innings lead as it stands. That could change quickly. A lot depends on these two as Harris comes in, bowls, and dealt with by Hurst. It's a dot ball, end of the over. Just a single coming off Harris's first over of his latest spell. Good over. And Lancashire 233 for 4. We've had 63 overs in their innings.
He doesn't take long to get into his spell, doesn't he, Harris? He barely bowls doesn't need a loosener, does he, to get going? He just kind of hits the ground running every time. Got over that, wasn't it? And after maybe just 1 over too many for Van der Hoogten in the previous over. Good stuff from Harris. He's wicketless so far in the innings, but has bowled nicely for Glamorgan, as has Mason Crane. He's got Michael Jones on strike. And he's got 2 slips and a forward short leg. Crane will twirl away in and bowling. Oh, he's gone on the paddle there as Hurst. I think in the end he's kind of toe poked it out towards the offside, looking to lap it over the shoulder down to fine leg. And the ball bouncing out to the right of Sam Northeast. 2-3-3 for 4. Jones trying to find a way to put some pressure back on Crane.
Oof.
And whip that away ferociously out towards the leg side. Again, doesn't get any clean contact with the ball.
That was all wrong for Mason Crane. Just slipped out short, I think, and he got away with one.
He did. Jones's eyes lit up, but couldn't make the most of it. Crane in again. Hit down the ground.
Shot.
Powerful shot from Jones down towards the long on boundary and all the way for 6. Well, he swept Crane for 6 out to square leg an over or so ago, and he's hit him firmly over mid on and down towards the boundary for 6 more.
Yeah, that was disposed of, and the pose said it all at the end. Lovely follow through, straight and true.
I mentioned how well Crane has bowled since lunch, but maybe Jones just trying to apply some pressure back on the bowler here. Balls again to Jones. Oh, that's flashed away. It's in the air and he's bouncing just beyond the reach of Ned Leonard. He's running around from behind square on the offside. Streaky couple for Jones, but clear intent being shown here by the Lancashire batter facing Mason Crane. But with that comes an element of risk as well. That landed safely, just though. And Leonard, who's at backward point, just couldn't quite get around to get into position to take a catch. 2 more to Jones. Crane's in, balls again. Oh, that's a lovely response past the edge of the bat, taken by Cook. Excellent response from Crane. He's not bowled many bad balls. Bowled a couple in this over, but that was an outstanding delivery to Jones. Good little battle this, actually. Jones fancies taking Crane on. Oh, well, he's asking for a little caught behind there, is Crane. But he was on his own. No support from his teammates. End of the over. Fascinating to watch that. 6 and the 4, and then that shot that landed just about safe. That spun back in to Jones, past his inside edge and through to Cook. That's a good battle, that. Yeah. Crane to Jones. Let's hope we see a little bit more of that. 241 for 4.
Yeah, we had everything in that over. I thought Crane might have been due a rest, but they might just persevere. There's just still enough there to encourage Mason Crane.
Yeah, I agree. Wouldn't want to be taking Crane off just yet.
But this is James Harris on. Now then, was that, had that carry?
Oh, I'm not sure
that
if it did.
That died on Kieran Carlson at second slip. Well, it's head in hands.
It's awkward to tell from where we are as to whether that carried or not.
We've seen a few just die on the slips during the course of this game that haven't carried. Harris, that's driven firmly to cover where it's cut off by Billy Root. I didn't see the frustration from James Harris, which suggests perhaps it wasn't a chance.
Maybe just bouncing short of Kieran Carlson. He's at second slip for the viewers watching the 2 slip catches. Carlson at second, maybe just bounced in front.
Starting his run-up is James Harris, coming in, right arm over from the river end, and that's just chopped into the ground. Carlson is there at second slip.
I feel like things are happening though. Lancashire chancing their arm from time to time, but maybe that's helping to conjure up the odd opportunity, but feels like the game is bouncing along at quite a decent pace. Positive approach from Jones, especially facing Crane.
Harris charging in from the River Taff end, bowling, and that's a very good ball once more. Wasn't gathered cleanly by Cook, but it whizzed past the outside edge. This good over from James Harris. 4 dot balls as we see the replay. Just flirting with it. That was a jaff of a ball, it has to be said.
It was a beauty, wasn't it? Yeah, nipped away from Hurst. Goodness, a good ball from Harris. Good start this from James Harris.
And he comes and bowls once more. That's toe end of the bat out to mid-on, and there's no run. 5 dot balls from James Harris to put pressure on Hurst. I can hear the rustle of something in the background. Yeah, here comes the Vickies or the Waffles. Mr. Webb
doesn't miss a trick, does he?
Harris to conclude the over, and that's a very good over, maiden at that. Potential chance, I don't think it was in the end, but nonetheless A very good over by James Harris. Lancashire 241 for 4. They trail now by just 24 runs.
Yeah, there's a bit going on, isn't there? There's a good start from James Harris from the River Taff end. Nathan Crane, I've really enjoyed watching him bowl since the lunch break. I've enjoyed watching Jones as well in this little battle between the two, where he's trying to take Crane on. Just trying to not allow him to settle into what has been a very good spell since lunch. 8 overs, 2 for 40 for Crane. So yeah, there's a bit going on, which is good cricket to watch. Having been on biscuit duty, Nick is back with us. Crane's going to continue, albeit there's not a second slip in place. They've got a mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, short cover. Crane to Jones. Oh, that's come off the edge, I think. Now, they've asked for a couple of things here. I presume one of them being the LB, but it felt like it came off the bat. We'll find out now. He's come back for 2. Yeah, 2 runs. So he edged that to the left of slip. Come to the keeper's right. And to the left of the slip catcher. Couple for Jones takes him to 25. 243 for 4. Here we go. So we'll look back on the replay of this. Oh, I'm not sure if it may just have carried, but couldn't quite get his hand on that. Crane balls again. Driven away by Jones to Harris at mid-off for a single. 244 for 4.
Yeah, they'll have to go down as a chance. I'm not sure whether, even having watched the first replay, whether it was Cook or Ingram.
They're both having a conversation there, aren't they, as well?
Yours. Yeah.
Colin Ingram with his left hand stretched out. Crane to Hurst. And that's driven down the ground. Saying Hassan comes round from mid-on to field. No run. 244 for 4. Hurst on 28. He's played Crane in a very different way to what Jones has tried to play Crane so far. Goes into the crease or back into the crease off the back foot and whips it away through the leg side. And comes back for 2. By the time the throw comes in from Billy Root. Hurst moves on to 30. 246 for 4. So 19 behind. Lancashire. There's Crane. He's in once again, asking for a little catch down the leg side. Crane fancied it, Cook fancied it. Umpire didn't fancy it.
Yeah, Crane with a little giveaway grin at the end of it all, knowing that it was maybe speculative. It was a great take.
It was a great take.
Must have flicked something, but presumably the hip.
Googly sent down by Crane. Seen too many of those to his right-handers, but just the odd one now and again. That's tapped away into the leg side by Hurst. And there's no run. End of the over. Enjoying this. Crane's bowling nicely. 246 for 4. Lancashire. Jones on 26 and Hurst on 30.
It's a good point, actually, that Crane could possibly do with bowling a few more googlies, because he's got a good one. He's can turn it considerably either way. And that one producing the inquiry, but nothing more. I've had an email from John Trainer, who wants to point out that Matty Hurst played all the championship games last season.
Did
as well
he?
As
right,
this.
okay, good spot, sorry, yep.
There we are, thank you for that, John. And another John, John Wilson from Preston, thanks us for our service, vital for handicap cricket lovers like myself, he writes. As Harris starts a new over from the River Taff end and bowls, and Jones drives to cover and there's no run. He questions batters who do gardening between deliveries. Surely tapping the surface with the cue end of a cricket bat will only serve to disrupt the pitch surface, hence playing into the hands of the bowlers. I think a lot of the time it's psychological, to be honest. I don't think there's much physical that's actually achieved. Harris is in to bowl. That one keeps low outside off stump, and Jones allows it to go through. Depends whether you prod the right bit, I suppose. But surely there's not very often that there's an outstanding divot or lump of any sort on a professional cricket pitch. When you play at the sort of level I do, then
There's a few of them.
who knows what you'll get. Harris in bowls, Jones drives, but straight to mid-off, where the skipper gets everything behind it. Practices his long barrier and then his polishing mode. Yes, if you go about quarter of a mile, half a mile to our left, then there's a few pitches there that need a bit of gardening. With all due respect to the Cardiff Council staff, they are of course exposed rather than covered. Harris bowls, Jones drives, but finds mid-on this time, and there is no run. 246 for 4, Lancashire just 19 runs in arrears now, and surely poised for a substantial first innings advantage. Still got 17 overs to go till tea, so it's theoretically at 3:10 in September. It'll be probably 3:25. Van der Hoogten bowls. Jones punches that one through the offside, and two fielders look at each other and then realise that it might stop just short, but it doesn't. Root and Ul Hassan thought initially it was a lost cause, then realised it was slowing up, but they both charged after it. But it was 4 runs to Jones. He catches Hurst up. He's 30 off just 29 deliveries now, after the couple of sixes to get him going. And finding the gap in Harris's offside there. Harris in again. Bowls. Oh, that's kept low. Jones did well to keep that one out. Comically exaggerating it, going down on one knee. But really had to dig that one out. And, well, even though Lancashire are 250 for 4 and they've just got their first batting bonus point, it's never been really easy out there, has it?
No, this afternoon, well, certainly the last hour or so, has felt as though there's quite a bit happening. It's made it good to watch. This fellow that's bowling here, Crane's been excellent. But yeah, Harris has started nicely. Feels like there's a little bit of something going on here in this middle part of the day for Glamorgan. Hurst on strike. Here's Crane in and bowling. Oh, it's left. Bounces. And taken by Cook. Yeah, I was just looking at last season's figures for Matthew Hurst, as our friend rightly corrected me. He's playing all 14 games last season as well for Lancashire. That's short and pulled out towards the leg side. Good work on the square leg boundary by Root, just a single to Hurst. So we played 14 games last season, 677 runs across the season last year for Hurst, averaging 32, 1 century and 5 50s. And this season, similar in terms of 1 century and 5 50s, played all the games. He's now gone north of 700 runs, averaging just under 38. So Jones wallops it out towards the leg side. That'll be 4 for Jones. He moves on to 34. 255 for 4. Lancashire have gone past the 250 mark. Got themselves an extra bonus point from the game. So I suppose you compare last season to this, then it's kind of that sense of things have gone again for Hurst. He's continuing to improve in terms of his average and his runs scored this season compared to last. Crane's in to Jones. Takes a single to mid-on. 256 for 4. So just re-emphasising the point that he's pretty established now as Lancashire's kind of #1 wicket-keeper batter. And even when Salt is available, he keeps his place in the side as a batsman, as he has done in this season on a couple of occasions. Swung away down the ground by Hurst, back over Crane's head, down towards the boundary. A bouncer 2, and then over the rope for 4. Takes Matthew Hurst on to 35 not out. Lancashire 260 for 4.
Yeah, they're getting after Mason Crane now, aren't they? 2 for 72. Finishing his 14th over. And Jones initially started the onslaught, and Hurst is trying to tuck in now as well.
That's Crane's response, in and balls. Just off the back foot, cuts it away in front of square on the offside for a single. And he moves on to 36, 261 for 4. Maybe the end of Crane, because there's going to be a bowling change. So maybe Harris might come into the attack from this Cathedral Road end. It looks like Ned Lennon's going to replace Harris.
Returning to bowl at the River End.
Yeah, it could be that way.
Ned Leonard.
12 overs until the new ball is available to Glamorgan, and Lancashire should have a decent advantage by the time that's available. They're just 4 runs behind now, with only 4 wickets down. And you'd have thought that Lancashire would now probably hope to bat until maybe lunchtime tomorrow, the way they're going, and give themselves enough time to have a good go at Glamorgan's second innings batting effort in a couple of sessions tomorrow. Leonard, not 36 off 11, so he's been tidy. It doesn't strike me as a particularly lucky bowler, Ned Leonard. Thought this a couple of times since he joined Glamorgan from Somerset. Beats the bat quite a lot, sometimes without results. Anyway, here he comes, and doesn't beat the bat on that occasion because Hurst has just jabbed it as far as cover. And there is no run. Leonard, born in London, but one of those many players developed through the public schools in Somerset, from which that county benefits, being on the doorstep. Made his Glamorgan debut tail end of last season on loan. And he comes, bowls, turns it into a gap on the leg side, and tried for once, doesn't field cleanly as he sort of retreating, tried to get the boot on it and fell over himself, and now, well, you can see the funny side of it. I'm not sure if Leonard will, because it's a run that possibly shouldn't have been there, but Tribe's normally an excellent fielder, just made a bit of a hash of that one.
10 out of 10 for enthusiasm. Effort and enthusiasm off the charts. Execution.
Yeah,
footballing skills. No.
To complete the over
Oh.
the River End, James Harris, and number 11, Andy Corbin, fielding second.
Well, Leonard, well, he looked in some discomfort as he finished his follow through there, and he's actually hobbling as he walked back to the wicket, so that'll be a blow for Glamorgan as Harris is in, and that is hammered through the covers for 4 runs by Michael Jones. Glamorgan now a bowler down as Leonard makes his way. Doesn't look to be in too much pain as he ascends the pavilion steps. But he obviously felt something go there, and we wait to see whether he appears again today. Well, we were busy laughing at Asa Tribe. We should have been watching Ned Leonard. 266 for 4. Harris to Jones, drives again into the offside. This one is intercepted by Root at cover, but they're through for a safe single. So Leonard went off after bowling 2 balls of that over. So Harris, who might have been looking to swap ends, is having to fill in at the River Taff end again as Harris bowls a short pitch ball that is possibly over the batter's head, but gets away with it. Hurst thought about the hook shot but didn't really take it on.
Sussex are now officially safe from relegation in Division 1. They've reached 350, so that bonus point secures them Division 1 cricket next season.
Well done to Sussex. Harris is in to bowl and turned on the leg side. This time Tribe does make a successful stop to some rather ironic applause. The end of the over sent down by Ned Leonard stroke James Harris, and Lancashire are into the lead with the products of that over. They are 267 for 4 and they lead Glamorgan by 2, still with 6 wickets in hand, and with Jones hammering along at 40 off 34 balls.
Yeah, does Crane get another over? I wonder whether, because of Leonard coming in to replace Harris, it was only a pretty short spell from Harris, maybe that he might switch him to this end, but with Leonard going off and Harris continuing from that River Taff end, looks like Crane's going to have another go.
Yeah, I thought it might be time for a bit of Carlson, maybe. Bowled 1 over last night.
Well, since lunch, Crane's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 56. I think he's bowled well. He's been a threat. Lancashire tried to hit him out the attack.
They've started to give him a bit of tap, though, haven't they?
They have. Jones on 40. Here comes Crane. Ball to Jones. Looks to try and sweep it out towards the grandstand. Taken by Chris Cook.
That would have ended up halfway up the grandstand
would,
if he'd
wouldn't
made contact there.
It would. 267 for 4. Crane bouncing back in, balls again. Jones playing calmly off the front foot, just pushing the ball back beyond the reach of Crane, who's thrust out his left boot trying to stop it. Single for Jones takes him to 51. And it's 268 for 4. I'm going to look at the ball.
Yeah, it was changed at 156 for 2. Umpire Langley gives it a very cursory glance. Says what you're moaning about.
Lancashire leading by 3 here. Here's Crane. In again. First off the back foot. We'll play it up towards Hassan, who's at mid-on. Single for Hurst, takes him to 38. 269 for 4.
Yeah, virtually everyone apart from Bohannon has got in this innings.
Crane to Jones, that's the shot he was looking for last time. It's in the air, out towards the leg side boundary, and it's bouncing safely with
Eddie Byram was off in pursuit, another subfielder.
Couldn't quite make up the ground to get to it. More height than distance from Jones on the sweep to Crane again. Takes Jones on to 43. Been a really positive innings from Jones. He's looked certainly to try and get at Mason Crane. This time cars it out through the offside. Nicely stopped at backward point by Groven. And there's one run. Groven with a good dive away to his right at backward point. Single to Jones. 272 for 4. Crane to Hurst. It's down the leg side. Good take by Chris Cook as Hurst tries to whip it away. Fails to make any contact on it.
Oh, that one might have gone into the stands. He got away with one there to Mason Crane. But Glamorgan now a bowler down and somewhat struggling to halt the Lancashire onslaught.
Yeah, they've put on 69 from 77 balls, these two.
To bowl at the river end, Kieran Carlson.
As I suggested, Carlson into the attack, and maybe now, having had a moment to recover their thoughts, they will switch ends for James Harris, which, as Scott said, appeared to be the intention originally. So Wells the top scorer of the day with 78, Jennings 49, Bell 45, Jones 44 not out, Hurst 38 not out. Only Bohannon, who fell for 9, has missed out. 2 wickets apiece for Mason Crane and Tim van der Hoogten. And Kieran Carlson trying to come to the party. He's taken 5 wickets at 23 so far this season. Hasn't been extensively used because they've had Crane and Kellaway both in the side for 5-6 games. As Carlson bowls and driven into the leg side by Jones, and there's no run. So he has been effective, but hasn't been really needed with the ball too much. As that one's muscled away by Jones through the leg side. That's a powerful blow as Jones gallops onto 48 not out, leaving Hurst behind in his wake. Does he always play like this, Michael Jones?
He just have different ways of playing. This has been a fabulous knock, hasn't it, by Jones? He's injected a bit of energy into the Lancashire innings and he's put the pressure back on Crane. He's probably forcing a bowling change.
Carlson in again to Jones, who drives up to long on and gets the single, and that the effect of Jones's attacking prowess is that Glamorgan have dropped 3 fielders back into the deep. Mid-off isn't quite on the boundaries, 3/4 of the way back, but long on, mid-wicket and point are on the boundary. Hurst on strike, and square drive on the offside. Didn't really middle that one, but we'll get a single out to deep point. Hurst to 39, 278 for 4. The lead is 13 runs. And Jones on strike on 49 not out. As Carlson bowls, and Jones will reach his half century with just a steer into the leg side. And it's taken only 42 balls for Michael Jones to reach that milestone.
Second 50 of the summer for Michael Jones, who's been a little in and out of the side.
Carlson bowls. Hurst jumps down on it defensively. Fielded by Byram at cover. And there is no run.
Jones's 50 came off 42 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Started the season opening the batting for Lancashire, Michael Jones, in the opening game or 2 of the campaign before they readjusted it and put Wells back to the top, and then Jones finding himself out of the side for a decent chunk of the games. This is just his 8th championship match of the season, but enjoyable 50 to watch here from just 42 deliveries. He's not seeing the end of Crane. He's going to have another go, Mason Crane. He's going to continue and bowls. That's out towards the leg side, bouncing over the boundary rope. 4 more for Jones, who really has taken a shine to Crane. He's taken the attack certainly to the Glamorgan leg spinner. Again, one that he heaves away out towards the leg side, and they've gone for an extra reinforcement on that leg side boundary. There's now a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket in front of the grandstand away to our right hand side, so the 4 short legs gone. And he's Crane in and bowls, and Jones back and across trying to drop it into the onside, and just trickles out into the offside. Cook comes round from behind the stumps to field. And then in conversation with Colin Ingram, and a slip catcher. Lead of 18 for Lancashire. Crane in balls, swing and a miss from a fuller ball by Crane, which was pushed through quicker as well from the leg spinner. Jones went and swung everything after it. Sneaks past the bat into the gloves of Cook. Dot ball, and then a smile on the face of Mason Crane as he looked back towards Michael Jones. Crane balls again. Jones going back. Crane asks for the LBW. Ball thuds onto the pad. Drops away in towards the leg side. And there's no addition to the score.
It's doing far too much, but nice googly again from Crane.
Yeah. Spinning back into Jones. 283 for 4. Balls again. Jones swings it away again. It's in the air. It's down the ground, and it's all the way for 6. Long off and long on down towards the boundary below us, but Jones ignored the 2 of those. Hits it high back over the bowler's head. Another 6 for Jones. He moves to 60, and it's 289 for 4. Where's the ball? Just down there.
Spot the ball.
Yeah,
put it across where you think the ball is.
There it is.
James Harris has now got it helpfully pointed out by a couple of members who possibly couldn't reach it because it was in the barriered off zone in front of us.
289 for 4, lead of 24 now. Jones on to 60. Here's Crane in, balls. Jones whips this one away towards the leg side. We do have that extra bit of protection on the leg side boundary. Just a single this time. But another good over that for Lancashire. And this has been excellent from Michael Jones. 61 not out from 48 deliveries. 290 for 4 now, Lancashire. That's a lead of 25 runs. 72 overs gone. So Glamorgan are 8 overs away from a second new ball becoming available for them. Lancashire looking to try and cash in the meantime.
And after that vote to maintain the 14-game championship season, the Professional Cricketers Association Chief Exec Darryl Mitchell, a former Worcestershire player, has not ruled out the possibility of players taking strike action after those reform proposals were rejected. Remember, the season has been cut by just 2 days, both coming off the T20 blast to reduce back-to-back fixtures. Darryl Mitchell said he was disappointed and disheartened by the outcome of the vote, which in the end was just a 14-match schedule against a 13-match schedule. There's Carlson in to bowl. Jones turns it off his legs for a single, moves to 62 not out. Said, "We will be led by the players. The WhatsApp group last night was pretty animated and there were some high emotions. I don't think any union would rule out the possibility of strike action if their members wanted it." Carlson bowls, and there's an appeal against Hurst, but it's not given. The overriding view from players was that the county's schedule is not fit for purpose, and change was definitely sought by the majority of our members, said Mitchell. As Hurst is forward, driving back to Carlson. There are polarised opinions across the game. Some counties wanted 10 championship matches, he claims. Others were adamant that 14 was the minimum they wanted. As Carlson bowls and Hurst turns it away on the leg side. A sun hat has broken out. I presume it's Zainul Hassan underneath it. He's usually the first one to go for a sun hat. And this current Glamorgan 11. 291 for 4. Carlson bowls. Hurst is forward, defending back to the bowler. Things are a lot calmer when Hurst is on strike compared to the belligerent Jones, who's racing ever onwards. Carlson is in the finishes over. Back on his stumps goes Hurst, defends, so just the single off at 291 for 4, 7 overs until the new ball is available. That article on the BBC Sport website, by the way, is open for comments from readers of the sports website, and it doesn't take Einstein to guess the general tenor of the comments on that, and I don't think many of them are supporting the players. A lot of them pointing out that players, by and large, are all too keen to play franchise cricket as much as they possibly can. Well, that doesn't apply to maybe the average county player. Yeah, I mean, you have to have sympathy for players who feel burnt out during the course of a season, but you know, there are 18, 20, 22 players in the average professional squad, and you can rest people for the odd week or two.
Yes, I think it'll have very little sympathy. Zainul Hassan coming over the wicket. That's dabbed down and fielded by Chris Cook. So Jones putting down the gauntlet here. 62 of 50 balls. He went after Mason Crane earlier. He rode his luck as well, but got through that patch. And this is a fine partnership. 88 when they most needed it. Zainul Hassan coming in, standing up is Cook, and that's out, LBW, and Ul Hassan has struck from nowhere, and it was a wicket that Glamorgan desperately needed, because Jones and Hurst had built a partnership of 88, were threatening to take the game away from Glamorgan, but Zainul Hassan has struck out, and it looked plumb in front of the wickets, and Jones has fallen for 62.
Excellent innings off just 51 deliveries, and he really has put Lancashire further into the driving seat in this game before playing across the second ball of Ul Hassan's new spell, and Ul Hassan really needed to come to the party with Leonard off the field because his first spell was a little expensive at times. 291 for 5, but Lancashire already lead by 26 runs. Jones, in the course of those 51 balls, struck 6 fours and 3 sixes, all of which were off the leg spinner Mason Crane. So batting to come, George Balderson, Tom Aspinwall, Tom Bailey, Jack Blatherwick and Tom Hartley. Not necessarily in that order, but it is Balderson at number 7, averaging 25 with the bat this season, 425 runs, and that in addition to the 36 wickets that he's taken, Bailey having moved past him yesterday up to 38.
It's been the theme of the day, though. As soon as Glamorgan have taken wickets, Lancashire have threatened to take the game away from their opponents, and then comes a wicket, a timely one at that. So still in the balance. 26 lead.
Yeah, it's realistically likely to be a 3-figure lead at the moment, though, isn't it? Which is usually significant in the course of a game.
Well, we'll see if more wickets follow.
Yeah, I mean, if Glamorgan could keep the deficit under 100, but that's appearing somewhat unlikely at the moment, with Lancashire already 26 to the good. But it's been lots of decent contributions. No one's quite gone on for Lancashire, but the fact that nearly everyone has got in and got going
suggests that the ball maybe was doing a bit more on the first morning. So it's Zainul Hassan coming around to the left-handed George Balderson, who'll face his first ball. This is Ul Hassan coming in, and that's firmly struck off the back foot by Balderson for no run.
It's always been a pitch that's offered a little something for the bowlers. Bit of movement with the new ball yesterday, just enough. The odd one keeping low now, and a bit of turn for the spinners.
Well, Hassan comes in around the wicket, bowls. That's left outside off stump by Balderson, taken by Cook.
It is a fairly brown wicket, in contrast to the lush greenness of the outfield, but Sapphire Gardens with some good watering systems hasn't suffered the parched outfields that we've seen on some county grounds around the circuit in recent weeks.
Especially last week. Ul Hassan coming in, and that's struck, not timed to perfection, but they'll get a single through the offside.
It was all rather soggy up at Derby, and then we didn't have any rain at all, virtually no rain on the first day, and they couldn't play because of the winds. It's the first time I've seen that, though umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy said that it had happened to him on a couple of previous occasions, long-serving umpire, and of course Lancashire stalwart before that.
Hurst, who's on 39, will take the reins. Three wickets then have fallen in this session. 2 to Crane and 1 to Zain Ul Hassan, who's bowling now. Dug that one in short, and that's played on the onside square of the wicket, and they take another single. So wicket taking over from Zain Ul Hassan, and it was much needed.
Certainly, it's a conversation between the two batters. Matty Hurst, who's been out there a while, faced 73 deliveries for his 40, so he's ticking along nicely. Was happy to play second fiddle in that partnership of 88, of which Michael Jones scored 62. Carlson from the River Taff end. Hurst drives. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run. So Leonard was off after bowling 11.2 overs. Carlson bowls. Hurst stretches forward and defends, so effectively Glamorgan have probably got to find another at least 10 overs that he would have sent down. Carlson may be mopping up a few of those with his off spin. Down the wicket and sliced rather through the covers, but safely away for 4 runs from Matty Hurst. Didn't entirely get to the pitch of it, but got enough of it to send it flying past northeast at cover and wide of Byram, the subfielder at mid-off. Hurst to 44, 297 for 5 on the brink of a second batting bonus point. Hurst drives, it's eluded Tribe at straightish mid-wicket, runs up to long on, and a single is taken. 298 for 5. Hurst to 45 not out. The helmet is being brought on. We've got 2 subs on at the moment.
Gorvin is on as well.
And Byram. Is Van der Hoogten off? Maybe just for a change of boots, a rub down.
Bit of a rest.
Can't say that. Carlson bowls and left-handed Balderson defends. No run. Can't see Van der Hoogten out there at the moment, as that's driven into the offside by Balderson, fielded by Crane at cover. No run. 298 for 5. 5 runs off the Carlson over. That nicely struck cover drive by Matty Hurst to take him on to 45. He's still 9 overs away.
Oh, gosh.
Ah, well.
You teased us for bringing those waffles out too early. You went early, Nick. Zainul Hassan, wicket taking over last time, and that's played easily for a single into the onside. Deep backward square comes in, which is Billy Root.
Well, Scott's at liberty to munch his. We won't get offended. $2.99 for 5. In the Sapphire Garden sunshine, but Lancashire enjoying it rather more than Glamorgan.
Coming around is Zainul Hassan, bowls. That's tucked away, but there is no run. Fielded by Mason Crane. Yeah, there's never been a flurry of wickets. They've been in isolation.
Yeah, Bohannon the only man to go cheaply. 18 runs between the first and the second wickets, but that was hardly enough to worry Lancashire.
The lead is 34. Ul Hassan coming in, bowls left outside off stump by Balderson, who is on one. Hurst is 46 from 78 balls. Just a bit of a lull in proceedings now, as Ul Hassan comes in, bowls, and that's well, Balderson possibly flirted with that outside off stump.
Yeah, he might have claimed he played inside it deliberately, but looked more likely that he was beaten. And Glamorgan have put their memberships on sale for next season today. Seize the moment of promotion, the feel-good factor.
Have they gone up? Zainul Hassan coming in around, and that's played in defensive mode.
Well, you're a nasty, cynical man, Kenneth Davis. They write, we are also delighted to confirm a price freeze.
Oh,
as general admission memberships remain at the same great value.
He has little faith.
Yeah, the early bird savings is a bit shorter this season, I think.
Last ball of the over, and that's tucked away, but Alderson finds square leg, and there is no run. 2.99 for 5.
Also includes free entry to Glamorgan women's fixtures as well, which I think is going to have to be a growing part of how counties market their product in future years. Now that the women's sides have been tied to the counties, the men's counties, Glamorgan due to turn professional the season after next in 2027, having been in their first year in League 2, semi-finalists in the T20 Blast and finalists in the One Day Cup, being beaten by Yorkshire on both occasions. Yorkshire promoted to the pro ranks next year. Carlson bowls down leg side, a little bit of turn but away from the bat as Hurst doesn't make contact. There is a fielder now at a short fine leg, Zainul Hassan, as he's not needed there because Hurst driven that one into the covers, but a tumbling stop by Northeast. Hurst on 46 not out. Carlson in, bowls, back on his stumps goes Hurst. Happy to take his time, the young keeper, after the onslaught by Michael Jones, 62 off 51 balls. Really removed any possible worries about Lancashire's progress. Carlson bowls and Hurst gropes forward rather. Ball bounces away down to short fine leg, no run as Ul Hassan does the fielding. So Lancashire being made to wait just a few moments for their 300s, and it'll come here as Hurst turns one towards square leg, and a leisurely ripple of applause in the late September sunshine as Lancashire bring up 300 and go 5-2 up on bonus points in this match. Glamorgan just the one batting point and one bowling point so far. Needs just one more wicket for their second. Carlson in. Bowls, almost got it there as a swing and a miss from Balderson outside off stump. Through it went to Cook. Marches down the other end. Glamorgan's over 8 was -1 at the lunch interval. They bowled 29 overs in the morning session. When they were on 49, they bowled 28 so far this afternoon, so they're going at a better rate with Crane and Carlson having delivered a fair few of those. And Ul Hassan being military medium, so he's not off the longest run either. So I think they should be alright in over 8 terms by the time the tea interval ticks around. Don't want to risk losing points.
No.
Having been promoted, risk being unpromoted again.
Zain Ul Hassan continues from the Cathedral Road end. Standing up is Cook, who takes outside off stump.
Kent lost 6 in one game, I think,
they?
earlier this season, which is a little bit careless. Glamorgan were down at -4 or 5 in one match, but managed to claw it back. They've lost 1 overall this season, Glamorgan. Up at Leicester, I think it was.
Ul Hassan coming over the wicket. And there's a shout once more for LBW, but not given.
Yeah, I thought that looked fairly similar to the way that Michael Jones was given out. Maybe a bit
Good
more.
shout. Good
Maybe
shout.
a little bit too much width from. Oh yes, that is a good shout. Looking at a couple
know
of
what?
replays, might have been a fraction outside off stump for the initial contact, and he was playing a shot, but that was very close.
Well, given the last one was given, Ul Hassan. To the naked eye, that looked a better shot than the previous one.
Yes.
But there we are. That is why I am here behind glass in the commentary position.
Well, we usually get a couple of replays, to be fair, and the umpires are doing it in real time with the naked eye.
Zain Ul Hassan. Good spell here. Full. And he's gone.
Bowled him.
Bowled him through the gate. It was full straight. And Hurst tried to throw the kitchen sink at it, and it got through his defence. So another wicket for Zain Ul Hassan. And Lancashire are 6 down.
Yeah, very useful for Glamorgan to take these wickets with the old ball. 2 for Ul Hassan in relatively quick succession. As Hurst went for a big booming straight drive. He looked to be trying to hit it aerially over mid-off maybe to bring up his half-century in style, but he becomes the 3rd Lancashire batter to fall just short of a half-century. Jennings 49, Bell 45, Hurst 47, but it all adds up to a decent collective team effort for the Red Rose County, who are already 35 runs in the lead and now with 4 wickets left. And not a bad effort by Glamorgan to hold on with the ball, given that their bowler down, as Hartley is in at 8, playing his 10th match out of the 14, and he's averaging 27 with the bat, 379 runs to his credit so far. Ul Hassan 2 for 37, Van der Hoogten 2 for 62, Crane 2 for 89, the wicket takers.
Yeah, he deserved that. He probably was very close with his previous delivery.
Faced 87 balls and hit 6 fours, so it was one of Lancashire's more considered efforts, with Bell and Jones playing attackingly around him.
So I'm going to say this, another wicket, and it could be interesting.
Yes, I mean, Glamorgan will have aspirations now of keeping the lead under 100, which maybe looked unlikely 20 minutes ago.
Well, that was a relatively quick flurry.
Yes, what were the 74th and 78th overs, so 4 overs between them.
So it will be Tom Hartley taking guard. 2 slips in for the left-hander, another left-hander, few of them in the Lancashire ranks. Coming in is Zainul Hassan, who's bowling well at the moment. Bowls, and Hartley rocks back and defends.
Yeah, much better second spell than his first.
Yeah. There is a backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket. There is a deep fine leg for protection on the on side. As Ul Hassan comes in, bowls. It's left by Hartley. This is the time to strike. 2 new batters in the shape of Balderson and Hartley. That is the end of a very good over by Zainul Hassan. A wicket taking one. Lancashire 300 for 6.
Yes, just looking to see when Tom Hartley's last Test match was. It was in India in March of last year. It's got a healthy record, really. 22 wickets from 5 tests for Tom Hartley. Average of 36, which is okay for an international spinner, and somewhat unlucky with 1 or 2 injuries, maybe. As Carlson floats one up and Balderson drives to one of 2 close-ish covers.
Yeah, more of an unorthodox field now.
Looking for a catch on the drive on the offside as Balderson punches it past Harris, who might have got a hand to it, I think.
Did, yeah.
Wasn't a chance, but took most of the weight off the ball. It's just a single. Or did they come back? No, they've come back for 2, sorry. So ball watching there. Balderson on to 3. Carlson sends Harris back a couple of metres to a single saving position. Not needed, as Balderson doesn't play a shot there. In terms of accumulating bonus points, I'm not sure if Lancashire will be too worried about that, as that one's kept low. It's well played by Balderson and then misfielded by Ul Hassan, who might have done better then. There's a couple of runs down towards backward point. So we're coming up to the 80 over mark, the over after next, and if Lancashire are still at the wicket, they may just have an outside chance of getting to 450. But just a question, I think, really, of how long the innings lasts now, rather than the run rate in particular. Balderson punches that one off the back foot, fielded by Try, but short cover, no run. 304 for 6 it remains. Balderson has 5. Hartley's just faced a couple of deliveries. Carlson to finish his 6th over, and that's cut away by Balderson. He'll jog through for a single. It's picked up by Van der Hoogten, who is gently sweeping out on the offside boundary, and probably hoping the ball doesn't come his way too often, because he's got to save his efforts for bowling, especially with one of his fellow frontline seamers, Ned Leonard, off the field.
Yeah, what I wasn't on commentary. Did he just pull up?
Yeah, it was, seemed to jar something possibly in his follow through, and marched straight off. I knew he'd done something. He walked up the pavilion steps reasonably okay. But clearly you wouldn't expect him to bowl again today anyway.
Well, Hassan, who's taken 2 wickets, coming in around. Oh, that's a decent ball. And leaves Balderson outside off stump.
Skidded through a bit low, and he goes down for a bit of gardening, which we were discussing earlier. Just a couple of token prods to give the worms concussion.
Yeah. What it does is anyone's guess. Well, Hassan in again. Carbon copy outside off stump through to Chris Cook.
Yes, played a lovely defensive shot just down the wrong line. And wanders down for another bit of prodding just short of a length outside the off stump.
Yeah, back to your point, it definitely is a question of when now, especially if we've got some filthy stuff coming in on Saturday. Ul Hassan, that's well, he's trying to drive Zainul Hassan, but it ended up going to square leg, where Gorvin, the substitute fielder, is fielding. We might lose a bit on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, if Lancashire are in a position to try and force victory, then I'm sure they'll try and do it tomorrow if at all possible.
Driven back firmly to Zainul Hassan. Of course, this the game last year, the last game for Glamorgan was that rain-disrupted game against Gloucestershire here at Sophia Gardens, where both teams forfeited an innings.
Yeah, that was fun. Glamorgan won it fairly easily.
I think we lost the first day completely. It absolutely bucketed down as that's creamed into the offside, fielded by Billy Root, who takes a tumble in the process. Yeah, the Thursday was, I can't remember if it was the Wednesday or Thursday, it was completely wiped out. Rain of biblical proportions came down. I think Chris Cook, if memory serves me right, had a winning knock in that game. That's played 2 mid-on. They take a quick one to Sam Northeast. And that is the end of the over. 306 for 6, which is a lead now of 41.
Yeah, play started at noon on the second day of that game. Yeah, in the last week of September last year. And Glamorgan ran up 381 for 4 declared. And then with a lousy weather forecast on the last day, Glamorgan declared mid-morning on the 2nd, which was actually the 3rd, and then bowled Gloucestershire out for 189 to win by a street. So it was a good end to a disappointing championship season, but this time it has been a flourishing county championship season for Glamorgan. They're hoping won't end with a defeat, as Balderson stretches forward to defend the first ball of Carlson's over. Crane is warming up once more for another blast with his leg spin. Carlson in to bowl. Balderson is forward. Now, after the departure of Michael Jones, who's been the hardest hitting of the Lancashire batsmen, Matty Hurst tried to take it on, but then got a bit bogged down and was bowled trying to hit his way out of it. Balderson carves this one away into the offside, but Van der Hoogten can just jog to his right and do the fielding and keep them down to a single. 307 for 6. Lead 42 for the visitors. 4 wickets remain in hand, so 100 lead still on the cards. Carlson bowls, Hartley drives but finds mid-off set back, and they don't risk the quick single. Carlson in again, bowls, and forward comes Hartley. Defending. No run. Carlson whipping through these overs. As forward comes Hartley again and defends. So just the single off the over. We have 3 left until the tea interval.
The tea will be taken when there are 32 overs.
Thank you, Higgers.
In the day's quota. And once again, you're very welcome during the interval to go out to look at the pitch. Once again, we ask you kindly, if you are venturing into the middle, not to take any food or drink with you.
You've been told.
There's a change of bowling as well.
Don't spill your pint on the length.
Returning to bowl, Mason Crane.
Mason Crane, who had a good spell post-lunch, took 2 wickets. Luke Wells and George Bell. But then we had a little ding-dong battle between Crane and Michael Jones. Jones tried to get after him and scored at a fair lick, it has to be said.
Yeah, it was a bit of ding-dong from Michael Jones, isn't there?
Yeah.
Dinged it over the boundaries on 3 occasions.
So there is a short leg in place for Mason Crane, who starts his latest spell, coming in to Balderson, who strikes that firmly and will get 4 runs through the covers. Bit of a loosener to start for Mason Crane, just dragging that one short. And wide as well, so plenty of width for Balderson to work with, who's moved to 12. Hartley yet to score, but the lead is 46. In comes Mason Crane, bowls. Better length delivery that time, and it's just defended, and Crane fields. So just a case of getting through to tea now as far as Lancashire is concerned. Just less than 3 overs to go. Crane striving for another wicket, bowls flatter that time, and it's dragged down leg side where it's taken by the keeper, Chris Cook. Still a decent crowd here on day 2. In comes Mason Crane, bowls, and Balderson gives himself a bit of room to manoeuvre and plays it out to deep cover, and they take a single, which brings Tom Hartley on strike, who's yet to score. Crane in, Hartley back on his stumps, and it's taken by Cook.
Yeah, googly again.
Last ball of the over for Mason Crane, fuller, and whipped out to mid-wicket where Carlson fields. So 2 to go until tea. Balderson is 13, Hartley yet to score. Lancashire in prime position, they lead by 47.
Yes, and will Glamorgan have to bat again this evening? You'd have thought they'd have fancied their chances of taking 4 lower order wickets within this time and allowing themselves to knock off some of the deficit maybe in the closing overs of today's play. So Carlson from the River Taff end to Balderson, who's beaten by that one. Might have kept a bit low. A cry of excitement from Kieran Carlson, but that's not that infrequent an occurrence. Carlson bowls and Balderson goes for it and has got it over mid-on. Crane races back and has collected it 5 metres inside the boundary, and they've only run 1. Balderson moves to 14. That one going rather more vertical and rather less horizontal than Balderson had intended. 2 left-handers at the wicket at the moment. Hartley drives back the bowler, and Crane flexes onto the stumps, and Carlson flicks it onto the stumps, appeals for a run out, but Balderson had turned and made his ground safely. But it's a nice little backhand flick from Carlson, whether deliberately or not. Carlson to Hartley. He comes down the wicket and drives, but straight to mid-off and no run. So some intent from Lancashire still, despite the fact that the TO interval is only 8 deliveries away. Carlson in bowls, no shot played by Tom Hartley, ball through to Cook. Carlson's last delivery of the afternoon session then, as he bowls it to Tom Hartley from around the wicket, and Hartley presses forward, head over the ball, textbook style, defends it back to the bowler. Carlson's bowling arm is done for the session. Lancashire 313 for 6, leading by 48 runs. Final over of the session,
which will be taken by Mason Crane. Sure, Lancashire, well, to an extent, will just shut up shop, although they have gone after Crane. Balderson, who's unbeaten on 14. Leg slip as well as the conventional slip on short leg. And that's looped in the air, and they're asking the question, and no interest from the umpire.
Yeah, just logging up. Ace of Tribe just had to turn round and catch it behind him, but the replay shows it was a fairly obviously off the middle of the pad.
No bat or glove involved as Crane comes once more, and cramped for style that time was Balderson. Just squeezes one out to short leg, where Tribe is fielding. Carlson is at leg slip, Ingram the conventional slip. As Northeast goes on the attack, 4 balls before tea, Ingram. Ingram is at slip as Crane fires one down, and it's a dot ball. 3 to go then, and Lancashire will just dig in and eye the tea interval now. Crane, and again having to rock back was Balderson.
Yeah, a little inside edge onto the pads. He's showing signs of wanting to get on with it, George Balderson, but having to pick his moment.
Crane. That's just played nonchalantly towards short cover, and Sam Northeast. This then the final ball before the tea interval. And Crane fires one down. That's pulled aggressively, and that is a confident way for George Balderson to end the second session. Glamorgan still have it all to do. Lancashire have lost 4 wickets in that session. Crane took 2 wickets. George Bell and Luke Wells departing for 78 and 45 respectively, and the other wickets coming from Zain ul Hassan. Michael Jones, who was going at a fair rate, was bowled LBW 62 by Zainul Hassan, and Hurst, the other to depart, was bowled Zainul Hassan for 47. But Lancashire still in the driving seat, and they lead by 52, so trying to extend what could be an unassailable lead at the end of their first innings. So the situation is that Lancashire are 317 for 6, a lead of 52. We'll be back after the tea interval.
I've got some latest scores from the other games around the country in the Rothesay County Championship. We'll start at the Utilita Bowl, where Surrey in their second innings are 86 for 2. So they're still trailing Hampshire by 15 runs. At Northampton are in their first innings, they're 167 for 6, trailing Leicestershire by 262 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire are 170 for 2, still trailing Durham by 176. And at Chelmsford, Essex in their first innings were 159 for no wicket. They're still 274 runs behind Somerset. At Worcester in their second innings, Worcestershire are 125 for 3, still trailing Sussex by 102 runs. And at Lords, Middlesex declared on 634 for 9, and in reply Gloucestershire currently 40 without loss. At Trent Bridge, Notts have just reached 206 for 4, and they are still trailing Warwickshire by 43 runs. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Derbyshire declared on 698 for 6, and in reply Kent are currently 27 without loss. A reminder that the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook is still available for purchase from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also obtain a score sheet for this game. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casted Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. If you haven't done so already, why not visit the Museum of Welsh Cricket, situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. There's been a recent refurbishment thanks to a generous grant from the Welsh Government. Besides watching the memory match, which is Glamorgan v the 1993 Australians at Leith, you can also read and peruse the bilingual panels, or you can purchase some of the second-hand cricket books or old Glamorgan yearbooks, or even the recently published research monographs. One in particular by David Battersby, which looks at Glamorgan's tour of the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970. The museum will be closing at the end of the tea interval, but it will be open again tomorrow. to resume the Lancashire first innings. George Balderson and Tom Hartley.
Very warm welcome back to sunny Sapphire Gardens on this second day of the Rothesay Second Division Championship match between Glamorgan and Lancashire. And just to recap, if you're joining us on BBC Sport Online, Lancashire currently are 317 for 6, which is a first innings lead of 52. So they are in control and will be looking to push on in this final session. And Glamorgan will need some quick wickets if they are to peg them back, so to speak, and keep the lead under 3 figures. It is going to be Kieran Carlson to continue from the River Taff end as he comes in to Hartley, who straight away goes on the attack, and it's a firm drive, partially stopped by Ace Tribe, and no run is available. Balderson is 18. Hartley yet to score. In comes Kieran Carlson. That is full and played on the onside. A few have had scores for the Lankies. Luke Wells, 78, top scoring. Best knock probably was Michael Jones, who was going at a fair speed for 62. That is a dot ball, incidentally. A few players in the 40s, Keaton Jennings, George Bell as well, and now it is Balderson. Hartley on strike, who strikes it firmly, too firmly though to take a single down to James Harris at mid-off. Carlson coming around to Hartley, who comes round and dispatches that one bounce for 4 over Kieran Carlson, and that is the first boundary of the final session of the day. Down the track, and he was on it, one bounce into the side screen for 4.
Well, Hartley's certainly has the ability to score and score pretty quickly.
Last ball of Kieran Carlson's over. No, it isn't. It would have been, but he sort of lost his grip.
That's terrific.
Let's have a look at that again.
Whoa!
Oh, there we are. Well, at least he caught it. Dead ball, though. So this that's a little wry smile. He's going to try again, this Kieran Carlson. Here he goes. Hopefully a better outcome this time. Sends one down, and that's squeezed out to backward point, and that is the end of Kieran Carlson's over. 4 coming off it. On the penultimate ball, Lancashire 3-2-1 for 6 as they try and power on and to put Glamorgan under pressure. Yeah,
lead of 56 is a healthy position for Lancashire to be in. They want to push that a little bit further on. They'd be fancying a lead of 3 figures, I reckon, when Jones and Hartley were both batting, for example. But Crane's bowled well through the course of the day. Off with a threat. He was going for 98, which seems a bit harsh, but Jones kind of took a bit of a fancy to him, trying to hit him out the attack. There was a period this afternoon where Crane to Jones was a fantastic little battle. He was kind of on the counter attack was Michael Jones. It's turned away by Balderson for no run. So yeah, 321 for 6. It's a lead of 56. In decent position here, Lancashire. Balderson and Hartley and 2 batters resuming after tea. Spin to continue from both ends. There's Crane in and bowls, and tucked away to square leg for a single by Balderson. He moves on to 19, 322 for 6 now. Pushes the lead up to 57. Brings Hartley on strike. Hartley this season reaching his maiden first-class century. And game against Gloucestershire. It's Crane's in and bowls forward in defence, goes Hartley and defends up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I guess the emergence of Araf Shetty in Lancashire's one-day team this season, and then forcing his way into finals day, and then he's played a championship match last week. Hartley waits, cracks that one away towards wide mid-off, through for a single. I guess puts a little bit of pressure on Hartley, because Shetty looks like a young player, spin bowling all-rounder, just on the, certainly on the cusp of the first 11. Hartley very much, of course, international cricketer. Man in position. Here is Crane bowls width there for Balderson. That's cut off the back foot through the offside. Bit of work out on that boundary to do. Good work, in fact, in the end by Billy Root. He saved a couple of runs for his side there. Quite a lot of ground to make up away to his left from deep point to deep extra cover. Yeah, nicely appreciated by his teammates as well. So 2 more to Balderson. He moves on to 21. 325 for 6. Crane's back in. And Balderson going back, working the ball down towards fine leg. Adds 2 more to his total. On to 23 not out. The end of the over as well. 327 for 6. So Lancashire leading by 62 runs with 30 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, and are in the driving seat. It looks as if it'll be more than a handy lead at the end of the second day. Carlson to continue from the river end. Colin Ingram in as slip. Here comes Carlson, puts that one in short, played, and they'll take a quick single down to mid-off. Lancashire, the only thing they'll be mindful of is the weather on the last day, but at the moment they're in a very strong position. That's played dead bat, and it's fielded by his tribe, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a bit dodgy, isn't it, for Saturday, the forecast?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's okay.
Tomorrow is fine, as Carlson fires one in, and that's pulled aggressively, and that'll go all the way for 4. Yes, it will, through mid-wicket. And this is getting a problem for Glamorgan now, with the lead approaching 70. Balderson has laid down the gauntlet on the attack, and is now unbeaten on 27. Carlson in, and that's played gently on the offside by George Balderson, and there's no run. In comes Carlson bowls, and that's played on the offside again as a dot ball. Eddie Byram, by the way, is still out there. A little earlier, Ned Leonard suffered an injury as Carlson comes in and bowls. We are unsure the extent of that injury, but he hasn't reappeared. End of the over. Lancashire 332 for 6, 67 the lead.
Yes, he only bowled 2 balls, didn't he, of his first over into a spell. And then off he went. The fact that he just went off, didn't he? Walked off really quickly, didn't kind of wait for any treatment, or didn't kind of wait to see how it was feeling. He just took himself off. So whatever it was, he knew straight away that there was a problem. So that's concerning. So yeah, Glamorgan a bowler light. Continue with Crane. That's driven away. Good stop by Zain Al Hassan away to his right hand side at mid off, and there's no run. I can see James Harris just limbering up. Spin before tee and spin after tee. Crane's in and balls. Fancies the LBW there, Crane. He spins round, arms out. And the keeper joins in, not out, says the umpire. Hartley went forward.
He was well forward. Just an air of uncertainty at the umpire's mind.
Crane back in to Hartley, and rocking onto the front foot, trying to push the ball away. More thuds out into the offside. And there's no run. In fact, Tim van der Hoogten also warming up, so I presume, well, it doesn't look like this is a new ball that they've got here, so they've got that up their sleeve for a burst. And that's swept away behind square on the leg side, and it is stopped to take a bit of a dodgy bounce as it hit the turf. It's on the spin.
Yeah, one of those where you can always overrun and you end up looking stupid in the end.
Hartley Sweet brings in one more. He moves to 7. 336 for 6. Craned in, and Balderson off the back foot, carefully and cautiously just tapping the ball away into the offside for no runs. We could be about to see Harris and van der Hoogten with a spell with a new ball. I don't think that was taken before tee. It doesn't look like a new ball there as he spins that, Mason Crane. Clubbed down the ground by Balderson along the turf to the right of mid-off, and 4 runs, pushing Balderson to 31 not out. 337 for 6. Lead moves to 72.
Yeah, just over pitching, and meat and drink for Balderson, who was on it in a flash.
Feels like a change is required. It feels like we've seen some spin with Crane. It feels like the new ball's still available up the sleeve there for Glamorgan to take.
Returning to bowl.
I think we're going to see it taken now.
With the new
Yeah,
ball.
there we go.
Tim van der Hoogten.
So van der Hoogten comes back into the attack. Glamorgan take the new ball. Needs something to happen here. Glamorgan gone back to strike bowlers with a new ball to see if they can try and wrap up this Lancashire innings. 6 down, leading by 72 Lancashire. And van der Hoogten 2 for 67 is back into the attack.
Yeah, 2 wickets for Tim van der Hoogten, as he comes in from the river end and bowls to
Shot.
Hartley, and that was nothing more than a firm push by Hartley, and it sped away behind Tim van der Hoogten towards the tough end of the ground.
Nice.
Just timing, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot. Well, it won't be reluctant to... Oh dear, here we go.
I think that lodged. Yeah, it's there.
Oh, good.
It's one of those that isn't problematic for Sam Northeast to find.
Hurdling that could be problematic if you're not careful.
A few of them have been lost down there. But we are ready to go once more. Van der Hoogten then to Hartley, coming in around the wicket, bowls, and that's nicely played for a single towards deep point. It's getting tougher for Glamorgan now as the lead increases to almost 80. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and Balderson is behind it and defends.
Yeah, they've taken the new ball with two batters of pretty well set, aren't they? They've seen quite a bit of the bowling so far. Balderson's been out there for 50 deliveries for his 31. Hartley's faced 26 for 12. So both batsmen are in.
But every batter's had starts. The bar Bohannon, you would say. Tim van der Hoogten in and bowls, and again similar defensive stroke from Balderson. Ball dribbles out on the offside to Zainul Hassan.
He's opened the batting in the past in his first-class career as George Balderson, so not unfamiliar to facing a new ball. He had a benefit that he starts with 30 runs behind his under his belt, so both batters here will be confident that they can still make use of this firmer, newer ball and try and keep the score pushing on.
Van der Hoogten in. Oh, that does beat Balderson on the outside, taken by Cook.
Yeah, well, that's for the reason why it's probably a good thing to turn to this second new ball, isn't it? Didn't seem a lot happening for the two spinners with the older ball.
No.
Might get a little bit of movement with this new ball. Got a couple of slip catches and a gully in place as well. It's down towards third man. It was in the air. He's looping over gully. Pushed away on the boundary down below us. And a couple for Balderson. He moves on to 33. And the score moves to 245. So that's they've run 3.
I think Nick may have to come in for a bulletin in a minute or two. Scott, on the hour.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
Scott looks very disappointed at leaving the commentary after just a quarter of an hour of the evening session. He's welcome back very soon. But we both have radio audiences to update.
Update and entertain.
I wouldn't go that far on today's play.
No.
From a Welsh point of view.
No, it's a bit stagnant at the moment.
Harris is in to bowl, and Balderson drives to Crane at mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, Glamorgan's wicket column is looking a little bit stagnant, even though it's only 12 overs since they claimed the 6th wicket and the 2nd bonus point, so it's 5-3 on bonus points at the moment, but Lancashire are poised to add a 6th with the bat, just 5 runs away, as Harris bowls a full-length ball that's shot through off a bottom edge, I think. It's whacked into the boards, and Chris Cook turns in disbelief. Balderson aiming a big drive at that inside edge, and Balderson risking his wicket but getting away with it. Cook looks a little disconsolate now, and Harris could be forgiven for being so, but he's seen this all over 18 years, James Harris. He's in to bowl to Balderson, who pokes that one to Ul Hassan at cover. No run. 349 for 6. So another bonus point is on the way for Lancashire. Will Glamorgan manage to get 3 more wickets in the next 20 overs? Pretty likely when the 6th went down, but Balderson has led this 7th wicket partnership with 49 so far, as Harris is in to bowl. A swing and a miss, well, a prod and a miss rather, from Balderson outside off stump. Rather vague shot, caught in between attacking and defensive modes there. 349 for 6. 2 wickets apiece for 3 of the Glamorgan bowlers, Crane, Van der Hoogten, Ul Hassan. Harris is in to bowl. Nice straight drive. They'll go through for a quick single. Crane has a shy, misses the stumps at the striker's end, and they are through for a quick single that brings up the 350 for Lancashire and the 50 partnership for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, going from strength to strength, Lancashire. And it's looking ominous from a Glamorgan point of view now.
In the First Division title race, Notts 233 for 5, 25 behind Warwickshire. As Harris bowls and Hartley defends on the offside, and there's no run. I believe it's 300 the target that Notts need, yeah, to seal the county championship title. 350 for 6 here as we await a potential BBC Radio Wales update. So Nottinghamshire on the verge with a little bit of work from their lower order. Here at Sapphire Gardens, Glamorgan under the cosh against Lancashire, who lead by 85 runs. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Balderson on 39 not outs. Spits a little bit that one, but he dead bats it out on the offside, and there's no run. Balderson 39, Hartley 12. Only Bohannon has fallen for single figures today. Update for BBC Radio Wales. Lancashire in the driving seat at 350 for 6. That's already a lead of 85 over Glamorgan on first innings, and Lancashire have batted well down the order, led by a patient 78 from opener Luke Wells and a quick-fire 62 from middle order man Michael Jones, with 3 other batters passing 40. For Glamorgan, 2 wickets apiece for Tim van der Hoogten, Mason Crane and Zain Ul Hassan, but Ned Leonard's off injured. Lancashire 350 for 6, already leading by 85.
Tim van der Hoogten continues from the river end and firmly dispatched. Straight drive by Balderson, who's in the groove now. 43 of 61 deliveries, just over pitching by Tim van der Hoogten. And the lead almost 90 now. And Glamorgan in a bit of bother. Van der Hoogten coming in, bowls, played on the offside by Balderson, who's raced to 43. 4 now have contributed with in the 40s, as well as the 78 from Luke Wells and a quick fire 62 from Michael Jones. So bar Bohannon, everybody has contributed to what could be a mammoth first innings here, the way things are going.
Yeah, it's been a pretty all-round team performance, hasn't it, with bat and with ball so far by Lancashire. You mentioned the contributions with the bat. Well, that's reflected in the partnerships, isn't it? When you look through the batting card, partnerships 75, 75, 35, 88, and now 55. So good effort by Lancashire. As you say, they're in a good position here. 90 in front. They're going to have a good first innings lead. Still with 4 wickets in hand as well.
Van der Hoogten trying to unlock the defence of Lancashire and Tom Hartley, but failing to do so. That is the end of the over. Lancashire going great guns here. 355 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 for 6, a lead of 90. 3 for 6 and piling the pressure on their opponents.
Yeah, I think George Balderson's has had a very, very good season with the ball. We talked about that a bit yesterday, didn't we, with the number of overs he's bowled, the wickets he's taken, and the economy rate that he goes at. I think he's been perhaps the pick of the bunch with the ball for Lancashire this season. Maybe he'll feel he's a little low on runs as Harris sets off and bowls. Oh, that'd have been a sensational catch by Asa Try, but he clung on to that at gully. In the end, it's gone down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. I'm not sure how much, if anything, he got on it, Asa Try, but let's have a look back on the replay. It would have been a stunner had he taken it. It's gone away to his right. I'm not so sure if he got anything on it. Would have been one of the great gully catches. Instead, it's gone for 4 to bring Balderson to 48. 359 for 6.
Great effort.
It was. 2 more runs will bring Balderson his 4th 50 of the summer. And that'll be one of them. Cracked away through the offside for a single. Takes him to 49. Not out. But, yeah, maybe his batting numbers might be a little bit lower than what he would have liked, but he could end the season with as top wicket taker and 500 runs. So as a developing into a bowling all-rounder really at the minute for Lancashire. It's a pretty solid campaign.
Just a question now, how much can Lancashire amass here in terms of a lead?
Yeah, well, it's building up towards 3 figures, isn't it now? 95 in front. Hartley pulls that away. It's in the air, out towards deep square leg. Bouncing short. Single for Hartley moves to 13. 361 for 6. 96 in front. Would they fancy having a little bowl at Glamorgan tonight? Or just keep batting? 24 overs left.
They'll probably keep going, will they? They're just bat Glamorgan firstly out of the game, and then
Here comes Harris into Balderson, a short ball.
we know we've got a full day tomorrow in terms of weather.
Yeah. I suppose you can't look too far ahead because things can change. Saturday's forecast could change. Might end up getting some cricket in on Saturday.
But as it stands, it's looking an unassailable lead here, with still 4 wickets in hand.
Well, yeah, Glamorgan gonna have to bat well, aren't they? Second time round, under a bit of pressure going in with the bat in their second innings. Harris to Balderson. Oh, that's a short ball. He sways out the way of it, drops his hands, and through it goes to the keeper. 361 for 6. 96 in front. 2 slips, gully. The deep point. Long leg. There's a deep backward square leg. Mid on, mid off. And short set, extra cover. Harris to Balderson. 3rd time in a row. He's just dragged the length back a little bit shorter, and again, Balderson swaying out the way of it, and taken by Chris Cook. End of the over. These two have added 61 runs together for Lancashire. Tom Hartley and George Balderson. Lead now is 96, 361 for 6.
Just showed how much of an under par score that first inning was for Glamorgan, despite the efforts of Lancashire with the ball. This is more of what a first innings score should be, as Tim van der Hoogten continues from the tough end. Driving firmly is Hartley, but too firm straight to mid-off, where Mason Crane is fielding.
Yeah, they're going to be Glamorgan staring down the barrel of a sizable deficit on first innings, without that partnership. Tim van der Hoogten's 50, Mason Crane's 40, Chris Cook's 30 odd. I mean, that would have been a pretty bleak first innings score for the home side.
Desperate for a wicket. Tim van der Hoogten. Now that's driven, lovely stroke, slightly over pitched, but take nothing away from Tom Hartley. On it like a flash and pushed it firmly beyond Tim van der Hoogten all the way for 4.
second straight drive of the session from Tom Hartley. One went through straight mid off, that's gone through straight mid on. Both lovely shots from Hartley. And he moves on to 17, and that's exactly 100 in front now for Lancashire.
Yeah, it's looking bleak for Glamorgan here.
Careful, Sam.
Yeah, just negotiating the advertising hoardings on the far side.
Fraught with danger, that.
Hard to see where the wicket is coming from at the moment. And Lancashire in the groove for Tim van der Hoogten coming over the wicket to Hartley, who defends towards mid-off.
There was that spell, wasn't there, this afternoon when Crane was bowling, that Van der Hoogten, and then Harris replaced him for a short spell. And there was a bit happening there. There were one or two wickets were tumbling. Crane, I thought, bowled beautifully first hour after lunch. It seemed it changed because of Michael Jones, didn't it? He came out and really went after Crane, completely kind of knocked him off his rhythm, out of his rhythm.
Van der Hoogten bowls. That's driven to mid-on this time. But every time a wicket's fallen, Lancashire have steadied and consolidated, and they've come back stronger. There's never been a time where Glamorgan have been on top in the field in terms of momentum.
No, there hasn't. There was elements that you could potentially see Glamorgan in that spell when Crane was right on it after lunch, where you could think maybe you could see 3-4 going on the spin. But as you say, Lancashire managed to wrestle back control.
Van der Hoogten, that's a play and a miss, and taken by Cook. Hartley getting away with one. Balderson just one run needed for his half century. That will be the third in the Lancashire lineup to do so, following Wells and Michael Jones. Van der Hoogten into Hartley. 2 slips. And that is out that time. Taken at first slip by Colin Ingram. No mistake. Ingram's second catch. And Tim van der Hoogten is rewarded. He's plugged away. It's been difficult, but that's the third wicket for Tim van der Hoogten. Lancashire 3-5 for 7.
Yeah, I guess the slip catch has come. You'd want it around about there.
Tom Hartley was caught by Colin Ingram off the bowling of Tim
Dropping that, was he, Colin Ingram?
For 70.
And say third for Van der Hoogten. Even though it came at a good height, went quickly. He threw his bat at that, Tom Hartley. Went sharply to Ingram.
Well, he played and missed on the previous ball, and as you say, as catches go, he didn't have to move an inch, did Colin Ingram. And Hartley trudges away up to the pavilion.
Yes, you get rid of one Tom. There's still 2 more to come.
There is a few in the Lancashire lineup.
Oh, we're going to wait for a Tom. It'll be a Jack instead. Blatherwick's coming out. Replacing
The incoming
Hartley.
batter for Lancashire is Jack Blatherwick.
Jack Blatherwick. So, it's been a tough slog for Glamorgan in the field, but 3 wickets to wrap up the Lancashire innings. The lead stands at exactly 100. They'll still be trying to push that on a bit if they can.
Well, they've got batsmen who can come out and hit it. Jack Blatherwick can. Tom Bailey has got probably a dozen or so first-class 50s to his name. So they've got players that can come out and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
And they can chance their arm as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that was the end of the over, and it will be James Harris from the Cathedral Road end.
with Balderson, 1 away from 50. Harris to Balderson. Little push into the offside and gets himself through for a single. And Balderson moves on to 50 not out. And it's the 4th time he's reached a half century this season for Lancashire. Thick end of 500 runs for the season. Up there with the leading wicket takers for Lancashire. He's enjoyed a very good year, George Balderson. Maybe he'll feel he's a little low with his batting numbers, but he's played every championship match, and somewhere along the line he's made a very good contribution, whether with ball mainly, but also with the bat. 4 times to 50 this season. So Blatherwick's on strike. Here is Harris, and Blatherwick fends that off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Tribe comes up from the boundary to field. Blatherwick gets 1, and Lancashire move on to 367 for 7. Lead of 102.
Yeah, a bit of a mountain to climb already for Glamorgan in the context of the match.
Harris to Balderson. Run away through the offside for another comfortable single through the leaves up towards the grandstand. Billy Root comes up from the boundary to field. Easy single, taking Balderson to 51 not out. $103 lead. Blatherwick's back on strike. Harris sets off again halfway through the over. Fancies that and gets it, yeah. First wicket of the day for James Harris, and Jack Blatherwick trapped LBW for 1. And Lancashire lose their 8th wicket. Blatherwick departs, 368 for 8.
That seemed a straightforward one. His foot planted in the crease as we look at the replay. Harris was confident. Yep. I don't think there's any question on that decision. And Blatherwick departs. I don't think Harris even appealed. I think he just took it for granted.
Yeah, that was pretty out, wasn't it? So a bit of frustration for Jack Blatherwick. Couldn't quite get going.
So Glamorgan wrapping up the tail quickly. Unfortunately, it would seem that the damage has already been done. We'll see. As Blatherwick departs.
Tom Aspinwall comes out to bat, which
The incoming batter for Lancashire is Tom Aspinwall.
Tom Bailey to number 11. He's not been down there for a while.
So Balderson will be trying to negotiate the strike now. Take matters into his own hands. He will chance his arm now, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good knock from Balderson. Lead of 103. Well, I mentioned whether Lancashire would fancy having a go at Glamorgan tonight with the ball. They could almost certainly going to have a chance. With runs to play with, at least 103 of them as it stands. Harris gets his first wicket of the day. Just nipped back, trapped Blatherwick LBW for 1, so 368 for 8. Third slip into position. Third man gets relocated to fine leg. So 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. 2 balls left of the over. Harris sets off. That thuds into the thigh pad of Aspinwall and loops back down towards the bowler. .368 for 8. Looking at some of the scores elsewhere, Nottinghamshire are, I think, within 50 runs now of being secured and guaranteed of the county championship title. Harris to Aspinwall. End of the over. Yeah, Nottinghamshire 250 for 6 in the 76th over. So if they get to 300 within 110 overs, then that will be enough to secure Nottinghamshire's first title since 2010. I was there for that because they beat Lancashire at Old Trafford in 2010 to win the title.
Wish you hadn't been, maybe. So 368 for 8, the lead already in 3 figures. Glamorgan are likely to have to bat somewhere around an hour maybe this evening. Testing little period.
Could be.
After they performed poorly with the bat in the first innings, being 103 for 6 before lunch, and they've never really got off the back foot since, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Balderson wafts at it airily outside off stump without making any contact.
Well, if there is a bit of bad weather around on Saturday, I suppose the way that the evening session's gone might in the end not be the worst outcome for Lancashire. Keeping the game moving forward, possibility of taking a couple of wickets tonight. It's maybe not the worst outcome.
Yeah, if Glamorgan are 2 or 3 down this evening, Lancashire will fancy their chances of wrapping it up in 3 as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's swiped away on the leg side. Root is after it and takes a fine catch on the mid-wicket boundary. Balderson has gone for 51. Van der Hoogten has 4 wickets, but Lancashire are already in such a dominant position. Good catch though, well taken, Billy.
It was a terrific catch, wasn't it? Loved the little celebration too as well. Quite enjoyed that. Whipped away by Balderson. Fancy picking this up and launching it out towards the grandstand for 6. There's the catch. A little one-arm celebration as well. Excellent work right on the boundary edge. Didn't have much room to work with there, did he, Billy Root?
No,
terrific work.
Probably took the ball virtually as it was on or above the rope and had to almost drag it back in and make sure that his own momentum didn't take him over the boundary rope. So that's an excellent piece of judgment by Root to take the catch. Balderson goes for 51. Glamorgan have a 4th bonus point from the match, but the lead is already so substantial that Lancashire will fancy their chances whatever happens now.
Yes, and Tom Bailey heading out to join Tom Aspinwall. I can't remember the last time that Bailey would have batted at 11.
What's his sort of
Lancashire.
natural position then?
Well, I mean, he's certainly been as high as 8 at one point in his Lancashire career. Maybe a season or so ago, but he's got a pretty decent first-class record with the bat. Must be a dozen or so 50s to his name in first-class cricket. But down at number 11 for the Bale Dog. What you doing down there, Tom?
Improving his average, probably.
He's got 11 50s in first-class cricket, but yeah.
That's a healthy record for a number 11, certainly. So Glamorgan at last taking some quick-fire wickets in the 93rd, 94th and 95th overs.
Yes, yeah, well, pleasing from Glamorgan's point of view that they're taking some wickets and trying to wrap this up, but I still think this is not the worst outcome for Lancashire. Got a good lead and have a good crack at Glamorgan tonight.
And they've got it in good time as well, haven't they? 3.9 runs an over, very healthy run rate. Only in the 95th over of the innings, so they've picked up 3 batting bonus points. More importantly, they've put themselves in a position to put pressure on Glamorgan in the third innings of the game, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Bailey, who works that on the leg side, fielded by sub Byram, and there's no run.
Chatted to Tom Bailey last night. I do like speaking to Tom Bailey. He's got no issues in doing it. He's got no, like all fast bowlers, he can be a bit grumpy, but he's absolutely fine. And I just love how kind of,
You have to prompt him a little bit, maybe.
well, matter of fact,
Jolly him along.
Yeah, a little bit, but
Van der Hoogten in. Bowls beats Bailey as he pushes forward the ball through to Cook.
but he has an economy with words, which I quite admire. He's
Depends if you're trying to cut a short clip for a radio bulletin or fill a 4-minute gap in a programme, really.
I'm all right with it. I like it. It's
Yeah,
like,
you get used to people, don't you, and their rhythms of speech.
yeah, and he's just got to. Why bother using lots of words when you can just keep it short and sweet?
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. Bailey off the mark, turning it off his legs down to wide fine leg. James Harris does the fielding, 369 for 9. So 2 batters were on naught. Bailey's now off the mark. Tom Aspinwall, who has only had a couple of innings, or only had a couple of matches, really. 8 wickets before this one, and 1 in the first innings, makes 9, as Aspinwall pushes forward. Looks slightly surprised to find the ball trickling out towards square leg. Eddie Byram fields, and Glamorgan have claimed wickets in 3 successive overs, but possibly too late to have any chance of winning this match, and salvaging a draw might be the best that they can hope for. The lead is 104, the total is 369 for 9.
I mentioned Nottinghamshire, who are within 40 runs of the title now, at the bottom of Division 1. Hampshire have got Surrey at 128 for 5 in their second innings. So Surrey lead Hampshire by 27 runs with 5 wickets remaining. If Hampshire were to beat Surrey, Durham have to beat Yorkshire and also accumulate more points from the game. As Harris sets off and bowls, playing a miss by Bailey.
Yeah, and a decent draw is no use for Durham. They have to win it.
Yeah, they would.
If Hampshire win.
And that game at Headingley, well, a draw's fine for Yorkshire. They're 210 for 4 in their first innings, in reply to Durham's 346 all out.
Yeah, well, no need to give that one away. They can just bat for time, can't they? Agarwal, 127 not out. Mayank Agarwal.
Here's Harris to Bailey. Fires one in full. Bailey on the drive. Back to Harris. No run.
Oh, YJB got a first baller. Johnny Bairstow. Caught behind off Ben Rain. That's social media.
Is that what it is? I was trying to work out.
YJB, Yorkshire's Johnny Bairstow.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I got you.
Social media darlings.
Harris in bowls. Short ball to Bailey. Crouches underneath it.
Same way as Tim van der Hoogten is often referred to by his initials by Glamorgan supporters online. Saves you having to work out how to spell Tim and indeed Hoogten.
But fair, it could catch you out, the Tim, with the additional M.
The additional M.
Okay, it certainly could catch you out. At 369 for 9, Harris to Bailey, squeezed away down towards fine leg. Good work down amongst the leaves on the fine leg boundary. He's down there for
Eddie
Glamorgan.
Byram.
Thank you. Single for Bailey, he moves to 2.
Byram has been on since, mid-afternoon, after Ned Leonard went off, after bowling a couple of balls of his third spell. Just appeared to land awkwardly in the act of bowling, really.
Harris to Aspinwall. Aspinwall pulls it out towards the leg side. Crikey, got hold of that one, didn't he, Tom Aspinwall? About waist height, the pull shot through mid-wicket for 4. 374 for 9.
Yeah, that was no-nonsense approach. See ball, hit ball from Lancashire's number 10. Just dropped a little bit short. It was on all roundabout off stump, but smashed away to the square leg boundary.
Final ball of the over, lead of 109. Try to have a bit of fun, these two here with the bat. Harris in to Aspinwall, off the front foot, pushing away to the offside. Sam Northeast fields, and there is no run. 5 coming off that over, 374 for 9.
A few people dotted round the lower part of the grandstand, which is the only part open, away to our right, and they've got a rather closer view of the cricket than those in the pavilion, who need good eyesight. And also being gradually deserted by the sunshine, which goes off those pavilion seats late in the day. Those in the grandstand and at the River Taff end are in the autumnal sunshine. Fallen leaves, a few around Tim van der Hoogten as he sets off and bowls to Bailey, who plays it out to backward point. Eddie Byram seems to be all around the field at the moment. He's fielding at mid-wicket a few overs ago, then he was making a stop at fine leg, and now he's at point. The 29-year-old Zimbabwe-born opener, who's signed a 2-year extension on his contract, will no doubt be hoping for a few more first-team opportunities and may get them after the departure of Sam Northeast, the captain. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bailey jabs down on it, plays it to try but cover. No run, but Lancashire's bowlers will certainly be encouraged by the way that 1 or 2 are keeping low. I think noticeably from the River Taff end, would that be fair? I've noticed more at that end anyway. Maybe I've commentated more from that end today. 374 for 9 on the scoreboard. Background of the trees gradually turning brown as Bailey is on the defensive, playing it out into covers. And Aspinwall smashed that boundary in the last over, but I thought there might be a bit of swinging of the bat from the last pair, who might be keen to get bowling. Umpire Hartley just having a little word of some nature with Sam Northeast. Looked like an official word rather than a where shall we go for dinner. Van der Hoogten bowls, worked on the leg side. Is that one carried to mid-wicket? It has. Byram throws it up, and Van der Hoogten has a 5 for a hard-earned one as well. He's enjoying his 100th first-class game, is Tim van der Hoogten. 5 wickets to follow, a half-century. And Lancashire are all out for 374, but that is a substantial lead of 109 runs.
It's a good catch, isn't it? Good low catch by Zain ul Hassan.
Bailey was caught by Zain ul Hassan.
Strapping on the pads and heading out there to have a bat. Flicked away by Bailey. It's a very good low diving catch.
Well taken by ul Hassan.
Finishes with figures of 5 for 85.
The applause for Tim van der Hoogten then. And strangely, that's his first 5 of the season. Which I'm amazed by, really, because he's been taking wickets pretty regularly. Zain ul Hassan taking a good catch to add to his couple of wickets, 374 all out, but consistent really from 1 to 7. Pretty much Lancashire, 6 of the top 7 got runs, and they've earned their side a healthy position. So we have, by my math, 16 I think overs for Glamorgan to face. So we will be back with the commentary in around about 5-6 minutes' time. And Dr. Hignell will no doubt read out the bowling figures for your delectation.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the rest of the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So Lancashire all out for 374, a first innings lead of 109. Tom Aspinall was unbeaten on 4, and in that total there were 9 extras, comprising 1 bye and 8 leg byes. Here are the rest of the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Gooten, 23.4 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 85. James Harris, 18.4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 62. Zainul Hassan, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 38. Ned Leonard, 11.2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 37. Kieran Carlson, well, 10 overs for 34 runs. And Mason Crane, 20 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 109. Now, just to bring you up to date with scores from elsewhere, or one score in particular, it's the one at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire, who are very close to potentially winning Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, have moved on to 268 for 6. So they're currently leading Warwickshire by 10 runs. And in the other top of the table Division 1 match at the Utility Bowl, Surrey in their second innings 137 for 5, and Surrey therefore lead Hampshire by just 36 runs. Two of them are batting for Glamorgan in their second innings, Asa Tribe and Zainul Hassan.
Which announcement will tell you that the players are back on the field, and Glamorgan start their second innings, 109 runs in arrears. Zain Ul Hassan and Asa Tribe remain the opening partnership, and we have a substitute fielder among Lancashire's ranks.
Yes, it's Harry Singh who's taken to the field.
For Lancashire at the River End, Tom Bailey.
I think it's Tom Aspinwall who's not taken to the field for the start of this innings, at least.
Well, he only faced 5 balls, so I don't think he got injured while batting. It must have been something that either he's feeling under the weather or he's suffered some sort of strain during the Glamorgan first innings. So we have 17 overs for Glamorgan to face tonight. Lancashire's over rate is +4, so they don't have to worry about that. So we have entertainment with you for about an hour and 5 minutes maybe, as Ul Hassan is forward to the first ball from Tom Bailey. It is outside off stump, and Ul Hassan is off a king pair at least, having been bowled by the first ball of the match. So the shadow of this media box is stretching out about halfway between here and the wickets as Bailey bowls. That's wide outside off stump, and Ul Hassan can safely ignore that one. Shadow from the floodlight pylon has reached one of the centre wickets, but we are on the right hand side of the square as we look out towards the players are. We're where you always are in the media box. The playing arena, the playing wicket is towards the grandstand side, and Bailey is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, tries to flick it down leg side but makes no contact, and it's through to Hurst.
So Blatherwick took the new ball in the first innings, and there's a chance of doing something similar in the second innings. They could give George Balderson the chance to take the new ball. That's not unfamiliar. He's or unusual. He's done that a few times this season. So it'll be a choice between Blatherwick and Balderson with the new ball from the Cathedral Road end.
Now Bailey has already switched to around the wicket to Ul Hassan after just 3 balls, and Ul Hassan is forward, meeting it with a stern defensive bat back to the bowler. Is there any particular reason why he's known as Bail Dog, or is it just an amusing
well, that's his
corruption of his name?
I think that's his Twitter thing, his Twitter name, so I don't know where that comes from. From Tom's imagination.
The Bail Dog. In he comes, tall figure, bowls. Ul Hassan flicks at it as it goes down leg side, well taken by Hurst, who does the wicketkeeper's backhand flick to make sure that the slips are still awake. And they are. Jones, Jennings and Bell form that triumvirate for Lancashire at the moment, as they look to put pressure on Glamorgan tonight. And Ul Hassan is forward, defending the last ball of a maiden over from the Bail Dog. 16 to play this evening. Glamorgan 0 for 0, 109 runs in arrears. What would Lancashire be satisfied with? A couple of wickets tonight?
Oh yeah, that'll do, wouldn't it? I think from Lancashire's point of view.
You buy that one? Yeah. Okay.
They'd be happy with that.
So any more than one is okay for the visitors.
George Balderson.
So Balderson, having taken 3 for 38 in the first innings, gets the honours instead of Blatherwick.
There's a race to be a top wicket taker. I'm sure it's not that competitive between Balderson and Bailey, but Bailey's nudged ahead with his 5 wickets in the first innings. He's on 37. Balderson's on 36 for the season. And then comes Balderson to Tribe. It's a lovely straight drive. That'll bring in 4. Down the ground. Bohannon will chase after it. It should run away from Josh Bohannon, and it does. Felt like that probably was always going to beat Lancashire's captain. And Glamorgan's for second innings is up and running with a delicious straight drive. Bohannon thinking there, in with a chance, and he just
You don't want
runs
to
away.
go clattering into those boards. You could do yourself a mischief there.
Balderson to Tribe. That'll be 4 more. That's clipped away towards deep backward square leg for back-to-back boundaries for Ace of Tribe. And down the ground, and that saps up nicely on his leg stump and flashed away for 4 more. 8 without loss. So a good start by Ace of Tribe, who made 8 in the first innings. Balderson in, squeezed away down towards that third man region. There's a hand on that from Harry Singh, and he's managed to prevent at least 2. May have even had to come back for a third potentially, but just be a single instead. Tribe moves to 9, brings Zain Ul Hassan on strike to face George Balderson. So 9 without loss. Down to 2 slip catches. They're going to position George Bell under the helmet at short leg to Ul Hassan. Got a fine leg. There's a mid wicket. Yeah, Bell. Okay, well, kind of short square leg. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on. Here comes George Balderson around the wicket. It's a nice ball with a little bit of zip into the gloves of the keeper. From Balderson. Well, lovely piece of bowling from around the wicket. Pitch and held its line and through to Matty Hurst. So got a plan in place here for Ul Hassan off Balderson with that short square in place. It's off the back foot, crunched away. Good tumbling stop this time by Tom Hartley. Saving runs. So 4 and a 4, and a single, and then back-to-back dot balls. Both boundaries coming off the bat of Ace of Tribe. Left-hander on strike, Balderson around the wicket. And again, that beats Ul Hassan, who's just played inside the line. I'm not sure whether this was a genuine play and a miss. Hard to tell from this angle, but 9 without loss. A mixed bag to start with for Balderson. He conceded back-to-back boundaries, but then came back very nicely with some 3 good deliveries to Zain Ul Hassan.
So still several seam options, I suppose, or well, they're maybe a little short with Blatherwick, but they've got bowling options because they used Bohannon as the extra seamer in the first innings as the 5th seamer, and they've got the slow left arm of Hartley and the leg spin of Wells. So despite the absence of Aspinwall at the moment, Lancashire should be able to get through a further 15 overs without any due worries. 100 exactly is the deficit. Tribe is on strike. Bailey bowls and Tribe pushes to point. There is no run.
They got Hartley into the attack pretty early, didn't they, on the first day? I'm not so sure if that'll be the case again today or not, but Hartley came into the attack certainly within the first hour on that opening morning.
Yeah, you'd imagine that he would get couple of overs before the end this evening as Lancashire attempts to make inroads as Bailey bowls. Tribe times that one nicely on the onside, but it's well stopped by 21-year-old Harry Singh. A couple of first-class appearances to his credit, and the son of an Indian international, Rudra Singh, played a couple of ODIs. Bailey in bowls, Tribe up on his toes, rides the bounce, gets on top of it, dabs it down to point where Wells again does the fielding. 9 without loss it remains. Well, the son's already faced 9 deliveries. He'll feel better once he's off the mark, having got a first baller in the first innings. First ball of the match. As Bailey bowls to Tribe, who again drives on the leg side and again picks out Singh at mid-wicket, and Lancashire won't have needed to watch a great deal of video footage of Asa Tribe to know that he scores a lot in that area through mid-wicket. So Singh may be a busy boy. If Tribe lasts, Bailey in, bowls edged and not out. Did it carry?
No. Don't think it did.
Not from the reaction, and not from where Keaton Jennings is pointing down. It pitched there, honest.
Yeah, to Jennings, who's at second slip to his left, to Jones is right, but I think in front. Well, they've both just taken a little kind of half step forward, haven't they? Just got a little bit nearer. Jones and Jennings.
As Bailey is in to bowl and Tribe is on the defensive.
No ball, just overstepping Tom Bailey.
Well spotted. Glamorgan into double figures. It's 11 for naught, which is up on the board now. Depending on the demonstrative nature of the umpire's call or otherwise, sometimes miss no balls because they're turning square on from us. That's my excuse anyway. Bailey into bowl. Tribe tries to flick it off his pads, might have come off the pad. It's run down to fine leg for a single. Umpire Lungley says yes, it was a leg by, and Glamorgan 12 without loss.
Congratulations to Nottinghamshire on winning the Rothesay County Championship Division 1. They've just secured their second batting bonus point against Warwickshire.
And that means that Surrey are deposed after several seasons on top. Is it 3 years in a row they've won it?
Yep.
So they've had the 3-peat, but not the 4-peat.
There's George Balderson into Tribe, clipped out towards the onside. Another good piece of fielding in that mid-wicket region. This time it's Tom Hartley.
BBC Radio Nottingham commentator Dave Bracegirdle is no doubt doing laps of the outfield by now.
Without loss. Balderson over the wicket. Nibbles away past Tribe and through to Matthew Hurst. And for Peter Moores, Nottinghamshire's head coach, he's now become the first head coach in domestic English cricket to win the county championship title with 3 different clubs. Sussex, Lancashire, and now Nottinghamshire. 12 without loss. Balderson to Tribe. No run.
Apparently it was achieved with a 6. The batting point from Kyle Verrain.
So, but it wasn't Hasib Hamid that hit the 6. Congratulations to him. He's had a fantastic season, hasn't he? 1,000 runs and captaining the championship winning side. So a fabulous moment for former Lancashire man. Balderson to try, but it's defended.
Well, good to see a man with that sort of resilience in his career, because having been a bit of a boy wonder, teenage prodigy, went through some horrible times, didn't he? He couldn't buy a run.
He did, having had such an outstanding start to his career. It was an absolute joy watching Hamid when he first broke into Lancashire's side, 2016 season. Again, tried finding mid-wicket, there's no run, but I don't think it was going to be in doubt that at some point he would find all that form once again. Too good a player not to. One ball left, the fourth over. Balderson in to complete it. And Tribe defends, no run. 12 over that loss.
Apparently they had a drinks break shortly after that championship winning moment, and must have been a temptation to bring out a bottle of fizz or something rather than the usual isotonic stuff. 12 for Glamorgan, trailing by 97 runs. Kieran Carlson said they were hoping to put on a show for their spectators this week here in Cardiff, but it's not really showtime as far as Glamorgan's match situation is concerned, having conceded a first innings deficit of 109 to Lancashire. It's just a question of survival this evening and working hard to knock that off with as few wickets down as possible, as Bailey into Ul Hassan, who will finally get off the mark with a boundary. Just turned off his legs. Down to square leg, the 10th ball that he's faced, and will no doubt welcome that opportunity of one just drifting down leg side from Bailey that he knocked away to the boundary. 16 for naught.
Not sure if I was due a blast anyway.
Probably. Bailey is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan just angles that one down into the slips, and there's no run. So well played to Nottinghamshire, and we look forward to a BBC Wales visit next season to Trent Bridge, where Glamorgan have played.
I was going to ask Nick.
They won up there about 3-4 years ago. Bailey in to bowl past the outside edge through the keeper.
It's been a few seasons, hasn't it? The championship.
There
was a game last year in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, the Glamorgan won, I think, by 7 wickets at Trent Bridge in the season where Notts were promoted. I can't. Well, in my 11th season on this beat, I think it was within the last 5. As Ul Hassan gets a bit tucked up there, but manages to block it, having taken a step down the wicket, as Lancashire's opening batters did frequently. I think Labuschagne seemed to remember getting some runs to see Glamorgan to a relatively modest target. Let's see if the magic of a search engine can bring that one up, as Bailey bowls and Ul Hassan defends on the offside. It was just 3 years ago, in fact. Glamorgan eased to a 7-wicket win against Division 2 title favourites Nottinghamshire as they chased down 166 to win with few alarms. Who wrote this nonsense? I did. Notts 302 and 242. Glamorgan 379 and 166 for 3. Despite big scores from Ben Duckett, 122 and 95.
Where did he go?
As that's turned on the leg side by Bailey. by Ul Hassan off Bailey. No run, 16 for naught. Yeah, Ben Duckett, who has used the home dressing room here and the franchise stuff, Welsh Fire, but probably plays a lot more for England than Notts these days in the way of international cricketers. Don't see them that often in county colours.
Balderson, who struck a 50 with the bat. Here he goes, full, and whipped off the legs of Tribe for 4.
You don't bowl on leg stump to ace a Tribe.
No, he is very strong. Anything full and drifting down leg, and it was whipped down past fine leg. Wells had no chance of cutting that off. 20 for none. Glamorgan trail by 89. Tribe 13 is on strike. Here comes Balderson. Bowls. Short of a length, and they're asking a question.
Yes.
But it's given short shrift by the umpire.
To be fair to Balderson, I didn't think he asked it very loudly either. It was mainly the appeal coming in from square leg and mid-wicket, I think. As the ball did seem to deviate quite a long way. Maybe it was mostly off the pitch, and
I think it
flicked
was.
Tribe's shirt on the way through. And on comes a helmet.
Short leg. Tribe was...
it's keeper standing up for a change.
Oh, right,
yeah,
okay.
you sort of assume that it's
I
a short leg,
preempted that it was going to be short
it
leg.
usually is.
And Balderson with Hurst standing up, comes in full and is played, timed sweetly by Tribe, but he picks out the fielder at short mid-wicket. What did Tribe make? 8 in the first innings. He was out quite cheaply for his standard this season.
Yeah, rare failure from him.
Caught Hurst bowled Blatherwick, but he's had a fine season as the Jersey man. As Balderson starts his run-up, right arm over, rocking back is Tribe. They'll come through for a quick single and they come home. Well, the shy did hit the stumps, but Tribe was way home.
Yep, sharp fielding from the skipper there, Josh Bohannon, setting an example for his troops with a throw from mid-on. It was, I think, Tribe's call.
Yeah, there was a slight weight from Tribe, which made it squeakier than
Well,
it
you have
would
to wait
been.
until the ball's gone back past the stumps, don't you, the bowler's stumps.
And clattered into the stumps, but Tribe was home and dry. Balderson to Ul Hassan, who rocks back and plays it defensively back to the bowler. Ul Hassan, who was out first ball in the first innings. Still sort of searching for runs, you have to say, this season. Took 2 wickets earlier on today as Balderson comes around to Zain Ul Hassan. Rock solid once more, down to mid-on. We have what? That is the end of the over. Glamorgan at 21 for none. They trail by 88, and we have 11 overs remaining of the day.
Yeah, so estimate of a 5:45-ish finish is probably about right. 5:45, 10 to 6, provided the light holds, and although the sun has disappeared, there's not an awful lot of cloud around, and we may well get some more sunshine to illuminate these final 40-45 minutes of play. How far can Tribe and Ul Hassan survive? As Bailey bowls to Tribe, who pushes to cover. Fielded by Bell, no run. 21 without loss. The deficit is 88. And if Glamorgan could get to stumps, 0 or even 1 down, they'd be relatively grateful, I suspect.
Be interesting to see Tribe's development next year, as with many, of course, playing First Division cricket.
Bailey is in to bowl, and Tribe works it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, we will find out how different the standards are between First and Second Division. And Glamorgan's batting lineup, without Northeast, obviously going to be a big hole at 3 or 4. As Tribe drives into the offside, fielded at cover, no run. Sean Dixon may be a championship regular, signed from Somerset, but his speciality in recent years has been more on the short form stuff. The white ball hitter got 40 odd in the final against Glamorgan, the final of the One Day Cup, which was played over as a T20 last year. As Bailey is into bowl, Tribe pushes at that, beaten maybe outside off stump through to Hurst, and Dixon also top scored for Durham in the 2021 One Day Cup final, which
also
won.
Ended in defeat. Yeah.
So he's got some runs against Glamorgan on the big occasion. Hopefully he will get a few for them next season, the 34-year-old South African batter. South African born. Doesn't count as overseas these days. Tribe forward, gets a thick edge down towards third man. The throw comes in, and it's just the single. It's the figure of Tom Hartley, I think, down there. So the shadow of the pylon creeping towards the wicket. Must be quite distracting when it's actually on the wicket. And well, Hurst flicks the helmet that he had been wearing, or a helmet anyway, to Bell. There is actually another one out there, still behind the keeper. Bell goes into short leg for the left-handed Ul Hassan, as Bailey is bowling right arm around the wicket, and Ul Hassan works it into the leg side for a single down to square leg. That's the end of the over, so Ul Hassan will retain the strike, and Glamorgan 23 without loss, trailing by 86 with 10 overs to play tonight.
Yeah, it's all about survival this evening for Glamorgan, hoping to get back into the shed unscathed with these two still there, and hoping to come out tomorrow morning. Still a lot of work to do, trailing by 86.
It looks like the young Glamorgan all-rounder Tom Norton on the left of the video pic there.
Balderson coming in, who performed of course in the One Day Cup.
Yes, got 3 wickets on debut in the last game. On the other hand, there might be so many teenagers with that sort of haircut these days, it might be something
Well,
completely
from my
different.
experience, Nick, with teenage daughters, they're all cloned these days and look the same in terms of their style, you know. Balderson coming in, bowls, and rocking back is Ul Hassan. They have to have the same shoes, socks, or, you know, they wear these Crocs now on their feet.
Whoever decided that Crocs are a good idea anywhere outside a hotel swimming pool?
Well, you'll see a load of them wearing them these days. Yeah. Balderson in, around to Zainul Hassan, who's well forward to the pitch of the ball. There's no run. I obviously just can't keep up. So Glamorgan have just over 9 overs to negotiate here before the close, as Balderson comes in to Zainul Hassan, who's forward but struck firmly, so there's no chance of a run, as is cut off by wideish mid-off.
Yeah, Al Hassan then under pressure in this closing hour of the day, and I'm sure he'd be absolutely delighted to reach the dressing room with his wicket intact tonight.
Balderson in, bowls, good length delivery, and that beats Zainul Hassan, with the keeper Hurst standing up to the bowler. 2 slips in the field. There's a short leg in, a backward point, mid wicket, fine leg, mid off, mid on. So Lancashire obviously on the attack through George Balderson coming in. Good length delivery once more. Well, they're asking the question that seemed from our vantage point to be going down leg, and it's given not out. End of the over. Glamorgan 23 for no wicket. Al Hassan is 5, Tribe 15, and they trail by 86.
A couple of people have messaged me on X. We mentioned Ravi Ashwin earlier, playing in the Big Bash.
Yes.
Jack Blatherwick.
Stephen Hedges says, I met Ravi Ashwin when I was a security guard at Birmingham Airport. He was a very nice man.
Oh, there we are.
That's good to hear, Stephen.
Yeah.
Neil Go70 on X said he had 2 hours in the car going around the M25, as he often does, and says 4 wickets in 5 overs, thank me later. Obviously turned on just as those wickets were falling at the tail end of the Lancashire innings. Last 4 went for 9, but it was still a lead of 109. And Blatherwick takes over from Bailey, and Tribe flicks that one
So strong there, isn't he?
dismissively off his legs past the umpire for 4. It's fielded by one of the 12thers.
You are asking for trouble if you're over pitching to ace a Tribe on leg stump.
Yeah, they've got 3 on the leg side. It's a conventional field. I'm surprised that they don't stick an extra fielder on the leg side for Tribe. Blatherwick in, balls, Tribe pulls, and will pick up 4 more. A despairing dive by the man at mid wicket. And it raced away for 4, and yeah, Aspinwall is now back on the field. He didn't feature at the start of the innings.
There is a rejig now slightly, that mid wicket going out to the boundary,
Which means there's a very
there's an
easy single.
they're very easy single to pick up.
31 for naught. Tribe has 23 of them. Blatherwick in to bowl, and there is that single.
Yep.
Worked out towards square leg again, and Tribe has taken 9 runs off the first 3 balls of the over, and Glamorgan 32 without loss, and Lancashire will have to rejig things for the left-handed Zainul Hassan, who is less likely to come at the bowling. He's on 5 of 24 deliveries. Tribe 24 of 28 deliveries. You're on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in a quick email before I go off for my writing stint. As Blatherwick bowls, Hassan nearly plays on. The ball just trickled back past his off stump. He didn't have time to get a boot back, and that one actually spun away from the off stump. That was unbelievable, the spin of that ball. When he played it down, it was heading for the stumps, but actually jagged sideways, either natural spin or off a foot mark. Somehow ran past the off stump. Extraordinary. Blanthwick round the wicket. Bowls, Hassan leaves. No run.
Well, that would have been just his luck. Zainul Hassan. He could do with a timely knock.
Maybe
but that was the luck.
The luck that he needs to go on and make something of it. 77 is the deficit. Glamorgan 32 without losses. Lancashire look to change the feel of this game back in their favour. Blanthwick bowls. Hassan, I think, playing inside that one. Through to Hurst. 32 for naught. 8 overs remain. Glamorgan have survived 9. Can they last 8 more?
Profitable over, though. 2 fours off the bat of Ace of Tribe, who's scoring freely 24 from 28 balls. More of a workmanlike innings so far, of someone digging in, maybe short of confidence, from Zainul Hassan, who scored 5 in 27. And it's Tribe on strike, and they don't take a run because that sped away to mid-off. It's still George Balderson from the Cathedral Road end. I was talking to Scott about the name of ends in cricket grounds, and of course there has been some. Well, it's been a topic of discussion, shall we say, here at Glamorgan as Balderson comes in, right arm over. If the traditional names were replaced with names that have contributed greatly to the success of the county. And who would those be?
I think here it would be bound to be their leading run scorer and wicket taker, wouldn't it, in Glamorgan's history, Alan Jones and
Mr. Shepherd.
Late Don Shepherd.
Yes, and I don't think, as Balderson comes in, and that's snuck past the outside edge of Tribe. I don't think many would argue.
No.
With those two.
No.
We've seen it down at Chelmsford, for instance, where it's the Graham Gooch and Sir Alistair Cook end.
You can't match James Anderson bowling from his end.
No. But it would be quite apt, I'm sure, as Balderson comes in. Don, of course, absolute legend of this cricket club, as well as colleague. Well, you knew him very well. I had the pleasure of working somewhat with him as a young whippersnapper. But it was always a pleasure, and it was always comedy gold seeing him working with Edward as well in the commentary box as Balderson comes in. That's played to mid-on.
Yeah, still commentating well into his 80s, and still fully compos mentis, and very sharp indeed.
Very
when
sharp.
I interviewed him at the age of 90.
And would remember stats and events of years gone by. And as you can imagine, as Balderson comes in, everyone stood up and took notice when Shep had something to say. As it is the end of the over, so I'm sure there might be a petition to change the ends at some point. 32 for none from the Cathedral Road end for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, at least they are nice traditional names, although, frankly, why it's the Cathedral Road end when the Cathedral Road is quite a way behind us, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not really right on Cathedral Road.
I mean,
it's the car park for the Institute of Sports.
I don't think that would go down terribly well as a name, the car park end.
No.
But Blatherwick to begin his second over. It's bowling to Ul Hassan, who is beaten by that one. Got a little bit of lift there. Blatherwick bending his back into his task. Cathedral Road is, what, about 100 metres behind us, isn't it? It's the nearest main road.
It is.
And the River Taff end is absolutely self-explanatory, since there's only a walking stroke cycling path
between the stands and the river, yeah.
So it is possible to hit the ball into the river, I would imagine, if you really middle it. Blatherwick bowls. Ul Hassan plays a controlled hook shot down to fine leg single taken.
Well, Johnny Bairstow had a fair go at that on 100 duty. He struck a few in that direction.
Yes, I mean, if it you see the ball sometimes hit the top of the TV gantry here, don't you? And if it eludes the TV gantry, then a straight shot may well end up. I remember
you being in. Were you in the box at the time of the window was smashed in that direction?
As Tribe pushes that one down on the offside, and they jog through for a cheeky single.
Was that the Richard Grant episode? I think it was.
Yeah, there was a Richard Grant one.
That was when the commentary box was there
at the river end, yeah. In which Steve Watkin was on commentary at the time and had to take evasive action. I think Byron Jones, our scorer, suffered a slight cut to the arm, but thankfully nothing serious. Well, Hassan faces up to Blatherwick and defends back to the bowler.
Nothing compared to the Taunton episode, of course.
Yep. Croft to bowl to Trigo, Edward Bevan and Steve James to take cover at very high long off.
And Nick to pick up.
Relieved that my colleagues were still living and breathing, yeah. So Courtney Walsh put one through a BBC commentary box window at the far end as well here. Gloucestershire West Indian fast bowler. Blatherwick bowls. Ul Hassan defends. Ball trickles out on the offside.
Yes, before the redevelopment, I remember the commentary box had been in various positions over the years.
Yes, there was a rather awkward one down where the cricket school is now. I'm not sure I remember one on the old pavilion side of the ground. There was certainly one in front of the cricket school during the redevelopment. Blatherwick is in to bowl. Has that one caught the edge on the way through? Lancashire are certain it flicked something, and look amazed that it wasn't given. Whereas a bit of lift, Ul Hassan was unmoved.
If it was it the glove?
That looked interesting from the Lancashire point of view, but the umpire didn't give it. Maybe just a bit of natural deviation.
Yeah, it was close. It was close.
Very, very close to the edge. But not out. They looked as though that was just a confirmation appeal, didn't they, from the body language. But Ul Hassan survives again.
In comes Balderson, and that's played into the offside. There's no run. Duncan Evans has sent us a quick email, unless this has been said, unless my arithmetic is wrong. The 5th wicket haul by TVDG was his 14th for Glamorgan. I'm sure the meticulous Dr. Hignell will confirm. As Balderson comes in full, and that's played firmly and sweetly, but cut off by mid-on, where Bohannon, the captain, is fielding for Lancashire. 34 for none.
That's correct, Duncan.
Thanks for the email.
14th.
Duncan Evans there.
5-wicket haul, best for Glamorgan, 7 for 42. I was amazed to see that it was his first 5 of the season.
Balderson starts his run-up, chugging in from the Cathedral Road end. That's full, and that's picked the same fielder, which is Bohannon, 34 for none. Forgot, of course, Ryder Cup starts tomorrow in New York State. Always brilliant event, of course. It's pretty even Stevens, according to the bookies, as well.
Okay.
It's America's slight favourites. Balderson standing up his Hurst. Oh, and he's gone. He's been bowled as Tribe, and Balderson gets his reward. He was planted deep in the crease, and it's gone clean through, and Tribe has to depart. And Glamorgan are 34 for 1.
Ace Tribe was bowled by George Balderson.
Kept a little bit low,
Yes, it did.
but Tribe squared up, beaten by that one, hit probably off stump, maybe middle and off. Bales went flying, and Lancashire know that's a big wicket out of Asa Tribe, given his productivity in recent weeks.
Yes, he was starting to get going as well, was Asa Tribe, and he'll be disappointing that he hasn't kicked on. Gone for 25 from 39 deliveries.
Finishes on 731
The incoming
runs
batter
for the
for
season.
Glamorgan is James Harris.
So the night watchman is James Harris, who will try and negotiate these final 5.2 overs.
I suppose the thinking that Van der Hoogten is probably valuable as a contributor, too valuable maybe these days to put in as a night watchman. He's done plenty of that duty for Glamorgan over
And
the
wants
years.
to keep his feet up. More to the point. So James Harris trudges onto the square. Little fist pump with Zainul Hassan, but that is a blow. As Tribe goes for 25, 34 for 1, and Glamorgan still trailing by 75. But he was looking strong, and it was largely uneventful for Tribe.
Yeah, it's been Al-Hassan who's been having the difficulties, but it's his partner who's gone.
Pressure on, there's a short leg. Short mid-wicket as well. Oh, and that's snuck through the defence of James Harris again. So there's a bit of pressure building here. 1 ball to go of Balderson's over.
I shall give way to Scott Reed in this seat to talk you through the final 5 overs with Kenneth.
Thank you, Nick. If they can take another. As Balderson starts his run, a right arm over, and the ball doing a bit as well, just jagging back on James Harris. That is the end of a wicket taking over for George Balderson. Lancashire have struck, and Glamorgan have 5 overs to survive the second day. As the sun begins to set over Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan faithful opposite in the sun. There's a sun trap over there.
Got the shorts on there, haven't they? Brave boys.
Not sure if it's that warm.
It's Jack Blatherwick, 34 for 1. In and balls, playing and missing. Reaching for it was Zain Al-Hassan. Ball just skimming away past the edge of the bat. Lancashire prized out a wicket right at the back end of the day. That will feel pretty good for Lancashire. Can they try and eke 1 more out? I said to Nick before, 2 would be lovely from Lancashire's point of view. They've got 1.
Yeah, the danger man. And he was starting to look dangerous as well, was Asa Tribe.
Blatherwick from around the wicket. forward, solidly in defence. Ball bouncing up towards the Lancashire captain, Josh Bohannon, at mid-off for no run. So Harris coming out to try and help Glamorgan reach the close of play, just one down. They'll be hoping to try and face the bulk of the bowling. Not on strike at the minute. 2 slips in place. And Blatherwick into balls again. Through to Hurst. That comes back in. Hurst has taken it tumbling away to his right hand side. Blatherwick bowling around the wicket, angling it in towards the left hand bat of Zain ul Hassan, and just carried on going. Good take from Hurst. Lancashire just dropping a man back towards the square leg boundary, so they've got a deep square leg. Well, there was a deep backward square leg, but you can just see Jack Blatherwick there asking Tom Hartley on the boundary behind square just to move a little finer. Blatherwick in, bowls, dropped into the onside by Zain ul Hassan, probably expecting something a little bit shorter, having seen Lancashire position fielders on the leg side. Just drops it out towards mid-wicket and jogs through for 1. 35 for 1. That brings James Harris on strike. He'll face Jack Blatherwick for the first time. So I'm just going with the 2 slips. Third man comes up, so it's 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and then George Bell is under the helmet at forward short leg. Now gone to the 3rd slip. So Hartley in at 3rd slip. Blatherwick balls to Harris. It's flicked up towards the leg side. There's no run. They've opened up cover here, Lancashire. They did have a cover and a backward point and 2 slips. Well, they've changed that now. See the 3 slip catches there. Michael Jones at first, Keaton Jennings in the middle at 2nd slip, and it's Tom Hartley, the 3rd slip fielder. To the right of screen under the helmet is George Bell at short leg. Wells at backward point. Blatherwick in to complete the over. Balls left alone by Harris and taken by Hurst. End of the over. Good work from Jack Blatherwick. He I think went for 9, didn't he, off his first over, so he's come back nicely. There's a Lancashire bowler. 35 for 1, 4 overs remaining on this second day. That's how it's all shaping up. Trail by 74, Glamorgan. 4 overs left. It will be Balderson to send down his 7th on the spin, 1 for 14 in this opening spell at the back end of day 2.
Balderson, who took the wicket of Tribe, continues from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips and her standing up to Zain ul Hassan. And it's played towards wideish mid-on. There's no run.
It's an interesting day tomorrow. We've got weather forecast is good. That's not been improved for Saturday, because into the back end of the second day and we're into the 3rd innings of the match. So if we get good weather, we could get a result here.
Balderson in. Well forward is Zain ul Hassan, and it's another dot ball. Glamorgan shutting up shop here.
Understandably so.
With Harris on the non-strikers end, the night watchman. Balderson coming in as they sense another wicket to Lancashire.
It's a formula that Balderson goes to quite a bit, this, with the keeper stood up. Still with the catchers, 2, 3 slips on this occasion, short leg in place as well. Just try and get the ball to nibble around, in and around off stump. He's bowling to the left-hander, so he's around the wicket, but get the balls just to move away.
Balderson coming in, that's played down 2. backward point. The single was taken. 37 for 1. Ul Hassan. It's been tough. 9 from 40 deliveries. Who's on strike now?
It has. I think they bowled well to Ul Hassan.
Balderson comes in, and that's whipped into the onside, but there's no run. Just a man you sense that isn't in form, Zain Ul Hassan. And just needs to stay in and needs to come back out tomorrow. Last ball of Balderson's over. It's been a good over as well, as Zain Ul Hassan comes forward, taken by keeper Hurst. That is the end of the over. Just the 2 off it. Glamorgan 37 for 1, trailing by 72 with 3 overs to go.
Has he? I know he opened the batting at Old Trafford. Has he opened the batting all season?
By and large, yes,
okay,
he has.
Right. He's played every game, hasn't he?
As mentioned, we mentioned that they started the season with Byram because Tribe didn't play the first 3 games, and then the rest is history. Tribe has forced himself in to the starting 11, hasn't looked back.
There's Jack Blatherwick into Harris and bowls. He defends back to the bowler. There's no run. A couple of 50s this season. Played every championship match for Glamorgan. Won't be the numbers obviously that he'd be hoping for, but stuck with him through the course of the campaign. What has been an excellent season for Glamorgan. Finishing in the top 2 runners up in Division 1 cricket next year. Blatherwick to Harris. LBW appeal, he gets it. Harris departs. Blatherwick, I think he's come back really well. His first over was a wee bit expensive, but really good comeback from Jack Blatherwick, rewarded with the wicket of the night watchman James Harris. Lancashire have prized out 2 at the back end of the day.
Yes, and yeah, that can't argue with that. That did stay low as well, probably hitting middle and leg. Was drifting, but I don't think he can have any arguments with that, James Harris. So he hasn't done his job as the night watchman, unfortunately, so we will see who comes out in his place.
Well, second night watchman.
Yeah.
There's a game this season, it wasn't involving Lancashire, but I think Lancashire had sent out 2 at one stage in a match this season, but I know there was a game in I think it was in Division 2 where there was 3 night watchmen before eventually kind of regular batter came out. Although he's carrying his bat, maybe gives us an indication that he's not best pleased with it, but unless he's hit it.
It is northeast, so there isn't a second night watchman.
The captain, Sam Northeast.
Has he got a little inside edge on it? I'm not so sure. It's difficult to tell on that first replay we saw. Either way, he's gone. So 37 for 2, still 72 behind, and a couple of overs here for Northeast and Ul Hassan to try and get through without any further damage. Been a good couple of days this for Lancashire. Largely on top for most of the 2 days we've seen so far. Some Northeast. And then LBW victim to George Balderson in the first innings, out for 20. Heads out now. He's got 3 slip catches behind him. Jones, Jennings, Hartley, backward point. Wide mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Bell under the helmet at short leg. Blatherwick in from the River Taff end, in and balls to Northeast. Leaning forward, dropping the ball away into the offside, looking to potentially try and work it to mid wicket. There's no run. Good ball first up by Blatherwick to northeast. "15 balls left in the day. In the sunshine, Blatherwick bowling. Northeast chopping the ball back into the offside. There's no run. The shadows being cast from the floodlight away to our left hand side from this media centre as well, just encroaching on the outfield. 2 balls left of the over. 37 for 2. Blatherwick back to his mark. A little shuffled and sets off again. 3 catches in the slip, so crouched down. In and balls to northeast, it's left. And through to Hurst. And there's no run. Those inside Sapphire Gardens have stayed until the very end. I think, Nick mentioned that yesterday was the biggest crowd of the season here in Championship cricket.
Yeah, perhaps not unsurprising given they wanted to see the team after their exploits last week.
Final ball of the over. Blatherwick's in to northeast.
Just thought he had a little nibble there.
Well, in the end, he allowed it to go through. It's a wicket maiden for Jack Blatherwick. And 2 left in the day's play. 37 for 2, trailing by 72 runs.
Yeah, they'll have it all to do tomorrow. Still have 2 overs to survive. It's always difficult, isn't it, that decision to send a night watchman in, because there's always that risk that the purpose of his job won't be completed, and hasn't been in this instance. Bit of a conflab between Balderson and Bohannon, the captain.
Yeah, it's been an excellent opening spell, this, isn't it, with a new ball by George Balderson. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 16, the wicket, but also, again, look at the runs he's conceded from 7 overs, just 16 runs.
Yeah, and following a knock of 51. Balderson coming around to Zainul Hassan, gets right behind that into the onside. There's no run. So 11 balls to go. We will have a full day's play tomorrow. So Lancashire will be mindful of inclement weather on the last day. Balderson coming in, and that is left. An extravagant leave by Ul Hassan outside off stump, and taken by Hurst.
Yeah, they're going to have to bat well tomorrow, aren't they, Glamorgan? 70 odd behind, so plenty of batting ahead on the 3rd day.
Yes, it's a tall order, one would suggest. Balderson wheels round from the Cathedral Road end to Zainul Hassan, full, and they'll come through for at least a single, and they'll probably pick up a second, if not a third, as Bohannon comes around.
It's a good effort from Bailey trying to get round to cut it off. Just underneath, or just beyond his fingertips. And then Bohannon had to go scampering after it. Do well to catch up with it.
So it was a couple for Zainul Hassan, who moves to 11. It's been tough work from 45 deliveries. But that's secondary at the moment, to just staying out there and digging in.
He's just so good at doing that, Balderson. It just doesn't really give you much room to manoeuvre with, and can do it for long spells. I mean, it doesn't get it right all the time, but it's such a difficult thing to do, isn't it? Keep landing it on the right line and length consistently. Just not allowing any batter really any space to free their arms up. Keeps the slips in place and the keeper in the game, because he can get the ball to nibble around enough. Gets batsman LBW, gets some balls that can come back in. He's just a really, really effective bowler in county championship cricket for Lancashire now.
And in he comes, bangs that one in short of a length. It's played by Ul Hassan out to the offside, and there's no run. 1 ball left of the over. So it's been a compelling day's play once more. Lancashire, well, it's been their day without question with ball and bat. And Glamorgan just hanging on in there at present. Balderson past the umpire, right arm around full, and there's a big appeal, and that squirts on the onside. Well, that would have been hard in mouth time for Zainul Hassan.
What if they take this? Oh, they take the single, haven't they? Yeah. Well, I don't understand why they're taking the single, because you want really. Well, I suppose at this point it doesn't really matter, does it? But maybe Ul Hassan's face 40-odd deliveries. I'll take the last over. Leave the skipper at the non-striker's end, perhaps. Just got enough bat on that, didn't he? Just enough. It was a big appeal.
But it did squirt out.
It did. It was close. It was bat and pad close together, but there's enough bat inside edge. Gets Ul Hassan a single. So he said, I'll take this final over, at least the start of it. Leave the captain at the non-striker's end. Here's Blatherwick. Around the wicket and left alone by Ul Hassan through to Hurst.
Just have to make Ul Hassan play in this last over. Just in that corridor of uncertainty outside off stump, which he has been suspect throughout the course of the season.
He left the first one. Blatherwick in balls. And nudged away off his hip. Down to backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 13, 41 for 2. Ball around the wicket to the left-hander. Back over the wicket to the right-hander. And they fancy 3 slips in place for Sam Northeast. He's only faced 4 deliveries. 4 balls left of the day. They've got the forward short leg as well. Bell under the helmet. Jack Blatherwick for Lancashire. And run away towards backward point. Sam Northeast has his arms outstretched, wondering whether to try and see if they can sneak a single.
Of course, this is Northeast's final innings for Glamorgan. So we'll be hoping to make it a good one.
Yes, hoping to get off naught. Don't want to be signing off on naught. The Glamorgan captain. 3 balls left today. Blatherwick into Northeast. Getting fiddled away behind square on the offside. Wells comes to his left from backward point. Again, there's a dot ball.
3 slips in for Northeast, backward point. Short leg in place as well.
Yeah, nothing kind of yet in towards the rib cage of Northeast that might potentially bring Bell into the game. Hartley, who was at 3rd slip, I'm just sitting on the live stream there, just hopping a few paces to his right. So there's 2 slips and there's a gap to the 3rd slip catcher, which is Hartley. Blatherwick to Northeast, straight to delivery, defends, has to play it. And deflects it up to mid-on for no run. Final ball of the day coming up. 41 for 2. A day that started with Lancashire batting. It ends with Glamorgan into their 2nd innings. Jack Blatherwick 1 for 13. Good spell at the end of the day for him. Tapped away by Sam Northeast. And that'll be stumps on the 2nd day. And good work by Lancashire with the bat and then with the ball. Nicely done by Jack Blatherwick and by George Balderson in particular. 17 overs of the Glamorgan 2nd innings, 41 for 2, trailed by 68.
Yeah, brilliant day for Lancashire. Well on top with bat and ball. They posted a commanding total. They were 55 for none overnight and posted 374 thanks largely to 350s. Top scorer was Luke Wells, 78, but supported by Michael Jones, 62, and 51 from George Balderson, but three more getting 40 or above. Tim van der Hoogten, the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers, taking 5 for, but it was a hard slog for Glamorgan, and with a 109 lead they made Glamorgan pay. Tribe fell for 25, and thereafter James Harris, the night watchman. So Glamorgan have an uphill task. Will have it all to do when they resume tomorrow. 41 for 2, but trail Lancashire by 68. That is it from myself, from Scott Reed and Nick Webb. Hope you've enjoyed our commentary on the second day from Sophia Gardens. It promises to be an intriguing third day's play. Weather is good, weather looks kind for us, and hope you can join us for the start at 10:30. Until then, a very good evening. Noswaith dda.